All right, we're waiting on Tyrone to enter here. Um, so while we're waiting on Tyrone or anyone else that wants to join the panel while we're waiting on him, I guess I'll just preview some of the talks I'm going to have. Some of the streams I'm going to have coming up. So I'll share my screen with you and share some of the YouTube streams we're going to have coming up here. I think they should be pretty interesting. Let's see what we have here. Let me go to my channel. Let me go to my channel here. And what do we have coming up here? What do we have coming up? We're going to do a show on, I'm going to do a show, I should say, on saving money. Is a real estate agent needed? I think for those of you in the process of buying or selling a house, this may be very informative to you. I think even if you use a real estate agent, you need to be very involved in the process. In America, we've gotten so used to the service economy where we hand off a job for someone else to do. And there have been many, many stories. There have been many research done telling you that the agent will sacrifice, 2 or 3% in the sales price because it doesn't really matter to him, but it does matter to you. So I think that for many people, even if you're going to use an agent, you need to be heavily involved in the selling of your own home. I'll give you examples as to why. Now I'm going to discuss the value in failing. I think it's very important after seeing the reaction to a lot of people talking about Trump had failed businesses. So I want to talk about that and my experience in failing. I've had some failures, so I'll talk about those, and I'll talk about the value in failing. This is going to be a good one for me, I think, because it's going to follow up the story that I had with a mother of a tenant whose son committed suicide in my home. I think it's going to be. I think this one will be very compelling, and then I think the follow up story will kind of be like the story of my life. It may be inspirational for people looking to, start a business or already in a business and you face failures and things like that, and you bounce back from those. So these two kind of are a pair. You can't listen to one without the other. This would be maybe somewhat sad or heartbreaking, but this one I think would be inspirational. And then from there we have no better time to be a landlord. I'll change the picture here at some point. Here I'll walk you through like the demand for housing. House, no greater time to be a landlord in terms of the people are just, the demand for housing gets better and better the longer I go along. I may or may not do this when right here. I'll probably change this. Is maybe not as timely as it used to be. But this was a story about a DC landlord who hadn't received rent for 3 years. And I may do it or I may fold it into one of the other stories because I think it definitely needs to be talked about, but it may not be worthy of an entire stream. So that's kind of what's in the pipeline there. And if you are interested in some of the older topics that we've done, I think this was a good one, the Van Jones story. I once had a guest. Well, I had a guest that used to come repeatedly to my home, one of my homes. And he was an employee of Van Jones. But more than that, he was a fairly high-level employee in the Detroit city government. So that's an interesting story. Here I did a deep dive into Bitcoin. I put my software hat on, either here or one of these Bitcoin mining, I think, where I put my software hat on here. And so I explained the Bitcoin to you. And I think this one was a good one. Decent in views, some hard lessons learned in real estate. All the hard lessons were good lessons. This was a good one. Anyone interested in investing in Bitcoin, I think you should take a look at this video here before you invest your hard-earned money in Bitcoin. And before you invest in Bitcoin, first question I will ask you is, do you know what a stable coin is? So those are my thoughts right now. Let's see who we have in the chat here. Oh, we got Tyrone here. Tyrone, you camming up or what?
Hey man, I told you what's up, man.
What's up?
You can ask whatever you want to ask, but an ugly nigga like me ain't coming up right now.
Well, at least cam up just so we know who y'all. Just 1 minute or two. Just give us a.
Hey man, come on, John. We ain't finna play those games, man. Your name ain't even John Galt, so you tell me your real name, and we can do some real things.
All right. Where you want to go here?
Hey, I ain't just a big dumb ugly goddamn nigga as
Hey,
you and to say.
I never said you were. You know, if you were up here, hey, if you up here near me, man, I probably have you painting some of my houses. You know that?
Oh yeah. Of course. You know what I'm saying? I do superb work. Me and my team do superb work.
You know, I
check out my Facebook.
You know, I peep game on it. You know, there's a couple things, honestly, that when I was listening to you, maybe some people didn't like what I said, my interpretation. Like, you have a skill, painting, and you'll be able to do that until you're old man, until your body break down. You got your own place, and it's your place. You provide a place for you and me. And it seemed like
to me for me, bro. See, there you go.
No, I'm saying like, go. Okay. You feel free to correct me.
There you go, man. But we gonna do this. Man. We're gonna make you have a great show. You understand what I'm saying? We're gonna make you have a great show.
But no, what I'm saying is you provided a place where you and Mimi were able to live. Is that correct?
Of course. And
so there you go. So I can respect that. You know what I'm saying? It was your place. You weren't living with her, right?
No, sir. We were living together. And what was mine was hers at the same time. So you got to understand that this was over a period of time. We were together for 8 years. So at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Things happen in an 8-year span of time. It's not all good and it's not all bad. You understand? I know you know that.
Yeah, hell yeah. Have you been seeing her on streams lately?
I mean, I go on Chaotic every day, almost, even when I'm at work. You understand what I'm saying? Because she turned me on to Chaotic. You know what I'm saying? So I've been watching Chaotic. So for people who like to ask, is he stalking Mimi or anything like that? No, it's not that. I've been watching Chaotic. I've been watching it. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not stalking anybody. I be in the chats a lot of time. I don't say anything. Like yesterday, I was on for 6 hours. I bounced in, I bounced out, I bounced in, I bounced out. And the last time I bounced in, she was on there. I wasn't expecting her to be on there. So that's just how that happened. So for anybody that feels like I'm stalking her or anything, they're dead wrong.
Do you feel like you got the short end of the stick because people came away thinking that you just whooped her ass for no reason?
It wasn't the fact of nobody's whooping nobody's ass. It wasn't a whooping the ass type thing. You understand what I'm saying? I had to do what I had to do in that moment, what I thought, you know what I'm saying, was right because of what happened. It's two sides to a story. It's my side, her side, and you know what I'm saying, the overall truth of it. So
tell your side.
Like I said, that was over an 8-year span.
And you think she was like cheating on you?
It had nothing to do with cheating at all.
What did it have to do with?
Here you go.
I'm asking you. You can answer whatever you want.
It was some things that transpired that I didn't agree with. So actions had to be taken, and it wound up being where it's at. So
what transpired?
I mean, it just was things that happened, man. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus again. You know what I'm saying? If people didn't catch, if they didn't catch the show that night or whatever, then hey, I'm not here to, throw nobody on the bus anymore. I've grown from that. I apologize to her for how I carry myself on that show. And I'm apologizing to you. I would like to apologize to Chaotic. But at the same time, when somebody's hurt, people gonna do whatever they feel is right at that time.
So when she came in that night and y'all got into it, what were you thinking?
What was I thinking? I was thinking anything any other man would be thinking.
Tell me.
Tell you, like, where the hell you was at? That's obvious, bro.
And what did she say when you like, what the hell were you? What did she say?
I mean, when you get whatever kind of story you get, I mean, either you accept it or you don't.
So what did she say?
She said what she said, and I didn't accept what she said.
What did she say? I'm curious. What did she say?
Hey, look, John. Look, I'm not. Hey, I don't care what you do, but still, at the end of the day, man, it's gonna be what it is. You know what I'm saying? I never lied about anything I said, and at the end of the day, I can go to the grave with what I said because I know what I said was the truth.
So Tyrone, you had a question for Master Kim. Master Kim is on here. What question you had for him?
The question to him was, are the Asians related to Siberians? Since the Siberians came over the Bering Strait. That was my question for him.
Yeah, I think that there's two separate answers. One, there's the layman's answer that, likely, because obviously there's DNA and genome proof that through the land bridge or whatnot. But, I think today, Asians kind of cluster together to the East Asians because those are the ones that are obviously were related to more of the Chinese culture and those dynasties that have kind of ruled over our area. But to answer your question about Siberian stuff, yes, I think we are, but I don't have any more proof than any other layperson. If you give me a minute, I'll watch a YouTube video. But beyond that, it doesn't ever come up in conversation, unfortunately.
I don't know if Tyrone, you heard all of his answer. You dropped off.
No, I didn't hear all of his answer.
Master Kim, you want to give it like the last 10 seconds of it? Now Master Kim is breaking up. Anyway, Tyrone, while Master Kim is breaking up, go ahead, Master Kim. Well, anyway, I think Master Kim may be breaking up. Tyrone, let me ask you this. Have you seen Mimi's new boyfriend on her channel?
Yeah, I seen her. I seen her new boyfriend, man.
What do you think? She seemed like, I guess
it's nothing for me to think about that, man. I mean, hey, everybody's an adult. Everybody makes their own decisions, but it is what it is. And I understand that.
Do you think she upgraded from you?
Do I think she upgraded? I can't say that she upgraded because I don't even know the man. And then first and foremost, she don't even know the man. So how can either one of us say if she upgraded?
What do you mean she don't know the man?
She don't know the man. I mean, like, come on, man. She don't know that man, bro.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Have you had a woman as fine as Mimi since Mimi left you?
Of course, man. I keep telling you, man.
The last time
Hey, man, let me tell you something. I have never had an issue with getting a female, bro.
Now, the last time we talked to us, you told us that you would just go get a prostitute. Remember that?
Of course, I told you that.
Right, but Mimi wasn't a prostitute. Like,
I didn't say that she was a prostitute. That's after Mimi. That's after Mimi, the question you asked me. And I said that I would rather deal with a prostitute now than to deal with a relationship. That's what I was saying.
Do you have a steady woman now?
I don't need a steady woman right now.
Have you? Okay, so are you dealing
if I chose to be with a woman, I could actually go and be with a woman.
So do you mostly
But that's not what I choose to do, man. I go to work and I come home, man. That's what I do. But that's what I did. That's what I did when we was together.
But the women you deal with, are they mostly prostitutes or what?
Mostly prostitutes. Come on, man.
I
Come
mean,
on,
like,
no, man.
you just pay
No,
you know,
bro.
no,
Nah, bro.
let
No,
me rephrase. Let me
no,
rephrase.
I don't deal with prostitutes. What do you call the women? You call the dudes pookies, but what do you call those females that correspond to a pookie?
I don't know what they call them these days. What do they call
Come
them?
on, man. Come on. You just was
No,
talking about fat
no.
bitches last night. You
Hold
just
on.
was talking about fat bitches and how much they weighed last night. So I know you have
You saw
a
that.
name for goddamn females, the corresponding name for a pookie. Come on, John.
You know, I don't have a name, but I'm sure there is a name. So
Come
let me.
on, man.
I,
You are not lost for words, bruh. Not
you
you
know,
and CT. Out of all
I'll get.
people, you, CT, and HB are not at a loss for words and what to call a motherfucker. So what do you call a motherfucking black female that is the opposite of Pookie?
What's that woman that be talking about? Lick her ass. Somebody said Keisha, but what's the woman that talks about licking her ass? The one that went over there to Britain talking about licking
Sexy
her ass.
red. That's what we call it, sexy red.
Nah. The other one that was talking about, I can't remember her name. The one that was talking about licking her ass and she went to Britain and she was talking about, I want to get my ass lit. You remember?
You talking about
Yeah,
the other girl.
but I can't remember that damn woman name. Somebody in the chat, you know her name. The one that went to Britain. She was maybe she was about it. Buckingham Palace. She was talking about getting her ass lit. I can't remember her name, but someone in the chat will remember her name. So let me get back to it.
Sukiana.
Sukiana, that's it. So since Mimi, what's your dating life look like? Because everyone, when they see Mimi, they're like, yo, she's hot for 50. Have you had anyone? No, do you think Mimi's hot for 50? Let me just ask you that.
Of course. Hello.
Yeah.
Of course, Mimi is a hot woman for 50, but Mimi is not 50. Mimi just turned 49 yesterday.
Okay, well, she's hot for 49, right? When you say this fair,
she's hot for 49. I wouldn't argue with that.
When you first got Mimi, did you feel like, damn, I really done?
Oh hell no, man! You're not gonna play me like I'm just some fucking rooted food or some motherfucking bullshit like that, man.
I'm not trying to play you.
Let me tell you something, John Galt. Let me tell you something about me, John Galt. And I want your questions to be direct.
Mm-hmm.
I've done all kinds of shit in my life, John Galt.
Like what?
From selling dope to robbing shit to whatever you want to imagine that a black man done, until I went to fucking prison and I discovered that I didn't want to be in prison with a whole bunch of motherfucking niggas. I wasn't raised that way, bro. I wasn't raised the way that I was acting. You know what I'm saying? The decisions and choices that I made and the shit that I did was all on me. It had nothing to do with my family. It had nothing to do with my mother or my father. Those are the decisions that I made.
But let's get back to Mimi for 1 second. Like, when you got Mimi, like, you consider yourself a not so attractive man, and she's a nice looking woman for her age. Did you?
That's
feel
not
like
the best looking woman I ever had, John.
Right,
if you trying to go there, I mean,
so
a woman, a female. At the end of the day, a man. If you can make a female laugh and if you can show her attention, it doesn't matter how you look, bro.
Yeah,
that ain't got a damn thing. That ain't got a damn thing to do with it.
I agree.
That ain't got a damn thing to do with how you look, bro. It's all about your personality, your characteristics.
Yeah. So after Mimi, what's life been like after Mimi?
Life after Mimi has been life, man. I'm doing the same thing that I was doing with Mimi. I'm working, I'm paying my bills, and I'm being a motherfucking man. I'm not looking for no female. But at the end of the day, if I wanted a female, if I chose to be with somebody, I could get somebody. Period.
Yeah. You think you can get a lot of women?
I'm not worried about a lot of women. I'm only worried about the ones that I can get. That's the problem.
Yeah. That's what
the problem.
And so I don't know where to go with this, Tyrone. So the altercation that y'all had that night, right? Tell us about that. Yeah, give us more detail. Like, you just
Okay,
Tell us.
so the altercation was y'all had a show that was supposedly interracial dating, right?
Yeah, I think that was the topic. Yeah.
So she likes to say that she's Irish. She likes to say that she's this or she's that. So with her talking to me, a black man from America, that would be an interracial relationship, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
It ain't one way of looking at it, man. We
Yeah.
talking real
No,
talk.
you're right. Yeah.
We going off of what she said.
No, you
She
correct.
said that she's part Irish, she's part this, she's
Mhm,
part that. So that would
mhm,
be an interracial relationship. So I
mhm.
think I fit on the panel just fine.
Now you now you make a good point. Okay, keep going. So
Nah, you keep going.
so the night of the altercation between you and Mimi, I'm talking about when she came in late that night or whatever. Tell us.
Portia, tell Portia, Mimi don't got me whooped. Mimi don't got me whooped. It's two sides to a story, baby. It's two sides to a story. Remember that, baby. Remember
Hey,
that. It's two
hey,
sides to a story. I'm far from whooped, baby.
hey,
Far from whooped.
hey,
I do
boy.
the whipping. I do the whipping. I'm not whooped.
Hey, but yeah, she had to have you pretty whooped pretty good. 'Cause you said
Nah,
Mimi
nah,
was
nah, 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 nah. No, 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 no. There's two sides to a story, brother.
okay, tell us your side.
When somebody's into a relationship or whatever you want to call it with somebody, there's factors to that, and there's factors to why that person is with that person. Would you agree
I
or
would
would you
agree.
not?
No, I would agree. So what were the factors that
So what
you
were the factors? What were the factors in that? I don't
yeah.
have to go any further into that. All I'm going to say is there were factors. So
So what
everybody benefited. Everybody benefited. Both sides benefited from the quote unquote relationship, situationship, or whatever you want to call it.
so tell us about the drugs, Tyrone. How did the drugs come into play?
Man, the drugs came into play. The drugs were something that wasn't long term. That was something that was experimented with. So at the end of the day, the drug thing was not an issue until the end game. And I'm just being real about everything. I don't care what nobody has to say. I don't care what she has to say. I'm just being truthful about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
If whatever had not have happened, if whatever had not have happened, we probably would still be together. But what happened caused me to be the way I was and to react the way that I did. So,
What do you mean? The cocaine?
oh man, we're just gonna say the illicit drugs. We're not gonna say what it was.
What was your drug of choice?
My drug of choice, I don't have a drug of choice, but
I said,
I've
what
dabbled
was your
in
drug?
drugs. I've dabbled in drugs.
I mean, when you
I've
were with
dabbled in
Mimi,
drugs since the
when
since
you
the 90s, but I don't dabble in drugs anymore. You
were,
know, if you want to know what kind of drugs I did, I'm more than welcome to tell you.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you were with Mimi,
I've
what was
dabbled
it?
in I've dabbled in acid. I've dabbled in mushrooms. I've dabbled in cocaine. I've dabbled in weed, alcohol. That's those are the things that I've done.
And what was Mimi looking? What drugs was she into?
What was Mimi? What?
What drugs was she into?
What was Mimi? What?
You on a CT show, you showed like a crack
Hello,
pipe or something, right? Yeah, on CT show, you
John
showed like a
Galt.
crack.
Do
Yeah,
you
I'm
hear
here.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You on mute, John Galt. You're muted. I can't hear
Okay.
you.
Am I on muted?
I can't hear you.
Am I on muted? Anyone?
I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna come back in because I can't hear you.
All right. Do that. If you guys have any questions for Tyrone, feel free to put them in the chat. I'm kind of at a wit's end. I don't know what to ask him here. Let me get a beer though, and then he'll be right back. I mean, Tyrone seems almost sensible. Like it's almost really nowhere to go with him on this. Uh, so if you have any other, I have many questions. I have tons. Well, put them in the chat, Portia, or feel free to jump up on here. Let me put the link in the chat for anyone else that wants to jump on here. That wants to ask Tyrone some questions because he's being pretty straightforward here. There's really not much left to cover. Tyrone, what's up?
What's up, John? I mean, tell Portia, I had a drug of choice, Portia, and it was definitely cocaine and marijuana, but I don't do cocaine no more. I just smoke my marijuana like John does and I drink Miller High Life, not Miller Light,
Like, why you drink Miller High Life?
because that's what I like, John. Just like you drink Miller Light. Is that what you like?
Mm-hmm.
I see you lighting up right now. I've been lighting up, so
I like it because it's low calorie.
Low calories.
Water for me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to be a 40-ounce man back in the day, you know what I'm saying? Old English, Crazy Horse, all the malt liquors,
I think Portia's gonna come in, Tyrone, and she might jump in. Now what city are you in again, Tyrone?
I'm in Columbus, Georgia, man.
Right. I used to be down in Tuskegee, man. So I used to come to Columbus all the time.
Yeah, I know what Tuskegee is. I mean, I know exactly what Tuskegee is, and to give you a little background about myself, so I don't seem like such a big dumb nigger because of the way I acted that night. You understand what I'm saying? I've been privileged to be around a lot of people in high places. Like, I used to be in the Nation, you know what I'm saying? I used to do security for Farrakhan, the whole nine. So at the end of the day, I've been a Christian, I've been a Muslim, I've studied all kinds of religions, quote unquote, as you would call them. But at the end of the day, right now, man, I just believe that there's a creator. And at the end of the day, I'm just trying to be the best man that I can be. You understand what I'm saying?
Tyrone, you're a Trump fan or what?
I dig Trump for the simple fact that Trump is going to release the money. Trump is for everybody doing something for themselves. And I work for myself. So at the end of the day, if you can't get a job, make a job. Supply yourself with a job. It's all kind of skills. The skills out here that you can get.
Let me ask you this, Tyrone. Have the migrants affected your work situation?
How did the migrants?
Mm-hmm.
How did they affect my work situation?
Yeah.
They don't affect my work situation because at the end of the day, if you do quality work,
are there no migrants?
And you finish on time and you're a man of your word, then you won't have a problem with keeping work.
Are there no migrants in Columbus?
There are plenty of migrants here. There are plenty of migrants, but that doesn't affect my work because at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit in one place if it's not going good here for me in Columbus. Like I said, I used to remodel houses on the road for the last 10 years for the Bank of America. I used to remodel houses for Bank of America on the road for the last 10 years, me and a crew. So I just came off the road.
Were these like foreclosures?
Foreclosures, yeah. Yeah, we just go in and rehab the whole house.
Really?
Yeah. So, I know how to hang ceiling fans. I know how to do laminate. I know how to do privacy fences. I paint. I do numerous of things, man. You know what I'm saying? When I got out of prison back in '96 from my drug charge, I didn't want to go back to prison, so I got into construction, man. You know what I'm saying? I started out framing houses, and I went from there to painting. I went from painting to remodeling, and that's what I do now, remodel.
Tyrone, did you graduate high school?
I sure did.
Oh.
See, what happened with me was I wasn't a dumb person. I made dumb choices and dumb decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that?
Yeah, now you don't sound like an unintelligent person. You sound like you have sense.
Oh, I got plenty of sense. I just act other than my sense sometimes. And y'all have seen that. So we've all witnessed that.
Yeah, I told you. Anyone want to come up on the panel and talk to Tyrone or just talking Joan? I'm sure people have questions for Tyrone. It would be better if Mimi was here, where she could
She's not gonna rebut anything that I'm motherfucking saying because everything I'm motherfucking saying is the motherfucking truth.
Hey,
Period.
you got a question, Tyrone?
Were you a Muslim inside or outside the Nation of Islam? I was a Muslim inside the Nation of Islam, and I was an Orthodox Muslim after I left the nation.
But you became a Muslim inside.
I became a Muslim on the streets when I was in high school at 17 years old, was the Nation of Islam when I was first introduced to Islam, as they call Western Islam, because, you know, the people over there don't acknowledge, or they didn't acknowledge, the Nation of Islam.
Mm-hmm. Now, I know exactly what you mean. Portia says she's hopping on the panel interview. So Portia's going to hop up here in a few, Tyrone.
Hey, man, anybody can hop on the panel, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm a wide open book, man. I have nothing to hide, man. I'm just a straight up guy, bro.
Well, I mean, we've covered how you met Mimi. Anything else you want to offer until Portia gets up here? She may have some questions.
I mean, isn't anything else you want to ask? I mean, you're the moderator. You should have all the questions.
Well, you know, I was actually, well, I tried to get into the night Mimi came home and y'all got into the altercation.
But that's far and beyond, and that's over. And we've talked and we've hashed that out. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna go back through that. All I'm gonna say is, if y'all didn't catch the show that night, then hey, tell CT to release the show.
Yeah, you need to release it. Hey, did you when last time you slept with Mimi?
When last time I haven't seen Mimi in 6 months. We separated December the 9th of 2023.
Oh damn!
It's July the 1st of 2024. That's only been like 6 months.
Yeah. Hey, you got a question up on the screen.
Ask him what he thinks of How to Eat to Live by Elijah Muhammad. I used to follow How to Eat to Live, and I still follow How to Eat to Live, but I don't follow How to Eat to Live to the utmost, as it says. I don't eat the pork. I don't eat a whole lot of processed foods, a lot of sugar. But at the end of the day, that is a good book to go by if you're trying to change your diet, if you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or any other kinds of diseases. Fasting is the way. If you're able to fast, you can cure any kinds of diseases that you have in your body.
You think so?
Of course. That's scientifically proven.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Looks like we got Portia up here. Get ready for the grilling, Tyrone.
Hey, I like the grill. All meat, no vegetables, baby.
What's up, Portia?
Sounds like my kind of person. I am a Texan, and so I surely do love steak and all of that. How are you doing, John and Tyrone?
I'm fine, Portia. How are you?
I am great. You know, I've been needing this, and I'm so glad that it's finally happening. I've been experiencing emptiness since that stream, and I need closure, Tyrone. I need closure, and then I think I can move on. But so far, it's like you're not offering that closure that so many of us need.
Well, you gotta ask the questions to get your closure.
I think I'm
not a mind reader. I'm not a mind reader.
I
don't know what you want to ask.
Those questions.
I don't know what you want to ask.
Well, John has asked the questions, and you said that if you didn't see it that night, then it's over.
I'm not here. Look. I'm not here. I'm not here to throw Mimi under the bus. I'm gonna say it once again. What I said that night, the Creator, Almighty, the Most High, or whatever you want to call him, knows that I told the truth. And at the end of the day, I've been on those streams here, back and forth, and only thing I said is my truth will reveal itself. The only thing y'all got to do is just listen. That's it. Just listen.
Well, Tyrone, here's the deal.
And Portia, you know exactly what I'm talking about because you be in the chat with a whole bunch of questions. And I see those questions. That means you're thinking. That means you're thinking.
Give me a chance. Give me a chance, okay? So I moderate over on CT show. You just mentioned me being in a chat. But on that particular show that evening, that is the first and the only time that I have not took clips, recorded anything, or modded like that, because I was tuned in like nobody's business. I was so invested. So whenever I say that I remember everything like it was yesterday, I remember everything like it was yesterday.
Really?
But I will tell. Oh, yes, I do. I remember that show from start to finish. Okay. Now, you said that y'all have made amends, and that's fine. But what it seemed, and if you haven't been able to gauge that whenever you're looking or whenever you're in the chat on CT show, a lot of us are hashtag standing with Tyrone. You know, we're on your side, you know, and I'm going to give you a few reasons why. And I don't know if you guys still talk, but maybe Mimi's watching this and maybe she'll come up, because I have a few issues with Mimi. And it's issues like woman stuff that men wouldn't really understand. Okay. So I won't go into all of that, but I'm going to just say some things that might get you to kind of help us all reach our closure. Is that okay?
Of course. If I can help you reach your closure.
Thank you so much. So that evening on that show, whenever the stream started and she came up, initially, she was flirting with John in a very aggressive way. She was trying to shoot her shot at John, and from what we all saw, John wasn't going for it. Okay. And so with John's rejection, it turned into something where she was talking about how the white man is this, how all of the black women need to leave white men alone. Black men alone, how we all need to start dating white men, and N-words ain't SHIT, leave black men alone. They're this and that and everything else. She just started talking all of this horrible trash about black men, and she went on and on and on for forever about it. But now, since that stream, since she made CT take it down, basically just because we don't support women beaters, right?
I'm not a woman beater.
Right. And that's what I thought. And that's what I think, right? But ever since then, now she comes on CT's panel and she always says the black man is God. Okay. So can you help me understand why she went from telling, because I'm young, I'm in my 20s, Tyrone, and me as a young, impressionable woman, who seeks to be married and have children and things. And, we see older women, Mimi. Well, she told us that she was 51 yesterday, but you just told us that she's actually 49. So I don't know what to believe. However, she's older than
6/30/1975 is her birthday. I have no fucking reason to lie about that.
And I believe
she turned 49 yesterday.
Well, why was she lying? She's
not 50.
Why was she lying?
She's not 51. She's not 50. She's not 51. She just turned 49.
Can you explain that for us, Tyrone? Why would a woman lie?
I can't explain that, brother. I mean, you need to ask her that. I can't explain it.
Portia, can you give us why a woman would lie and say she's older than younger?
I can't actually explain that one. That's different. I think it's because she does look great for her age. But I don't even, to be honest, I don't even like the whole look good for your age thing. Because some women are just beautiful, no matter their age. And she's an attractive woman. So I guess maybe it's the thrill or something, because if she is 51 and she actually doesn't look like she's in her 50s at all.
She's not 51. She just turned 49 yesterday. 6/30/1975. You do the math. John, I've showed you the ID. That's what's on the ID from the state of Georgia, and that's what it is.
Wow.
He did do that.
Wow. So even with that, right? I just think that maybe it's like a kink thing, because the second time that she called into the show after the Tyrone fiasco, she had a young man. He actually looked to be younger than me, and she said he was like 20 something, like it was under 25. And so I guess maybe some young men like, older. I don't know why she lies about her.
It's just a fantasy. It's just a fantasy. For any young man, that's just a fantasy. Because he has so many young women to choose from. So you gotta understand, that's just a fantasy.
Is Mimi a freak, Tyrone?
Hey, man.
They want here to answer the question, Tyrone. Shit, that's what people want to know now.
Hey, man.
There's got to be something, Tyrone.
I'm gonna say she was my freak. I don't know if she's a freak now, but she was my freak.
Is she good in bed? Is she good in bed? Is she good in bed?
Is she good in bed? I mean, I would expect any woman that's her age to be good in bed, wouldn't you? I mean, like, come on, man.
So that's a yes.
Let's keep it real, man. We keeping it real, John.
So that's a yes.
Of course it would be a yes, John. Of course. If you wanted me to be honest with you, open and upright. Yes, John. Yes, John.
Tyrone, Mimi has that good, right?
I got the good too.
Oh, okay. So it's not just on her end; it's on both of y'all.
Shit. What the hell? Shit.
I understand. Well, you see, that's what I thought. It has to be incredible.
It has to be incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, to each his own. I mean, it might be incredible to me, and it might not be incredible to another man. Each his own.
The most current guy that she's introduced us to, he's very aggressive and very protective of her.
He's aggressive because there's something new to him. And hey, at the end of the day, we know how niggas just like to go and fuck. So
I want to hear your response to that. And new nigga she with, Tyrone.
I don't know nothing about that man, John. I know nothing about him.
I know. I would talk you through it.
I know you can't talk me through it because I know nothing about him.
Well, I'm gonna give you my.
We're gonna tell you about him, Tyrone. Just you're on this ride with us. Just come along. There's a lot of
ride. I'm gonna ride as long as you want to ride. If y'all want to ride, if y'all want to ride 3-4 hours, we can ride, man. I don't care.
You know, Tyrone. I make my living judging black people. You do know that, right? And
but you can't judge people, man, unless you know both sides of the story.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. And so when I look at that black man that she with, when I look at y'all two different types of black men. You know what I mean?
I'm a nigga. I'm a Negro. I'm not a nigga. I'm not an N-I-G-G-E-R. I'm a Negro, bro. Like I said, that night I was other than myself, but at the end of the day, man, I'm not no dumb nigger, bro. I'm not no dumb nigger.
I ain't saying that, but I mean, like,
I'm just saying I'm not a dumb nigger, bro. I'm not a dumb nigger.
I'm saying that, but I'm not saying he's smarter than you. I'm just saying, like,
I'm not, and that doesn't even matter. I have my own intelligence and what I know and what I believe in, just the same as him.
What I'm saying is, y'all dispositions seem different. Does that make sense? Like, you seem a little more like a rougher guy. Like, you make your living with your hand.
I make my living with my hand, but that doesn't mean that I'm a rough guy.
No, you follow my logic. Where this guy looks like he looks.
John, you hell, man. You should have been a lawyer, man. You know that? You should have been a motherfucking lawyer, man.
Nah, I've been the right
fuck real estate, man. You should have been a fucking lawyer.
But but the other guy seems, like he lived a softer life. Like he hasn't been.
Hey, man, I don't know that man, and I congratulate him. And I'm gonna say the same thing that he said that night. I ain't got nothing to do with what another man done did, or I ain't been with a woman. I ain't got nothing to do with that, bro.
No, that's true. That's true. I'm with you on that, Tyrone.
Nothing at all, bro. And as soon as we as men understand it's not ours, it's just our turn, then we'll be all right.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I think that is great wisdom. I do, especially after watching Mimi come up on the panel after you with 3 additional men. And to each their own. get it how you live. And, it's great. Do your thing. I'm not hating. It's just I have questions for you, Tyrone, that maybe you can help me answer. So I asked you about the whole white man thing and how she went on this tirade about white men for forever. Okay. And now she's saying the black man is God. So why do you think, what was the change? Whenever y'all were in a relationship, did she tell you that you were a god every day?
I was a god.
Are you still a god?
I'm just a black man. You can call me a god or whatever. I'm just a man. I'm just a black man out here that made mistakes. You understand what I'm saying? And I've corrected my mistakes, and I'm living as a better person, and I'm working, and I'm trying to be a productive citizen. That's all I'm trying to do. But as far as the black man is God, you can say that the black man is God. If you want to say, or people want to say, as what is his name, Mr. Linwood says that black was first. If we're going to say that, then yeah, the black man is God, because if God created everybody on earth and he created the black man first, then yeah, the black man is God.
So did Mimi tell you for 8 years that you were God?
She told me sometimes that I was God, king, her old man, her nigga, or whatever you want to call it.
Did she ever refer to you as Tyrone the God?
That's right. Tyrone the God. Tyrone, or whatever I was supposed to be for her at that time. Like any other woman.
Tyrone, did you ever think about marrying Mimi?
Hey man, of course. I did.
And like, what made you want to marry Mimi?
Mimi's not a bad woman, man. Believe it or not, Mimi's a good girl. And I'm not just saying that to be saying this to show face or nothing like that. But Mimi is a good girl. But we as people, myself included, we tend to do things that hurts another person. And we don't understand that we've hurt that person. And it's not that you hurt that person, it's just the principle of the thing. You understand what I'm saying? People don't understand the principle of things.
Yeah. Tyrone, I think a lot of people are already on your side, but I think you've turned a lot of people more people in your favor. You seem to be a sensible man. You're working, you know what I mean? Like you're willing to admit whatever failures you had. I think a lot of people, should give you your due credit for that.
At the end of the day, John, not to cut you off, brother, I don't want nobody to give me nothing for that. I pat myself on the back for me changing, because you know what I'm saying, I did a lot of things, like I told you, in my earlier life that I'm not proud of, for real, man. I've done a lot of things, man, unbelievable things, man, stuff I won't even mention that you would be like, God damn. Yeah, I ran the Pookie lifestyle, but I wasn't a fucking Pookie. I just did the shit, man. I didn't come from that type of family.
So I'll say the one thing about you from that stream that night, Tyrone, was how honest you were. And a lot of things that you said on that stream, most people would take to their grave. But you were so honest and forthcoming, but even in your honesty, you didn't have shame, because it takes a bold or a courageous person to do what you did that night. And I will say that. And that's the one thing that kind of got my attention and still put me in this position right now where I still feel like I need closure. So you are very tame right now. You sound totally different from what you did on that stream. So if I may ask you respectfully, whenever you called in that night, were you under the influence, sir?
I was drinking alcohol that night, but I wasn't under any drugs. I was drinking alcohol and smoking marijuana.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were just oh, John, who else is on the panel?
We have Gary. Gary?
Oh, hey, Gary.
EAE, did you smash your cousin? Of course I smashed her. She ain't my motherfucking first cousin. What the fuck?
Hey, Portia, did we do a show about this last night?
We sure did, John. We sure did. Tyrone, if you weren't watching last night, I sent John a story about a man down in Florida that
Well, I'm a man down in Georgia, so what's going on?
Well, he had 12 children total, and he had 2 children by his first cousin, his mom's daughter.
Nah, not my first cousin.
His mom's niece, his first cousin. Yes, and yeah, that happened, and then particularly on that stream, as EAE just mentioned, you told us that you had relations with your cousin. But there's no judgment here. There's no judgment here.
Hey, so at the end of the day, if you did choose to judge, I don't even give a fuck.
Was it your second cousin?
That's what we love about you. Mm-hmm.
Was it your second cousin? Which cousin was it, Tyrone?
It was a second cousin, but at the end of the day, you got to understand the dynamics of some Black families. You have grandmothers who had different children by different men instead of the same man. So at the end of the day, once that goes down, your children are not particularly related to one another anymore.
Did you have
because you changed the bloodlines? You understand what I'm saying?
So did you have a child with your cousin, or?
No. Oh. Hell no. Oh. No, Portia, stop there, man.
So that's just a step too far. No kids.
Come on, Portia.
We'll do the nasty. We'll bump and grind. Shout out to our.
No, it only happened. It only happened one time. It only happened one time, and there was a night of frolicking and just doing whatever.
Was it passionate? Tyrone?
Long walks on the beach.
I don't call it passionate, man. That was just a night of fucking just being what humans be when they go out and fucking party.
Stars in the sky, maybe? No?
Stars in the sky,
long
water in the river, or whatever you want to call it, rocks on the ground, or moon, or whatever.
Rose out of concrete, yes.
See, the whole thing about me is, and what a lot of people won't do is, a lot of people won't be honest with themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the only difference. I have nothing to hide. My mother always told me, don't do nothing that you're going to be ashamed of, and especially don't do it in front of people if you don't want to be known about. So I've taken that through my life. I don't do shit around people that I don't want them to talk about. Period.
Okay.
All right. I got a question for you.
Oh, go ahead, Gary.
Okay.
Who is this on here?
Wait, what?
Who is this?
Gary.
Oh, what's up, Gary?
I've been a fan of you ever since I saw your comments in the chat when Mimi. Yeah, I think it was like after the Rumble stream with John, and I saw how much information you were putting in the chat, and I was wondering, damn, this nigga really is spilling the beans. He might be on to something. So I truly do appreciate you.
Hey guys, let me play you this video. I'm from Alabama and Tyrone's from Georgia.
I'm from Alabama, man.
Okay, so
I'm from Alabama, John. What part of Alabama?
So the cousin thing makes more sense than yes, no.
What part of Alabama you from, John?
I'm from Anniston, man. Up in North.
Anniston. Oh, you way up north. Like I'm from a little town called Rutherford, Alabama. You understand what I'm saying? A very small town where we had outhouses. I was delivered by a midwife, me and my brother at home. So I wasn't delivered in a hospital. I'm a real motherfucker.
You know what's interesting about this is that, I left Alabama and I went to New York, and I thought it was the greatest thing ever. I went to DC, made a stop off in DC, and went to New York. I went to Bright Lights, big city. And then COVID happened. And the first place I went was Alabama. Man, I drove down there. I'm like, man, what the hell is going on there? I know they can't be doing that shit in Alabama like what they're doing up here in New York. And over the years I've come to seeing Alabama, and like Portia talks about Texas, Alabama, in a nostalgic way, and there's some bad things, of course, but when Tyrone's talking about things, it made me think about this Terrell Owens video. Has anyone ever seen this Terrell Owens video, by the way?
I'm not sure. I think you'd have to go ahead and play it so we can surmise
just play it,
whether we
though.
have or not.
So let me play this, and I think it'll put what Tyrone is saying into perspective about his cousin.
Okay. Context.
See, it was one of those relationships that he had outside of his marriage, and obviously he had me, and I didn't know, and I guess they were trying to keep it quiet, for a period of time till
your mother and your grandmother didn't tell you initially.
No. So I didn't know who my dad was, and I have two other sisters, and the older of the two sisters, I thought her dad was my dad. And so it wasn't until, like I said, it was a small town. So I stayed right across the street. I stayed with my grandmother. So my dad lived across the street and my mom stayed, elsewhere. And
I want to stop something. You remember last night portion when we were watching the nigger that killed them people down there in Florida?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you remember what I kept pointing out? I said, there's one word I want you guys to pay attention to. No one said anything. They didn't catch it. Do you remember
we
that?
didn't have any Negroes on the panel. Go ahead. Uh-huh.
Were you here? You were here. So you remember the one? You remember the one word that I thought was like the operative word, and no one else. No, it wasn't motel. but Terrell Owens just said it too, and they said it last night in the video. Let me see if you get it again.
Okay, let me see, because I know I was
listening close. Listen close.
And just like all kids play in the neighborhood, as a teenage boy started liking one of the girls in the neighborhood, and
you got to rewind it,
in the neighborhood, and teenage boy started liking one of the, and just like all kids play in the neighborhood, and my mom stayed elsewhere.
Okay, hold on.
My dad lived across the street, and my mom stayed elsewhere.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Okay. So the mom was staying in a hotel with the boyfriend and the two kids.
No, the mom stayed across the street.
The operative word is staying.
Staying. Yeah, we're talking about the story. Well, I'm talking about the story from last night, Tyrone. The mom, she was staying somewhere else.
And you just heard Terrell Owens say his mom was what? Staying
across the street.
No, she was staying somewhere. She wasn't living anywhere. His dad was living somewhere.
His dad lived across the street, but his mom was staying somewhere. Like Mimi.
It's a very operative word. Well, I don't remember Mimi saying the word, but if she did, I just think that among blacks is a very operative word that it means something. If you go up to a white person and say, "Yeah, I stay over there," they're gonna look at you like, "Okay, well, you don't have a place to live." Listen to what he says again.
My dad lived across the street, and my mom stayed. You
heard that? My dad lived, and my mom stayed.
Mm-hmm.
Those were his choices of words.
Elsewhere, and just like all kids play in the neighborhood, as a teenage boy started liking one of the girls in the neighborhood, and he caught wind of that and heard that I was liking my sister, and again he felt that he had to tell me that the girl that you in fact like, that's your sister. So
you heard that? That's Southern life. Seriously, what Tyrone just explained and what Terrell Owens just explained is really Southern life. Small towns.
I mean, but should we make it an issue? I mean, like, if you want and you do like your sister, should we judge or fault or jail people for pursuing that relationship if that's what they want?
Well, I think the problem becomes when we have a very promiscuous population. Like the Amish can do it. Wait a minute, Karen stepped off. But they're probably not as promiscuous as let's say black people in a small town. With black people in a small town, the alphas would just fuck everybody and have all the children. And you won't be able to not get around sleeping with your brother or your sister. Like Terrell Owens' daddy. Look at Terrell Owens. This nigga an alpha. This nigga still run about a 4.40 at 50 years old. His daddy created this nigga, right? Like this is a alpha nigga. His daddy was an alpha nigga. He had children all around.
are you suggesting that his relationship with his sister would potentially create an alpha child?
Well, no, I showed you a video with.
Nah, that's just a trauma. He's talking about the trauma. The trauma he inherited. That's trauma, bro. That's trauma.
What I'm talking about is just like in a closed environment, like what Tyrone is talking about. It's not so unusual to have a relationship with your second cousin. It's not so unusual for, as you can see, Terrell Owens here having a relationship with his sister. The problem becomes, like, a lot of times they don't know these things, and that becomes the conflict.
Yep.
You know, Tyrone is acknowledging that. You know, the daddy just been a Rolling Stone in a small town.
You don't know. I had a sister. I had a sister that was murdered, man. I didn't even know that was my sister until she got murdered. You understand what I'm saying?
I see that. Like, you know, you're gonna make me go back and look up George Floyd's video of his son, the old nigga, the grown nigga. He didn't know that was his dad. George Floyd just been laying dick all around the country. Wherever he got out of prison, he laid his head.
Yeah, that's true.
Made babies. And that grown boy said, I didn't even know that was my daddy. And, you know, that kind of is the way it is for a lot of, you know, in the small towns. Yeah.
Huh,
it is. I mean, much as we don't want to acknowledge it, it is like that. I mean, like, especially when I came along, it was a tight-knit community. You know what I mean? It was a small community.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tyrone, did you know that she was your cousin beforehand or after the fact?
We knew that we was cousins, but still, at the end of the day, I knew that wasn't. We didn't come from the same lineage. I mean, okay. my grandmama had multiple children by multiple men, and like I'm saying, once you have children by one man and then you go to another man, those are different bloodlines. We may say that those are our cousins, but at the end of the day, they really not, because they don't come from the same bloodline. And we had grandparents and grandmamas that would name the children after the man that they were with first. And then you got children who have names of fathers that they don't even belong to.
Okay, so Tyrone, okay, you said the same bloodline. So like whenever I think of my second cousin, like we share the same bloodline. So was this your step cousin that you slept with, or?
It was as black people say, a cousin. You understand? It was a cousin, as black people would say. But if you would go scientifically, of course we're in the same family because we're connected through the grandmother, but at the same time, we're not connected through the father, because she had children by 3 different men. My grandma had 12 children by 3 different men. She had, and right now within our family, there's controversy, there's anger, there's this, there's that, because my grandmother treated all the children different according to the men that she was with.
I mean, how did she treat them different? I mean, like, so did she show favor to the children that
she showed favoritism to the light-skinned? She showed favoritism to the light-skinned one versus the dark-skinned one, and according to who the father was, that's how she played it. And within our family right now, we still have beef, you know, and I know where it comes from, but a lot of the family don't want to acknowledge that, but I do.
Yeah, you know, I give you a story. Like, you know, my dad was like the favorite child of my grandmother, and so, you know, I was favorite because he was the favorite, and you know, he was kind of a hustling ass nigga. So she really favored him because she's somewhat dependent on him, and it's kind of the way it works in the South. You know what I mean? Like, the women choose, you know, they have to choose, you know, maybe for survival methods. And so they pick, you know, and oftentimes it becomes who's the lighter skin. You know, my grandmother was very white, had white in my dad was very fair skin, and you know, so you know what Tyrone is saying is true, in that the grandmothers they do pick, so that's true.
Okay. That's okay. Yeah. Okay. So, so I don't think that you really answered my question about her telling black women like myself to leave black men alone. And then now
I
she's
mean,
saying,
I can't answer that for her. She can only answer that.
okay, that's great. And maybe I'll ask her one day, but y'all were together for 8 years. So, you kind of know her pretty good, right? So another thing that I've noticed about Mimi since that stream that night that I need closure from is that whenever she comes onto CT's panel, because you did mention that her favorite wine is Chardonnay.
Yeah.
Chardonnay, yes. And I believe that she actually showed us a bottle of Chardonnay yesterday, if I remember correctly. And something just kind of hit me when she showed that, because I was like, Tyrone told us that. He said that.
Tyrone don't got nothing to lie about.
So if she's showing us a bottle of Chardonnay and she told us that that's what white people drink, they drink it. White people don't drink Chardonnay. Tyrone must be talking about something, right?
Right.
Right. And so he comes onto the panels, right? And then most times you can usually tell when someone is intoxicated and tipsy on the panel. On the panel. The only person that you can't really tell if they're intoxicated or not is John. Actually. Yeah.
Last night you could tell. I had to shut it down.
John actually he shut it all the way down, actually. However, John can go for 8 hours or more, and John was telling
I watched that show
last night, and he kept going back to get beers. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I'm like John. That's why I say I'm locked in. If you want to go, we can go.
Hey, I'm not mad at that. Listen, I went and got myself something to drink before I called in, so I'm right there with you. However, there are times, or most of the time when she calls in, I am of the belief that she is under the influence and she is kind of promiscuous behaving on the panel. It seems as though she's flaunting herself for some type of attention from the audience. But
she could be doing it. She could be doing it for CT to keep the views up.
That's true. That's true too. But I also something in me makes me feel like, since she knows that you're watching, that she's putting it on extra heavy for you. Have you ever felt that way?
I wouldn't say that, because she don't even know when I be on there. I'm on the show sometimes. I don't even say anything. I watch the whole show without saying anything. I watched that whole 11-hour show that y'all had. I said not one word, but I was there the whole time.
Okay, so basically you think that she is just doing it, to help out.
If she's looking for attention or whatever, that's on her. But I can't tell you why she does.
Okay. And so that's a good explanation. Like, if she is, because women on panels, especially whenever women cam up, that does, people do the men
drive the ratings up.
Yeah, it does drive ratings up. That's for sure. So that's a great explanation. I can accept that. So another thing that I would like to ask you is that particular night of that stream, beforehand, while you were in the chat and I was trying to explain to you in the chat how to click the link and join the panel because you were struggling, Mimi made the claim that you essentially follow her wherever she goes. That was her initial claim. And then as the stream continued, she then revealed that she contacted you and told her where she was, and that she was actually on the panel, and that she told you to come to the panel. So is that true? Did she actually contact you?
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. At the time my dad had passed away, and I told her that my dad has passed away, and she texted me and she was like, I'm on CT. I'm on CT right now. Check it out. I'm on CT right now. Go check it out. And that's how I got on there. But like I said, I've always looked at CT, and she turned me on to CT about 2-3 years ago. So I've been watching CT.
Okay. And so because I remember that evening you said that you were at your dad's funeral earlier in the day.
Yep.
And I was kind of like taken aback when you said, I was like, oh, wow. His dad passed away. He was at his funeral and all of that. However, now you're here and you were turned up, which is fine. I get that. But she made it seem as though you were stalking and following her around, but she actually, fact,
I don't have to stalk. I don't have to stalk nor follow her around. Like I said, I always watch CT. And like last night, I had no idea that she was gonna be on there. I had been going back and forth on the live, on the podcast all day long, and I switched back, and she was on there. It's not. I don't stalk her. I don't have a need to stalk her.
Okay. All right. So that question has been answered. Okay. Another question. That night you did tell us, you shared a lot of information with us, which I do applaud you for doing. Because like I said, some of the things that you said, if it were me, I would take these things to my grave. However, you're just a very open and honest person. And you start to tell us about your former addictions. And you said that your family has tried to arrange like, I forget what they're called. Yeah, interventions with you. And you just told them basically to stop wasting their time because you actually love that substance and you're never going to stop. But today you're telling us that you don't use that substance anymore.
At that time of the intervention, that was my answer. Now that I've grown and outgrown that, no, I don't do cocaine anymore. I smoke weed and drink beer.
Okay. All right, so you no longer use. Okay, so that's okay. But you did show us on camera. You said it was a meth pipe, and you said that Mimi left her meth pipe at your home. So was that a mistake or?
No, that was not a mistake. Like I said, I have nothing to lie about. I've told the God honest truth about everything I said.
All right, so we I guess just with this, conversation that we're having right now, we can, go ahead and confirm that it was in fact a meth pipe and it was Mimi. So you then mentioned, and since you listen to the show all the time, you're familiar with HB.
Yes.
He's mentioned on multiple occasions about Mimi eating the groceries and things like that. And on the night on that stream, you told us, and then even in her drunken slumber before she started crying, she said that she sort of licked every inch of you essentially, but especially eating the groceries. But you did confirm that she did that. Was that something that you did not mean to say?
Man, hey, people have sexual exploitations that they have when we're doing other things than what we normally do. So, hey.
Okay, so I'm going to lean on the yes.
Hey, Portia. I've been to jail and arrested plenty of times, so y'all can come with the questions all kind of way y'all want to come with them. I'm very versed in the questions that the law has.
Well, let me ask you this question then. Did y'all kiss after she
Come on, John, man. We was in a relationship. Come on, man. You mean to tell me you ain't never been with a woman that you had sex with, that after y'all had sex that y'all was intimately kissing and whatever? Come on, man. We gonna keep this real, John, man. Stop that, bro. Come on, man.
She would lick your ass and you would kiss her.
Come on, man. Didn't I just tell you, man?
You can be soft with it. You can be soft with a question, John.
She said you can be soft with a question. He can be hard as he want to be.
We can say you don't have to say directly. She was.
Hey, he can be as hard as he want to be. My answer is gonna be what my answer
what sounds better, Tyrone? So if I say to you, "Hey, Tyrone, was Mimi licking your dookie hole?" Does that sound better?
If I wanted to be straight up with you, guess what I say? Oh, yes, Portia, but I'm not saying that she did. I would say, yes, Portia, because at the end of the day, I have nothing to hide, Portia. I'm a grown-ass 52-year-old man. I ain't got nothing to hide in this life, man. I ain't got too much longer left on this motherfucker. So what the hell do I got to hide? The only thing I have is my voice. And I'm going to let that motherfucker ring, period.
Okay, sorry, I had to step away, Amazon. So you said that the dookie hole thing
and DMville, you ain't never ate no pussy and kissed a girl. You taste you taste your own groceries too, bro. Stop the madness, man. Just be honest about it, bro. You can't shame me.
And you know what, Tyrone? That's the other thing about you that so many of us
Motherfucker
love.
trying to shame me and know they did it. That's the only difference between us. I'm gonna motherfucking admit it, and they gonna push the foot around and act like they ain't did it. And then some of these motherfuckers probably, hey, a lot of these motherfuckers probably had sex with their cousin and won't even tell you. They're not man enough to admit it because coming up in the country where I grew up at, that's who you experience things with your cousins and your best friends and all that shit. So for them to sit here and try to act like it's abnormal or it's not right, they'll fucking lie, man. Come on, man. We're gonna keep
who are
this
they
shit
to judge
real.
you, right? So, like, you know,
I'm
Tyrone,
not worried about nobody judging me, like I just told you.
Tyrone, like, hear me out. Okay, so you know the singer Tank, he said that he loves getting his dookie hole licked by a woman. And he said that if you suck a man's dick, that you're not gay. So since you said that some men aren't honest and open about these things, do you think that some of the men that are in denial that they actually like spread their legs open for a woman to do it?
They do. They go down through the Justice League. They let her go down through the Justice League, but they so-called quote unquote masculine that they won't tell it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of undercover that got their booties licked and they ain't gonna tell you because people do wild shit when they got them having a so-called quote unquote good time.
And do you think that people can have a good time like this without being under the influence, or do you think that they need?
Of course, you have people that do it that are not under the influence. Of course, I mean it's sex. I mean, come on, everybody get nasty as they want to be, like 2 Live Crew, nasty as you want to be. S&M, bring your dick sucking friends, the whole 9. Y'all know that we listen to that shit, John. Come on, man, don't pretend.
Hey,
I understand. John, what do you have to say about this?
Hey, well, you know, Portia, that was a TV show. It was a black TV show. I can't remember the name of it. It was about, and it had a man. It was a pimp show or something. Someone in the chat, maybe they can tell us what the name of that show is. But it was about like, it may have been about like some LGBT type pimping type shit. But a lot of women watched it. There was a man who like, there was a one of the image that had a man like spread eagle, I guess, so the woman could lick his ass. Does anyone remember that TV show? It was a black show. I can't remember the name of it.
No, we don't remember that one, John. I mean, like, what you been looking at? Bombs off of Broadway?
No, it was one of them black shows off Netflix. It was a Netflix or HBO, but it was about a pimp, a madam, or some shit. Now it wasn't Empire. It was like a pimp or madam or something. It was I can't remember. But anyway, in one of the episodes, it wasn't Hustle and Flow, but it was something along those lines. And they showed the guy with his legs spread eagle or something. I guess for
he was on his back. On his back.
He may be on, yeah.
He was on his back.
It was damn. It was I can't remember the name of that show, but I'm wondering like,
What's to say he was on his back?
I'm not sure. I mean, because you know, if they're listen, you know, women are typically the ones that lay on their backs whenever men do their business to the women. But I figure if you want a proper experience, if that's something that you enjoy, you might lay on your back for it. Because you know, I don't know. Tyrone, there's a question for you in the chat by Daniel. He says, did you ever fart in her face? Did you ever fart in Mimi's face?
Come on, man. This man is being really grotesque, man. I mean, like, really, bro?
What was it?
That's why I told John to be soft. I told John to be soft.
It's not a problem answering.
It was like the TV show was like a pimp woman. Here's Imperius. He may know the name of the show. I doubt it. But the name of the
hey, John, what is this degeneracy you're promoting up here? I mean, Portia's all talking about blowjobs and rim jobs and golden showers and rusty trombones and 30 Sanchez's. I mean, Portia, come on, Portia.
Sex and period, sex.
Yes. Imperius, if I need to catch you up to speed, there was, I mean, what was this, like a month or 2 months ago?
Yeah, it was a while.
CT had a live stream and he allowed John to take over, and we went like 8 hours after the stream. So this stream actually exceeded the 12-hour mark. And Mimi, this was her first time ever calling into the show. And so she starts talking about how the white man is God and how black women should leave black men alone and how black women should pursue relationships with white men. And she went on a tirade about it.
Wait, is this the same Mimi that was all talking about how black men are gods every day?
Exactly. Yes. Sir.
So she's just a hypocrite. So she just jumps from dude to dude.
Exactly. And so on this stream, Imperious, just to give you some backstory on this stream, the man that we're talking to right now, Tyrone Sly, he ended up calling into the show, but she told us that Tyrone was stalking her, and he stalks her, so that's how he found out where she was. And then he ends up coming on the panel and he tells his side of the story, and he starts to tell us things that she's done to him, and then she actually confirms it after she cried a little bit. And it's not so much so me talking about these things in a promiscuous sexual way. It's just me.
Don't lie, Portia. You're all into that. Girls are freaks, dude. Come on. You guys are way bigger freaks than dudes are.
Well, no, Imperious.
Exactly, Imperious. Exactly.
I'm talking about it because a lot of us were left empty-handed, and then after that stream, like CT deleted it, right? So no one else could see it. And so Tyrone is actually banned from ever coming onto CT's panel because of Mimi. And Mimi said all of this stuff about Tyrone. She said he beat her up. She said he forced her.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, when you fuck a girl and you get her dick drunk where she's all into you and she can't fucking forget about you because you fucked her really good, a woman is so ashamed of that because that's the role they're supposed to have. You're supposed to be fucking all pussy whipped over them, not them being dick drunk over you. So it's a way different thing. Which she's ashamed. She's ashamed. He fucking put it to her and he did all this fucking degrading shit to her and she got nothing out of it. So she's got to fucking make up a story to where she seems like a victim. I mean, that's the same story. I mean, I heard that hundreds of times in college, dude. Come on, man. This is like normal.
Imperious, this is truly, I mean, like Tyrone said at the beginning of this, if you weren't there and you didn't see it, it sucks. And a lot of us have had to accept that because a lot of us were actually there that night. And so Samuel actually says he's banned from going on the panel to talk about that. CT never banned him entirely. But Samuel, I want to let you know that CT actually, in fact, did ban him entirely from hitting the panel at all.
That's CT's issue with simping over women. Like I would never take a woman's side over a man's side in anything. So it doesn't matter.
Am I too late?
I wouldn't care what it is. Like, I'm not going to believe a woman because they're next of kin to chaos.
Back. Do I need to?
No, you're fine, Push. No, you're fine.
Like, CT should know. Being in Greek life, he should know this by now. That women will make up any story if it means their reputation is preserved. Like, I don't understand, like, why I've said this before to him. I said, hey, CT, you gotta ban these chicks off. Just get them out of here when I'm here. Because and unfortunately, where I come from, women are to be seen and not heard. They sit back there, look pretty, and help all the guys do everything. That's it. Like, they're not there. Like, Portia, even you argue, you're still, you're a cool chick. You're my homie. But what I'm saying is, there's still no way. I don't want a woman talking when I'm talking. Like, that's real. That's how a lot of the real most powerful men talking.
He's breaking up.
We don't want somebody else interfering or we want.
Breaking up, bad connection. Yeah.
Hey,
it reminds me of The Handmaid's Tale. The Handmaid's Tale. Yeah.
No, it's not The Handmaid's Tale. Women are happier when they have a guy telling them everything what to do. Women don't want to think. They just want to be. Women don't want to sit around thinking like, oh my God, what do I've got to go buy? What have I got to go buy now? I've got to keep these bills up. I've got to keep this bill up. I got to pay rent. I got to worry about the kid. No, women want to just, the song Girls Just Want to Have Fun? That's the basic what women want. They just want to, they want to flounce around, and they just want to they just want to live in a childlike state with no responsibility. That's all.
Well, I don't necessarily.
It's not a hate. It's just what women are.
Yeah, maybe white women, because that's what you're into, right? Maybe white women. Yeah.
No, I like all kind of women. I've dated 5 black girls in my life. I've dated Middle Eastern women. I've dated some. I've never dated a full Asian, but I've dated Latin women, white women. No, dude. In general, like women, when the more you get to know them, the closer you are to them, you realize what they generally want is just everything taken off their hands, and for them to just flounce around like a kid that's just in a fuck. Like they want to be 13-year-old girls in Forever 21. That's how they want to live their life.
I won't necessarily agree with that beyond the perspective of I do prefer a man that is alpha, that does control and tells me what he likes, what he needs. And I learned that and I tend to that and I cater to that. But we're actually talking about Tyrone and Mimi right now. And so I don't want us to get away from the fact that we are having an incredible moment that we've been waiting for 2 months. So, Imperious, since you're here, if you could share so that before I ask my next question to Tyrone, since we do have an additional panelist, Imperious, from what you have seen of Mimi thus far, because I know that you weren't there for that evening where all of this went down. What are your opinions of Mimi? What do you think of Mimi? Whenever she's on the panel, whenever she answers phone calls, whenever she has different men up there with her, like what are your opinions?
I already said, I think the first time I talked to her, I said she has histrionic personality disorder. So yeah, it's pretty obvious. I mean,
okay,
been around enough women.
Would you like to explain what that
histrionic personality disorder, I mean, again, I'm not a board certified psychiatrist, but it's a cluster B type personality disorder where everything is chaotic, everything is unbalanced, everything is extremes. It's emotional extremes, emotional manipulation, using emotions to manipulate situations to their advantage. It's one of the 4 or 5 cluster Bs. It's different than like what is the other one? Borderline personality, because borderline's a little bit different to where they're narcissistic. Well, she has some borderline tendencies because she is narcissistic, but the way that she starts screaming and getting emotionally hysterical is more of a histrionic kind of symptom. Like borderline personality people usually get very like vengeful and stuff, but they do it like quietly and they try to like ruin people's lives because of their narcissism. But histrionic is more like what Amber Heard had.
Okay, thank you, Imperious. Tyrone, do you have a response to that before I get to the...
Hey, Imperious should be a motherfucking doctor.
Well, he's an attorney. He's a lawyer.
Same motherfucking thing. Both of the motherfuckers lie. So at the end of the day, it's all good.
He's a JD, so he's a doctor of law, you know?
Oh yeah, they all lie. It's the same damn thing. So hey, he gonna tell the truth right here. But when it comes to the goddamn real shit, he's gonna make his money. So I understand. I dig Imperious.
Hey, Portia.
Yes, John.
You know, Imperious has a kind of a what would you call the word? His point of view about men. Is that kind of what would you say? That's misogynistic. I wouldn't characterize it.
I believe that's what feminists would call it. But a lot of things that he said in his little diatribe that he just went on, I do agree with. I don't agree with everything, but some things I do agree with. I'm a Southern girl and I was raised very traditionally, so I get it. But it's just some things I'm just not.
It's just harsh to hear because it hasn't been said in a long time. That's all.
Yeah, Imperious is a man's man, like our granddad.
It's just because nobody said these things in very long. Like my dad was the same way. He told me, he's like, "Kid, you're a fucking child. You should be seen on her. Get the fuck out of here." In so many words.
Hey, Pierce, have you ever seen Peaky Blinders?
Yeah, of course. I love that show.
Do you remember this episode from Peaky Blinders? What that woman told the man?
Oh God, there's 7 seasons. I'd have to rewatch them all. But
yeah, man, John, you're a motherfucker, boy.
I mean, Johnny, you're gonna kill me. I'm picking one simple scene. I mean, there's a lot of scenes where there's female manipulation in that show.
I'm gonna play.
Man, John's a real motherfucking G, man.
Hold on. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes,
This
we
man a
are.
real fucking
Could you make
G,
it
man.
And I probably shouldn't be playing this, but we're just gonna play a quick snippet.
Could you
This
make
damn
it
man
bigger?
pettier than me, man.
You see what it says? In the words of my sinful Catholic mother, right? You can all see that, right?
Yes, John.
All right, let's go.
Keep his balls empty and his belly full.
Oh, okay. That was
That show's really great, dude. It has some great writing, dude. Great show.
Man.
Can't wait till the movie comes out.
I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight to what the topic of the show is, because if y'all don't know this,
We're not losing sight, Portia. We're not losing sight.
Yeah,
Ask your next question. Ask your next question, Portia. Ask your next question.
Since John,
We're not losing sight.
thank you, Tyrone Sly. Okay, so since John just showed us that video, before I ask my next question, I'm going to ask this question: did Mimi do that for you, sir?
Keep my balls empty.
And your belly full?
Of course. I keep telling you, Mimi was a good girl. She just, like anybody, like me, myself, we all have our fucking ways. And sometimes we act other than ourselves that cause people, you know what I'm saying, to feel a different way about you. And Mimi was a good girl. I'm not even gonna sit here in front. And like I said before, I'm not saying this just to be saying it. I'm being honest. I'm telling you the God honest truth.
No, dude, you're kind of caught in the crossfire. You're getting punished for fucking the misleading statements of other people. You should be more pissed than how you are, not at her, but just the fact that she wasn't honest, and you had to suffer the repercussions.
I have no reason to be upset, because at the end of the day, truth stands alone. And as I said in the comments, sometimes my truth shall prevail, and that's all I got to say about it.
And that's what we want to happen tonight. We want your truth to prevail. So
I get you, dude. And the unfortunate thing is, in this world, dude, the truth sometimes doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the truth is.
It always matters to me, because at the end of the day, I'm vindicated, and I'm not worried about what nobody else thinks about the truth.
I bet Mimi. Hold on,
It matters right now. The truth matters right now. Go ahead, John.
I bet Mimi's on Flow State right now, somewhere like that. Someone probably could find her, bring her over here.
Who is this? Is this Rashu? Who's on the panel now?
Yeah, this Rashu. What's up, Rashu?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, Portia, how you doing?
I am great. So I want to ask my next question. John, you go ahead, but I want to ask.
You go ahead. Answer your question.
John, and I do apologize. It's just that you said that you were at a loss for words and you really didn't know what to ask.
It's all on you, Portia.
Okay, thank you so very kindly, sir. All right, so Tyrone, now I've been trying to take it easy on my questions, but I'm just gonna kind of amp it up a little bit more as we go on. Are you okay?
You should have been amped it up. You should have been amped it up. This is real chaotic truth, mother. This some real shit. So you should have been amped it up.
This is the urban landlord that you're on right now. So
all this coincides because it happened inside of goddamn a property. So this is urban landlord related.
Okay, well, great. So, I mean, you already said that I don't need to go soft or anything like that. So going forward, I just want to let you know that I'm not going to do that. So, okay. So now we're arriving to the point of the domestic abuse. And this is why you are not allowed at all to join CT's panels, because you have been accused of beating her ass, like basically tearing her up to a point to where she told us that she filed charges against you and that you can actually go to Georgia and look it up, because obviously things like that are public record. And she said that you really beat her into a bloody pulp. Now, she says that, and I don't know it. I know y'all know that I work for CT, but I don't know all of the inner workings as it regards to Mimi. So she says that you, and she said this that night on that stream, if you remember, that you beat her up, like you just ragdolled her, and that she has a restraining order against you and all of these other things. So I would like to ask, first, did you ragdoll her and beat her to a bloody pulp? And secondly, I would like to ask, do you have a restraining order on you by way of Mimi because of what you did to harm her? abusively and physically?
For one, that's disingenuous, and there's a lie. I didn't beat her to a fucking pulp. If
She said you gave her a
anybody,
black
if
eye
anybody, no,
and you
no,
knocked
no,
out her
no,
tooth.
no,
She said you
no,
knocked
no.
out her tooth and
Does
gave
she
her
look like
a
she got
black eye.
missing teeth? Does she look like she have missing teeth?
I think she said you broke her ribs. Did you break her ribs?
Yeah, she said you broke her ribs.
No,
Also.
nobody broke no ribs. Just like she said, I
Oh,
broke
okay,
her
hold
jaw.
on. If he would
Nobody
have done
broke
this
her
kind of
jaw.
damage, he would have been arrested for like attempted
Nobody
murder.
broke her jaw. And this is what I'm going to offer to you guys. If y'all want to do a background check on me, period, concerning her, I give y'all my motherfucking social security number, my motherfucking name, my whole nine, and you will see no
Tyrone, I don't
charges.
want to.
You will see no charges. You will see no charges pressed against me concerning me. Period. Period. Point blank.
So I don't. I just want to let you know. Please do not post that information in the private chat. We do not
No,
need
I'm
that
just
information.
saying. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to show everybody that I'm real and genuine about what the fuck I'm saying. I have no reason to come on these
Tyrone,
motherfucking
we
lies.
have a question from one of our. Well, I know we're on John's channel, but for CT's channel, from one of the day ones. This is the lovely Roz girl, and she's Roz girl. She doesn't really need an introduction just because of who she is. However, she says, "Okay, sir, did you hit her? Did you beat her? Did you put your hands on her violently?"
I didn't beat her. I did not beat her, but I did hit her. And like I said that night on the show, I'm not proud of that. Period. That's what I said, and that's what I've always said. But at the end of the day, nobody knows what I went through. Nobody knows how a person is going to react to a situation.
Well, that's my question. Was there reciprocal violence?
Not saying that is an excuse. Go ahead and
was there reciprocal violence? Was it violence on both sides? Was there violence on both sides?
It's always reciprocal violence, whether it's physical, whether it's emotional, or whatever you want to call it. Verbal, it's all goddamn abuse.
No, but I mean, it just specifically, did she physically hit?
I'm not saying that I'm proud that I had to put my hands on her or anything like that. I don't want anybody to feel like that or think that I'm saying that. But at the end of the day, hey man, don't nobody know what the fuck I went through.
Okay,
period.
So but before you go on, Tyrone, I must ask, because she said that she was in the hospital and that you broke her ribs, both left and right.
Listen to him, Piers.
And you swelled.
If I had broke somebody's fucking ribs, come on, man.
I mean, if anything, I can guarantee you. Okay, if he hit her, that's probably simple battery. But if he broke her ribs and beat the shit out of her, like you guys are talking, that would have been attempted murder. That would have been assault. I mean, that would have been assault with grave bodily intent. That would have been like a much higher charge, and he would have had a felony charge on that.
Bro, hey, Imperious, we don't have any. I don't have any charges concerning her about domestic violence. Man, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't believe anything she says unless, again, to me, you're innocent until proven guilty, dude.
I have hit her, and we had little disputes. But as far as the police, man, the police was never called. I'm not charged with anything.
But if you go back to that night, Tyrone, if you go back to that night, because Black Knight was there, and I think that Rashu was there for a little bit. However, she said that she did call the cops, and she said that she did press charges on you, and she also said
that's a lie, man. That's a lie.
But hold on,
y'all want my social security number?
No, we do not. Do not give that to us because we do not.
I want y'all to do a background check on me concerning her.
No,
so y'all can prove. So you can prove that this shit is wrong. That's what I want. That's what I want.
All he has to do is just show his job. If he has a decent job, they wouldn't hire him if he had a felony battery. Come on.
And Piers, I work for myself in Piers, but at the end of the day, if I was working for somebody, that's not the case in Piers. I've never been charged with anything concerning her. Period.
Okay, so
my bad, Portia.
Everybody,
go ahead.
Everybody that's listening right now, they weren't there that night, like myself, John, and Rashu. Black Knight, Richard, gosh, Garion was there for a little bit. There were a few of us that were there that
I
night.
know
But
who I was there. I
but
know exactly who
however,
I was there.
I
but
think I
said,
hosted a little bit while
yeah,
CC went out, and it was just me
yeah,
and
you
me,
did,
right?
Rashu, you did. And so, like, the thing is that she said that there was ambulances involved, police officers involved, and she
No,
said
it wasn't. No, it
she
was
went
not.
on the
No,
road.
no, it
And
wasn't.
Rashu can back me up. She said, y'all can go to the Georgia, whatever, right now.
And that's what I'm telling y'all. I give y'all my social security number so y'all can look it up. And y'all will be like, ain't shit on that motherfucker. Ain't shit on that motherfucker.
We don't need that. We don't need that. This is just us having a
No,
conversation.
we don't need that. And you kind of can
I'm
tell
just saying,
from
man.
letting her
I'm just
talk.
saying, man. I'm just saying. I'm an honest motherfucking person. One thing that I'm gonna fucking do is admit what the fuck I've done and admit what the fuck I didn't do. That's what the fuck I'm gonna do. Period. I ain't got shit to hide from no motherfucking body, man. Nobody.
Yeah, I don't
One of
think
the things that
he seems more credible than she is. The problem is that every time anyone's talked to her, every time she's been up on the pan, she lies on every side of her mouth. She's a habitual liar.
does, yeah, she
So
does.
so you can't. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, he sounds just to me more credible than she is because he has no real evidence of lying. If he's willing to put his social security number out there and say, hey, look me up, I can guarantee you I don't have any fucking charges on me, then everything she said, look, with the extent that she was describing, there is not a DA in the country that wouldn't have charged that. Okay? That is political suicide
Not one.
if you don't charge a fucking domestic violence like that.
Come on, man.
And
Because she didn't call no police. There wasn't no police involved. Wasn't even like that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A female like that is just a habitual liar because she seems like an attention seeker. And if you let her talk long enough, you'll see that too. So it's not that like for example, that military guy that she had on there the last time, right? He seemed like a decent guy. He didn't seem like he was some degenerate. So it's not like she's picking bad guys. It just seems like she has some issues going on with her. And maybe she uses guys, as a crutch to a degree. But if you let her talk long enough, you'll understand that she is not firing on all 6 cylinders under the hood. You know what I mean?
She just seems very manipulative. That's all. She seems very manipulative. She seems, like I said, if she's going around saying, like every time I've heard her, black man is God, and then she 6 months ago saying white man is God. She's just somebody out there trying to like antagonize and be. That's what a histrionic personality is. They're just out there to cause chaos.
You said it earlier, Imperius. You said, and I agree with you. Some women, most women, just want to sit back and be told what to do, right? And it seems like she's going out here trying to find the men that can do that. But at the same time, those type of men aren't going to commit to her because of her personality.
But Rashu, can you say that? Is that a fair statement? Because the Marine, the former Marine, the veteran, and of course, shout out to him.
Nigga say anything for some pussy.
That guy, what about him? He seems loyal. He seems loyal to her.
A nigga
say anything he's loyal for the next 2-3 weeks.
A nigga say anything for some pussy, Portia. A nigga will say anything for some pussy, Portia. A nigga will say anything for some pussy, Portia.
He got the boom boom before he got up on the panel.
Will say anything for some pussy, Portia.
I'm inclined to believe that he got the poom poom before he hit the panel. He had to.
Exactly.
You already said it was good. You said she had that good, and she called you the black god. So she had to have put it on him, Tyrone.
That's probably what made him get on the panel, Portia.
Exactly, because it was that good. Listen, it's good like that. It's good like that.
Thanks.
What I'm saying is
no 50-year-old is that good. Come on, guys. Let's go. Come on. No 50-year-old is that good.
She's not 50. Tyrone told us she's not 50.
If we can
believe no girl, no woman past 25 is worth going like that for.
If we can believe the fact that that guy was accoladed as he was, right, and his kids and all this other stuff, right? A guy like that is not going to settle down with a what's her name, Mimi. I'm sorry. They're going to see all the red flags from the beginning. But that does not mean that this guy's not going to go over there, you know, once a month, twice a month, and beat her back out. That's two different things.
Yeah, men can separate the physical act from the emotional connection very easily. It's not that hard.
Exactly.
I mean, you're not even, as a dude, you're not even trying. If you're in a relationship with somebody, you're actually putting forth effort to still care about, you know, how attracted they are, fucking them, whatever. But when you just out in a it's a different situation when you're just looking for something to have sex with. That's different.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
but the thing is like she just manipulated the guy's ego. She probably fucked him and then told him, "Oh yeah, go up there and defend me, and I'll fuck you again." And that's the thing. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're a dude and you're speaking, and you're using a woman as some kind of like measuring stick or what a woman thinks or what, that's very, very that's very low to me. That's low on the totem pole shit because
Superficial.
a woman will not a woman will do whatever it is advantageous to her. If tomorrow the socially popular thing was to fuck midgets, she'd fuck a midget and she'd say, "Oh, if you're not 2'5", you're not gonna get me." They don't care. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, guys, you women are very, very aware of how weak, incapable of survival on their own they are. That's why they have to constantly be reassured that they're capable of doing things, because they know deep down they can't. Women will tell you, if you listen, that they are useless. That's why women will tell you, "I don't know why I did this. I fucked it up and I don't know why. I act this crazy and I don't know why." God, like, I lived maybe 30 feet from 150 of them. They're all crazy, dude. They can't control themselves.
I don't disagree with you to a degree, but let's be honest, man. People like Portia, they're high functioning women. You know what I mean? Like, there are outliers out there that shit could probably help me on certain things, help me see certain things. So I'm not gonna sit up here and act like all of them are like that. But I'm pretty sure a woman like Portia it's probably harder for her to find the type of dude that she wants, because most dudes, they don't really like a woman that is so, you know, how can I say, high functioning, right?
No, I mean, I don't mind a woman that's functioning. Just shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Like, that's all. It's very simple. I mean, Lycus talked about it. He said, long hair, sex anytime, stay thin, and shut the fuck up. Like, that's kind of it, dude.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Let me check the chats. I was going to see if there are any more questions for Tyrone or Portia, because I need to get ready for this show tonight. Our debut of HB and John Galt going trucking. I hope you guys, if you're up, you can tune in. We'll probably be streaming.
I think the reason why Portia's so into this topic is she's trying to try this all out. She's writing all these notes down, going to try it out with her next dude.
I don't think Portia's gonna let anyone whoop on her. I don't think
Portia has a dude.
Here's what I think. Honestly,
thank you so much, Rashu. I do have a dude, and y'all might be hearing from him soon. However, the thing is that I'm a Texan, so I shoot first and ask questions later. So it's one of those things, like, just don't do it with me. The reason why I'm interested in this conversation is because Tyrone got silenced, and that night, Tyrone was just talking to us and telling us, and Mimi just quite literally what a lot of women do. She just ran this man through the mud, and it was very entertaining. Don't get me wrong, but for all of the things that she said, and the thing is that most of y'all didn't see it. Those of us that were there, we saw it. But for all of the things that she said that night, since she's been back on the panel, she has not represented any of the things that she said that night. But we never got to hear from Tyrone again because he's banned from CT's panels. So what I'm doing is asking him questions that other people from CT's chat have been asking for, quote unquote, closure. And so for those of you that were there, like Rashu, John, we were there. y'all know how it was, and y'all know the slander and all of the things that she put on a man's name. And so to me, a woman who says that the black man is God, I would dare not think that you would do and or say those things if they were not true. And
Hey,
this is not
Portia,
me
I don't.
denying truth and whatnot and all of those
She
other
don't
things.
believe that though. She says that to whatever guy she's with. That's what she's
Hey,
a
but
dude.
hey, I don't know. I don't know.
If she was saying
That's why
6
we
months
wanted to
ago,
talk
white
about
man
it.
is God.
Well, it was a couple of months ago. It was probably about 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. She was saying that the white man was, but now the black man is, and that's what she says every single time. And so we wanted to get the side of the guy that she was in a relationship with for 8 years. That's it. That's
No, I
all.
get you. I get you. What I'm saying is, like, the reason she says that is because she realizes that this is why when people on on CT's channel talk about women and pussy, I go off because I'm like, you guys are simps, dude. You're like worshiping something that there's 4 billion of in the world. You're worshiping something that literally is not beautiful to look at. It looks like a fucking axe wound. Like, it's not like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the actual fucking, like, people like are such simps, like they haven't had it enough. This is what I'm saying. It's really just a supply and demand issue. If everyone had Jordans, no one would care about Jordans. If everyone had a fucking Benz, no one would care about a Benz. The only reason is because it's a bunch of dudes like that guy. Who was the dude that was on yesterday? The black dude that was talking about, I'm married and you're an incel. You're like, dude, I'd rather be an incel than some simp that's fucking. If I was an incel, let's say if I was a guy who was a virgin my whole life, I'd be more proud to be a virgin that was not controlled by a woman than I would be to a guy who's fucked 100 girls and who's been manipulated and thrown in jail and had charges and had fucking shit stolen from him and got into drama because of a woman.
Right.
Like, for God's sake.
I agree with that. But you, as a virgin, you wouldn't even know that.
But that's my point. You'd be living in complete bastion of ignorance.
Yeah. I get it. It's like John says all the time. A lot of guys think with their dick, right? They always want pussy instead of trying to, find some value in life by building.
Like, I've eaten out fucking pussy that's fucking girls that are bomb, and it's still a pussy. It's still the same fucking thing. Like, it's not like this magical, like, whole, like, this magical center of the world. Literally, I don't know, like, I feel like people haven't fingered enough chicks to actually, like, feel what it feels like and, like, touch. It's not like some beautiful thing, dude.
It Piers, you're the man. You're the man, it Piers.
I mean, not only that,
I think, before I end this show, again, I have to get ready for this 2:00 show. But you guys that are up that can see the show, welcome. You can join the panel, or you can just listen. It's up to you. But for you guys that aren't able to hear it live, you'll be able to catch snippets of it or the whole thing after the fact. It'll be up on my channel. But I think it's going to be interesting. It may start off a little, herky jerky there, a little rough. But I think the market for it, I think the content and the back and forth banter between HB and me would be pretty good. So if you're up, feel free to join tonight. Portia, I knew you had a lot to say for Tyrone.
Yes, I did, but it just kind of went. I mean, I felt like we were doing pretty good, and even with Tyrone, the interaction, the back and forth, and just us trying to get to know him better and get to the bottom of things. But it just kind of went south. So I think that this is a great time to just go ahead and end it. So yeah.
Hey, Portia.
Go ahead and
Hey,
shut
Portia.
it down.
Go ahead, Tyrone.
Hey, Portia.
Tyrone, thank you so much. Thank you
Hey,
so
Portia.
much.
Don't be accusing me of derailing things.
Peep this, Portia. Peep this, Portia. We can do a little part 2, and you can go and write you some questions down.
That would be great, Tyrone.
We can come back to John Galt and we can do a part 2, because like I said, man, hey, I don't give a damn what kind of questions y'all ask me, man. I'm gonna answer it, man. Y'all like to talk about niggas versus goddamn what y'all call black people, you know what I'm saying? I was a black people that became a nigger.
That's me and
I did nigger shit. I did nigger shit.
Yeah.
I did nigger shit, and I can tell y'all a whole lot of shit that will mesmerize you. You understand what I'm saying?
I
We
would
may
also
get into
like
that.
John, I think it would be cool, like, to hear some of Tyrone, if you're up to it, like your experiences, like while you were like locked up. But Tyrone, I would like to say thank you, and I appreciate you for actually coming. And John, especially to you, thank you for allowing him to be on your platform, because CT won't let him. But I think that after today, I'm going to have a talk. I'll try to reach out to CT and see what we can do, because Tyrone, like, I'm not gonna lie.
I ain't that big black nigga.
I
What
mean,
is this What is this racism, Portia? No thanking me. What is this?
I'm not that big black nigga.
This is some damn bigotry. This is bigotry. This is white boy. This is white boy summer. This is White History Month.
Yeah, I want to come over
and I can't wait for you guys to get in on it. However, it's just that I think that you would be great on the panel, and I know that you understand that if you hit CT's panel, you're not going to be speaking on Mimi. But of course, Tyrone, you do understand that if you are in fact on the panel, Mimi will come up, and I do assume.
Yeah, we should have a brawl. They should go 1-on-1 for like 20 minutes, just them two.
No, that cannot happen. That cannot happen at all.
That would be amazing. That'd be 500 plus viewers.
No, CT and his wife will not allow that under any
Let's get the views up, motherfuckers. Fuck all that.
His wife and himself, they will not allow that at all. But like, if I can talk to them and just see about you just being able to join the panel, just to join the discussion about whatever it is that we're talking about, I'll see if we can make that happen.
Is CT's wife a ball buster, Portia?
Oh yeah, Portia, because you know,
no,
I'm not.
His wife is incredible. She's great. She really is. She's a wonderful woman. And she's very supportive of CT, and I love that about their relationship. She just rides for him and she rocks for him. She's really great. However, Tyrone, I want to thank you again for being here, for talking to us, and even like whenever John was trying earlier, and you were just kind of shutting it down. Thank you for opening up a bit more. And I do look forward to the part 2, and I expect it to be great. And you're a great panelist, Tyrone, for sure. So thank you. Thank you, Imperious, Rashu, and John, and I'm going to hop down so you can go ahead.
Don't hop down yet, Portia. I wanted to ask Tyrone a couple more questions before, since you mentioned the incarceration thing. Tyrone, how long were you in prison?
I went to prison for 2 years in 1996 for possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. I did my time. I got out, and I've been working ever since, because I didn't want to go back to prison. I didn't like the atmosphere. I didn't like nothing about it. So, like I said, I wasn't raised the way that I went. It was the choices I made. It had nothing to do with my parents or nothing to do with my family. It was all the decisions and choices that I made, and the shit that I went through is what I chose to go through. So it was a learning lesson, and I moved on from that. And like I say, man,
hold on, Tyrone. You see a comment on the screen. Someone says you got 2 years for weed.
Yeah, I got 2 years.
That was during the Biden crime bill, dude. That was the Biden crime bill.
Back in 96. That was exactly what it was. Yeah. When the
wait. Hey, were you your first time offender?
Yeah, I was a first time offender.
Did you have any guns or any other thing?
No guns, nothing but marijuana.
How much marijuana did you have?
I had a pound of marijuana that I had got through the mail from my cousin.
Oh, so was this a federal charge?
Federal.
No, they didn't charge me federal. They charged me with a state charge.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so they didn't catch it.
You know what's interesting is I had a guy in college I knew. Who used to mail pounds out, and he used to freeze dry bag it. You know, those bags that squeeze the air out and everything. And dude, they caught him, and he was probably selling like 30, 40 pounds a week. And they didn't even charge him a felony, dude. That's what I'm saying. This is all from back in the 90s when they really crushed this shit down. Like, this is from the crime bill, dude. But remember, I think it passed in 93, right? Biden, the 92 or 93?
Yeah, 1993.
So he was still in that.
To prison? What year was that you went to prison, Tyrone?
Say what, John?
What year was that you went to prison?
I went in 96.
Well, damn.
Yeah, see, that's still under, and because that bill, it wasn't just that it charged federally thing. What it did was it pushed money for states to charge people higher with higher degrees of crimes and incarcerate them for longer for existing crimes. So it was like, it's what they did with like the Safer Communities Act with guns, where it pushed states to charge existing laws longer for anything that had like gun charges or anything attached to it.
And so, what were the charges that you were charged with, Tyrone?
I was charged with possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. There were no guns involved. There was nothing involved. The only thing it was I got some weed sent to me through the mail. They couldn't get that person on that end, so they sent it on to the address, and I got caught with it. So, and I wound up going to jail for it. So that's how that went down.
Did they offer you a plea?
They weren't offering pleas then. Well, I'm in the state of Georgia, and this happened in the state of Georgia. It's no pleas. You're gonna get what you're gonna get.
Damn, that's a long time for some weed, bro. And
Well, I only did.
Did you get possession of it?
Say what now?
Did you even get possession of the marijuana?
Oh, I got possession of it, but at the same time, like when the package was delivered by the FedEx driver, I didn't feel right about it. So I put the package in the house, and me and my homeboys, I told them, I was like, come outside, man. Something don't feel right. And we walked out on the porch, and I had locked the door, and it happened to be the jump out boys, happened to be the police. So they got us. We wouldn't let them in the house voluntarily. Had to wait on a warrant to get in the house. And they waited to do all of that. And once they went in, that's when they found the weed that they had delivered. So,
damn.
Found that along with some cash, some scales, some cash, and just.
They just got him because he had the amount that he had, and he had the scales, so they got him with intent to distribute. If he wouldn't have gotten that, he probably wouldn't have served. He would have just had a possession for he probably wouldn't have, even back then.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, if you got those little baggies in the scale, then they could throw the charge on you back then.
Yeah, that's intent to distribute. Once you were bagging it up, once it's not in the whole form of a pound or quarter pound or ounce or whatever, and you got it bagged up, that's possession with intent to distribute. But if it's not like that, it's just simple possession.
Ended up getting into a fight.
Tyrone, you're getting a lot of compliments here, bro. Tyrone, you're getting a lot of compliments here. People saying they really like how you took accountability for your choices and the outcomes. Tyrone, I think Kimmy Cakes is joined. Tell the audience what you do for a living now.
I paint and remodel. Been doing that for 20 years since I got out. So I do it. I do it for myself. I get sub work or I get my own work on my own. So that's basically what I do. If you want to see someone work,
how much money you think you make on any given week?
Man, really, man, it varies. So I have to, like, at times I might have to save. Then there's times when, it's very lucrative. So you gotta, when you're working for yourself. On the low end, the least amount I can make is $700 a week. On the high end, the most I can make in a week is maybe $3,000, depending on the project I'm doing.
Oh yeah, and how often do you make the $3,000?
Like I said, it varies. You know what I'm saying, but most of the time it's just consistent work, and that's what I look for. The consistency to maintain myself. It's not about the big money. I just look to give people a good job. You know what I'm saying? And
did you see that
article about my business?
Did you see that stream that I had about those immigrant driving the mopeds making $1,100 a week?
That's you.
No, I didn't see that.
I ain't gonna pull up the video now. As I say, I got to prepare for this show tonight, but you should check it out. It's a show I did. I think maybe I did it this morning or yesterday. I can't remember. I have to look it up, but it's about the immigrants, man. There's one guy making $1,100 a week, riding on a scooter, just delivering food.
That's good. That's good. I applaud him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one of them just shot a cop last week, I think, out there in New York.
I mean, why did he shoot the cop?
They said that's what they do back in their
Well,
country.
he came. Well, listen. He came from, I think it was El Salvador, and he's in a gang. And he said on stand that where he's from, they shoot at cops.
Yeah.
So him shooting at the cop was just something normal. He was getting chased, so he turned around and shot at the cops. And come to find out, he was doing Uber deliveries on a scooter, and it wasn't under his own name. It was under somebody else's name, which means that people are basically pseudo contracting people to capitalize off of them.
Rashu, did you see the video that I shot?
Rashu, hey, John, I don't mean to cut you off, but I got a question for Rashu. Where's the body camera from the police that shows that?
That shows what?
That
The
he
shooting?
just shot at the police. Yeah. Is there a body camera of that? Because you know the police supposed to have a body camera. Anytime
Yeah,
they
they
start a
do.
pursuit, they supposed to cut it on. So is there any body camera evidence of that?
Yo, listen to this. Read this.
Yeah, that's the thing I was talking about.
Yo, look at this. Yo,
I'm not worried about that right there. My question again is,
hold on, Tyrone. You know,
hey, Tyrone, you're asking me to prove something that I wasn't.
No, I'm not asking you to prove it. I just asked a question. I'm not asking you to prove it, bro.
Oh, hold on. This is interesting. Don't make me put you guys on mute. I interviewed a black guy down at the DC shelter in DC, right? And it's on my channel. You can find it. But what's interesting is that if you read this here and things like that, and this really, like, as soon as I read it, I'm like, whoa, this can be trouble. These guys were smuggling firearms into the city shelter inside food delivery packages. That way they don't have to go through metal detectors. So now there are two things going on here. We are harboring criminals. This is a gang inside city shelters. That's a real serious problem. But the other problem is that the firearms are coming in inside of what? Food delivery packages, which means that these people, this gang, has connect with these people. I was on the
exactly
today, and I don't remember which panel it was, but one of the black guys who, you know, I guess he doesn't understand the way of the world, and he said, "How are they getting guns?" And there are a million. I think I was on Flow State's channel. And Flo said, he has a criminal background, so he's like, there's a million different ways you can get a gun in 30 minutes. But this is more organized here. This is not going out to the street looking for a $50 hot gun. This is organized. These people, this organization, are somehow connected with the food delivery package delivery people, and they're smuggling guns. This is organized.
John, if I may ask.
Yeah, sure.
In Georgia, in Atlanta specifically, a few weeks ago, there was a murder or a homicide, suicide that took place down there in Atlanta, and the inmate actually had a gun delivered to him via drone into the prison.
Wow.
He was an inmate, right? And so what happened is that he had a sexual relationship with one of the employees there. She worked in the kitchen. She was a cook. And she wanted to break up with him. And so what he did was he got that gun delivered to that prison, and he then went, to the cafe, whatever they call it there. And he took that gun and he shot her, and then he shot himself, and he left a suicide note. Have you heard that story?
I haven't heard that one. I mean, it's so
I didn't
many.
hear that one. That's crazy.
Yeah, John, I'll send it to you, but it's really crazy because the thing is, I'm trying to figure. I don't know if any of you watch Mayor of Kingstown. That's a show on Paramount that I've been watching, and it's
the African show.
No, not African at all.
Sylvester Stallone.
Mayor of Kingstown. It's really good, but like they had this specific episode where the whites, because you know how it's very racially divided in the prison. So the whites had the access to the drones and stuff like that, but the black folks called them the bees, like because they had the buzzing sound from the drone. And so the white folks were getting everything like dropped off via drone into the yard, and they were still working from inside. Wow. Now, after one of the particular black guys in this show got out of the prison, he went and got himself a drone because he saw the white folks were very innovative in their methods to sneak contraband into prison. And so whenever I saw this story out of Georgia, I'm like, oh my God. So they used a drone to sneak in, not just contraband. We're not talking about just drugs or whatever. We're talking a full-blown pistol. And he used that to kill his girlfriend for trying to break up with him. And then he turned the gun on himself, but he did leave a suicide note. And that was very recently. It was a couple weeks ago. And it was in Georgia. It was
John.
Let me hold on. Let me show you.
John, can I respond to that right quick?
Yeah, go right ahead. I'm going to pull up another incident.
Can I respond to Portia right quick?
Sure, go right ahead. Yeah.
Portia. In prison, Portia.
Yes, Tyrone. Go ahead.
They have towers that guards are in 24/7 in prison.
And so the guards work with the prisoners.
So you gotta look at it for what it is. That stuff that's happening is all an inside job. Everybody's getting paid, all the way from the warden all the way down.
So we know.
Yeah, Tyrone, exactly. That's just like the show. Like everybody's in on it. But Tyrone, what's crazy is that whenever you look this story up, it tells you how they had to fire the warden, and he had been the warden of this place for years and years, Tyrone.
Yeah,
and he allowed so many things to happen. And I know I'm talking about a TV show, but then y'all have to be mindful. I don't know much about
reality. It's reality.
But that was really a thing.
Let me show you this clip from Atlanta. Let me show you this clip on the highway in Atlanta here. Let me know if you can see my screen.
What you talking about? This AI clip? Oh, the children. The children that was in the back of the truck.
Video. So this guy sees these people.
Down here in Atlanta, being in traffic in the back of a budget truck.
Now this is illegal as hell. This is very illegal. This will void your rental agreement with budget if you do this. So basically, this black guy is following these people. Now I want you to look what they found.
I made the call for them.
Look at these people.
I made the call for them.
In the back of this van. In the back of this U-Haul.
Move that car, boy. Move it.
You know, it's all kind of trafficking going on out here. Like, see this video.
Well, John, you know what's the even trippier part of it all?
Thank God, man.
Thank you. Is that a lot of people speculate that it's the CIA and the NSA actually providing the weapons and putting it in and shipping it to the illegals. Because what they want, if you notice who they're letting in and who they're encouraging to come to the country are fighting age men. Yeah, and I think what they're trying to do is bring in a fighting base army. That's why they want them as police.
Can I ask him a question?
You know, I'm hesitant to believe that. The reason why is because most of these men are saving up money to bring their own families here.
Oh, not the Chinese.
I want to ask him a question, John.
Sure, go right ahead.
And periods. Off of what you just said, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. The men, the immigrants that are coming in are all of fighting age. So, and it's been UN trucks and UN everything spotted here in America. The American soldiers are not going to do what they want them to do against the American people.
Can I say something too, just to add a caveat here?
Go ahead.
Think about it like this: if shit hits the fan tomorrow, and let's say there was some military mandate saying that, hey, we need to turn our guns against American citizens, there's a very good chance that most patriots are going to find that unconstitutional.
American soldiers not gonna do that. So you bring in all the
So you got to bring in, you got to bring in people with no loyalty but their own, but to their own future. So what do?
That's what
You got to kill the Americans that are here, and then you just replace. You give them the winners the houses. You just win them. You give them their houses, give them their everything.
The soldiers gonna go out of the country on war, man.
I'm going out of my way not to.
Hold on. I was up on Capitol Hill recently, and I was talking to the officers while they had me pulled over from my scooter. I rode my scooter up on Capitol Hill, and so I got to talking to them about the vax and January 6th, and they were like robots, like drones. I don't believe January 6th was real. I've been here long enough. These people can block everything if they like. I just don't believe it was real.
There's a 10-hour video showing it's not real.
That's just my opinion. Just from living here, there's no way they would allow something to happen unless there's no way they would allow that to happen unless they wanted it to happen. That's my opinion. And they wanted
John.
reason. Sure, go right ahead.
Is the National Guard still around the White House up there?
No, they're not there anymore. But I'll tell you a story about the National Guard. I have a picture somewhere. Because I took a video of one of them right after COVID when they had the National Guard there. But the other day, recently, within the last 2 weeks, I was there, and someone says it was a setup. And you'd be amazed at how the police officers, the Capitol Hill police officers, DC probably has 30 different police forces. Seriously, in a small city, there are 30 different police forces, maybe more. And so the Capitol has their own police. And these guys more or less serve the Congress members. So law and order comes somewhat secondary to what the politicians want. I hope that makes sense to you, right? And so these guys are willing to go in there, very well paid. It's a cushy ass job. They don't have to do anything. And they're highly esteemed around here. And so I was talking to them about the vax, and they said no one had to take the vax. They were police officers, federal officers, and they said we didn't have to take it. You did if you want to. If you want to take it, you could take it. But no one was forced to take it among the Capitol police officers, according to these two officers that I talked to. But then when I talked to them about January 6th, they all said, "Oh, that was real. Oh, it was real. It was very real. Yeah, I was there. It was real." And I say that to say, like, the people that you think would be in your favor, honestly, I don't believe would be in your favor. These people have been bought off. They have social status and things that they want to maintain. And I just believe that that's just my opinion, that money has basically corrupted the people all the way down to the Capitol police officers.
No, it's true. And it's funny because when I was a kid, my dad would be that one giving me that conspiratorial question government type of vibe in my head. And nowadays I can't even sit 2 hours with this guy without going off into an argument because he's so focused on what's being told on CNN, for example, right?
Well, I think I've given the example many times about when I first moved here. The department, if you wanted to steal money and get rich, the Department of Transportation really is where you went. Because at that point in time, the government was really about, for the most part, building up America. So if you wanted to get rich, you could go all across the country offering contracts to build roads and highways in America. And you'd be like the king, the don. But now all the roads are primarily built. Maybe they need to be repaved, but they're built. The highways are built. There's too many roadblocks in terms of building high-speed rail and things like that, interstate high-speed rail. So the Department of Transportation, guys, is somewhat muted. He has a lot of money at his access, but he can't really build it. and exercise his political power. So the power is moved to the State Department. The politicians that really want to get rich today, either they're front running trades like Nancy Pelosi and some of those other Congress members that you hear about that trade a lot, or they getting rich internationally like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and all the other people involved in Ukraine and Burisma. That's the way it works around here nowadays.
No, but yeah, that's the thing. That's how we can point out which politicians are corrupt. You'll have politicians who are full blown quote unquote Republican, trying to uphold Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Trying to I forget what the guy's name was, but these people are bought out. There's no reason why you can come into a civil servant type of job and come out all the time as multimillionaires.
Well, I mean,
you have inside. Go ahead.
If you pay attention to that, it really would make you very bleak about voting and things like that. Like, look at Nancy Pelosi. Look at how rich she's was she a senator? She's a congressman. She's not
she's a congresswoman.
But look how rich she's gotten. And you have to ask yourself, how the hell she get that rich on that salary like that?
From the lobbyist.
But if you live here,
her husband is a trader. Her husband is
bro,
owner of a fund.
Google Jack. When I first moved here, there was a big time lobbyist. His name was Jack Abramhoff. You can Google him. I think Bob or someone mentioned him on CT's chat a while back. They sent that nigga to prison. He was Jew, small head.
I have a question once you finish, John.
Sure, go right ahead. No, go right ahead.
One is just that Nancy Pelosi has all of the inside on stocks, but also, did you see the decision that was brought down by the Supreme Court today in favor of Trump? If so, what do you think? What is your opinion on that?
I saw it briefly. It gives him immunity and things like that, but I think it appears more of a law guide, so he can better speak on it than me. Imperius, give us your 30-second summary of what happened.
It's just another punt, kind of. I mean, we all knew the president has some immunity. I mean, now the whole fight is defining what is a president, what is in the nexus of a presidential act, and what is a nexus of a personal act. I mean, if you ask me, it looks like everything he's charged over was a official act, because the president is tasked with assuring free and fair elections as the executive. So him calling up Georgia and saying find the votes or check the ballots or is within the president's discretion. Same thing with making a speech to his political supporters while he's in office. He can do that. Same thing with sending electors. They can do that. So, I mean, I don't know. The fight now is just going to take, I mean, it's just to kick the can down the road, because they were very explicit in the ruling that any decision on what is and isn't presidential can be appealed. So it's just another, it's an impossibility that it will happen before the election. So there's not going to be cases.
So, Portia, you asked me, and now that Imperius has chimed in, here's what I say. All of the beginning of it is bullshit, and everything downstream from that, to be honest with you, is probably not even worth. I mean, I guess it's worth acknowledging, paying attention to. People want to hear about it, but I don't think he should have been charged with all of this stuff. I think it's all bullshit, and I think the Democrats are using it as part of their campaign to say he has 34 felonies and blah, 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 blah. And I think that's the thing that, as it pertains to like the propaganda that comes out of DC. Yeah, I've known people, I have a very good friend of mine, and his wife helped to elect Bill de Blasio. But he doesn't go along with it. He's somewhat of a Republican, but she's the breadwinner. And she dictates their household because she's the breadwinner, and every now and then when Trump used to have his hotel here, I said, hey man, let's go to dinner at Trump. And I would have to pay for it and he'd pay me back because she couldn't see, she raised hell if she saw a charge for the Trump hotel on their credit card or whatever receipts. And I say that to say it's so different here. And there's so many people can make money pushing policies that go against the average American.
Yeah.
Like, you ask yourself, who in the hell would advocate for Bill de Blasio? But people made a lot of money advocating for him, and they got him elected twice.
Who would advocate for Gavin Newsom?
Well,
I mean, but even like right now, AOC is trying to go up against the Supreme Court because of the decision that they issued today regarding Trump. So, and she just won her primary, AOC.
Good. Let her keep pushing them so they'll grant cert on everything.
Say that again, Imperious.
No, let her piss them off, and then they'll grant cert on all these cases that they have, and then they'll cry even more.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
there's like 50 Second Amendment cases they're waiting on. They've got like the assault weapons ban case in front of them. They've got another one from Maryland. They got a free speech case out there. So I mean, there's a bunch of cases that they could grant cert to and make her cry really bad. I mean, look at they're taking the trans case next session anyways. So he's gonna cry really bad.
On how they got rid of Jamal Bowman.
How they got rid of who, John?
Jamal Bowman. Kimmy Cakes. I wish Kimmy Cakes would come up here. She's from New York. She could probably give. Does anyone? Everyone should know who Jamal Bowman is, right?
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, he's the fucking fire alarm guy.
Say his name again.
Jamal Bowman.
Well, since you said the fire alarm guy appears, I know who he is now. So, I mean, he's just a puppet.
Yeah.
He's just a puppet. His strings are being pulled like anybody else.
Didn't he go out on stage the
Jamal
other day?
Bowman, he lost. He just got like mollywalked in his election.
He did.
Didn't he
Yeah,
just go out
I
on
was
stage
actually
the other
shocked.
day?
I'm not gonna lie, I was shocked.
You know,
Didn't he
the
go
thing is,
on-
like, you know, since, you know, I don't have the concerns that other people have, so we can speak a little bit more freely here. And again, I want to do a COVID topic. You know, I really want to do that. Kimmy Cakes and all that, she know that's my issue right there. That's like that's what get me fired up right there, because I was living in New York during COVID. So
I'll come on with you, John, on the COVID, because I didn't take that shit either. Fuck 'em.
I ain't even worried about the 2 o'clock now. I know I'll be up.
Hey, John, dude, down here we were crazy. Nobody listened to that shit down where nobody ever wore a mask. I never saw anyone. I saw when someone did bring up, like, try to put a mask on, everyone around was like, "Take it off! Fuck that shit!"
What
like nobody.
What is wrong with you?
Nobody down here, dude. Down in Florida, nobody did that shit, dude.
I wish you could have experienced New York City during COVID. It would have, like.
Oh yeah, dude. I've seen pictures, dude. My parents and family sent me pictures that their friend of people driving in the car alone with masks on. Like, I couldn't believe it.
Pictures don't.
People are still doing that today.
Pictures don't do you justice. When Kimmy Cakes comes up here, and I wish Nina was here. Nina knows about New York during COVID. That shit was like bizarre world. You people down there in Texas like Portia, and you think it was just a little weird. The shit in New York was like, for normal people, for people like me that wasn't willing to go along with the government, to see the people just willingly bow down. And when I went to New York, man, you know what is it? You remember what they used to say about New York? If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. You remember? Anyone ever heard that before?
Frank Sinatra, New York, New York.
Yeah. But New York has changed. Now it's a welfare state. It's third world. And that backbone of the people that were willing to make it anywhere. I don't see you backstage, Kim. The backbone of the people that were willing to make it, you know, that if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. It's not there anymore. Kim, I don't see you backstage. Let me put the link up. But, you know, maybe we'll go down COVID memory lane if you want to hear some of the stories for being in Brooklyn. And COVID, if Kim joins, because we were both really very anti-COVID, and we were around a bunch of niggas that were wearing them fucking masks and getting those shots. And it was an amazing time to be alive, to be one of a handful of people that weren't willing to succumb to the government, while everyone else was rolling up their sleeve, getting the shot. I don't see her backstage. Kim, you have to. I'm gonna put the link again. You have to click the link, and then I'll definitely bring. I'll bring you up. I have everyone else here. But it was an amazing time to be alive. I don't even know where to start. I think one of the most amazing things was seeing how the government responded so quickly to COVID. And that's how one of the things I knew, like, this shit can't be real. Every basketball goal in the entire city, and if you understand New York, you're talking about basketball courts all over the city, right? One of them was chained up. Right? Kimmy Case just joined.
John, was New York one of the places that had ladies doing, old ladies that doing the water aerobics all with masks on?
Man, like everything you saw on the news. You remember when the motherfuckers were banging pots outside their houses for the essential workers? Kim, you remember that shit? They mostly did it like in the Bronx and Manhattan, I think. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Motherfuckers banging. People that live in the suburbs or smaller cities, there's no one to bang the pots for. But in that urban living, it was like social engineering. Hey, bang your pots outside your house for the urban people.
John, I have a question. I mean, maybe I'm a white guy, so I can't, I don't understand it. But you got, why do the blacks want to live in these shitholes? Why don't they want to move to the country and get out of and live in nature and shit? Why do they want to live in these
I can answer
cities?
I can answer your question by giving you a story. Years ago, I had a guy. He used to live in my place. He went to Howard. He was from Newark. And what's that radical ass nigga that's the mayor of Newark? Ras Baraka. Is that his name? That's the radical nigga out of Newark, correct? That's the radical.
I think that's him.
I don't know. I haven't heard of him.
But the nigga one that's clean is Ras Baraka politically. He may have run with Ras Baraka in school, but Ras Baraka was able to move up politically. So the nigga went to Newark, tried to make hay out of knowing Ras Baraka. I guess they both went to Howard. But it didn't work out for him. So he found his way back in DC. And he rented a room for me, not far from where I am right now. And then I guess Ross, whatever, told the nigga come up, get a job, whatever, but it didn't work out again. So he had to come back. And I said, man, why the hell did you come back to DC when you have family and shit like that here? He said, man, the benefits. And that's what really started opening my eyes to like how the benefits in the cities, that help, that social help. You people that live in the areas where you don't have a neighbor to go ask for a cup of sugar and shit like that. Poor people really depend on that. A cigarette, maybe not a cup of sugar anymore, but a cigarette. Yo, man, let me get a cigarette off of you. My neighbors, shit, if I can't walk down to the store and see my neighbor, like in Brooklyn, man, every morning I used to get up, walk to the corner, smoke a joint, drink coffee with some old bomb ass nigga. What I would do. And that's how it is in these urban areas.
Even like gas, they don't have to worry about filling their car with gas.
Mm-hmm.
They can literally sleep on the train if they not to laugh, but they can literally sleep on the trains if they want.
Like the floor is much higher.
I guess, dude. I'm just saying, just as somebody who's we lived kind of both worlds. It's like, man, dude, I would never want to live in a fucking crowded city if it's like. Just to wake up every morning and to smell like clean air and just see like animals and not have to be bothered with traffic and shit. It's just like, God, why do you want to torture yourself?
Hey, Imperious.
Let me also say that's a misconception about New York City. That might be what Manhattan looks like, but the rest of New York City is not.
Turn up your mic a little bit, Kim.
Oh,
hold on.
Do I sound better?
A little bit better. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying that
John, I know my next door neighbor's an ex-Marine. He's a black guy, Bob. I know there's black people out here. I'm talking in general.
No one's talking about that. I'm saying it's just a misconception about New York City. Like, people think that what Manhattan looks like is what all of New York City looks like, and that's not accurate. So that's one. And then, like, two, you have to remember, a lot of people in the city have homes outside of the city, so they get to have their billy goats and their mountains and their ranges on the weekends.
Well, he's talking about the poor. He's talking about the poor blacks. And what I'm saying is,
no option. And it's better for them to be here.
like, let me give you an example in Pierce of what I mean. And this is like the unseen economy in these ghetto ass inner cities. I'm a landlord, right? If you down in Alabama, where I'm from, you don't pay your rent, the consequences are immediate, like that. If you're in the inner cities and you don't pay your rent, there are no immediate consequences. So if you're poor and you know, you better be in the city, because once you get in a house somewhere, the odds of you being put out, as long as you make an effort to pay something, slim to none. Even in New York City, as expensive as it is.
And don't forget about the right to shelter. At worst, they're gonna have a place to sleep in.
You know, and there's another thing that I remember hearing some niggas in New York talk about was the every year or something they give you, and I can't remember the name of it, the right to get your rent paid. And you're gonna make me look it up, but it's the right to get your rent paid. So niggas know that they got a backup rent source where they can get behind on their rent, and every year, once a year, I think you can go to the city or whatever and say, yo, help me get paid up. And they have pools of money for things like that. So I think that is really the magnet that keeps low class people of all races in the city.
John, where is this shit going on at?
New York, DC, LA, San Francisco.
I mean, I got skills. I can move there. I want to get some of that free money. I need to move up there and goddamn work under the table or something. They giving away like that because that shit ain't happening here in Georgia.
No.
I mean, look, I got some of the free money. When I found out they was paying rent during COVID, I was like, how can I be down?
Man, that shit is not happening in Georgia. Period.
Hey, Kim, you know, since we're talking about COVID a little bit here, and most people probably have not had an opportunity to talk about COVID at all. Do you remember how in New York how they chained up all the parks?
Yeah, they took down the basketball nets too.
What they took the nets down and then they put chains in the nets.
Yeah.
So if you shot the ball in the hoop, it's gonna bounce back at you. You know how much resources it would take for a government to do that all over a city as big as 5 boroughs in New York.
That's how they steal money, John.
Exactly.
That's how they steal money.
This ain't about stealing money. This is about the government.
That's how they steal money, John.
Nah, stealing money. Like, ain't that much money in that.
There's plenty of money. They gonna charge the city for putting that shit up there.
I mean, think about it, John. Just to put trees on one city block is about $7,000 just on one city block. So imagine how much that project will cost. And it was just unnecessary. I do agree that it's an easy way to steal.
And it wasn't like old people going out playing basketball. These were young, healthy children for the most part. All the basketball courts, all the tennis courts, all the things where you could get some exercise except for walking. Because I used to go to the track every day. And that was the only thing that was allowed. Walking, you see niggas out there with masks on right there at St. Mark's and what's the street over from Utica? What is that? I can't remember. Rochester, the park right there. I would go to the park every day.
Hey, John, I have a question. Do you think a lot of this, as you would say, niggerdom, would end if we just started like the elders of the black community started whipping these kids' ass? Like, if we just made it like, hey, we'll let like the older men in the community whip these kids' ass to like reestablish control. Do you think it would stop, John?
Nah, you have a lot of murders. You have a lot of murders going on.
No, I'm fine with that. But in the end, the older dudes would win. And like that would reestablish control, wouldn't it?
The older dudes would not win in periods.
I think the
You
OGs
just
would. I
don't
think the
understand.
OGs, like the guys, 30s, 40s now, they would
I'm telling you
smash these
about the
youngsters.
hood. I'm telling you about
problem
the
is
hood up here.
the
You
problem
got
is that
15-year-olds. You got 15-year-olds with better guns and more ammunition than the police in some of these cities. So you talking about the older guys doing what they got to do to make them? No, those young motherfuckers. I'm not
Well,
going for that.
here's the thing. I
They're
think
not going for
Empress
that.
has a small point in that I think the elders do have some. I broke up gunfights in Brooklyn because I didn't want to see people get shot in front of my eyes. You know, I didn't want to live that. So I've stopped certain things from happening. Maybe it happened later on. I don't know. But I do think what Empress is saying could happen a little bit later on down the line. But there's too many fucked up issues to address first and foremost. We have too many black men that don't work. They live like women. Like, how are you a kept woman and you a whole man? Like,
You know, I think, you know, in Pierce, if you ask the question, I think the bigger issue is, I think COVID was a test, and a lot of black men wore that mask just like the women. Kim can explain it to you just as clearly. Like, we be at the bar, all these niggas men with masks on, and we were the only ones without masks. Me
Yeah.
and another woman. Most of the men I knew that were black went along with all that shit. And it was the women that didn't go along with it. Let me see if I can show you a picture from at the height of COVID. Man, I really should be getting a nap right now, but I'm so high energy I can stay up with you guys for a minute. Let me see if I can show you guys a picture at the height of COVID. Well, you know, I don't even have to go into my photo bank. All I got to do is turn my camera off. I want you to see this picture. I'm going to put myself on main screen here. Let's see. Look at there. You see that nigga with that gas mask on? You see that nigga? And look at me with no mask on. Look at me. You know what that is? That's in Whole Foods right by Howard University in DC.
we can't see nothing, man. We can't see nothing.
Y'all can't see that picture? Y'all can't see my profile picture right there?
Nah, we only see your emoji.
You don't see
Your
my avatar
avatar.
right there? Y'all
We
don't
see
see
your
my
avatar.
Avatar is a blank. Your avatar is a blank canvas.
Yep.
Really? I'll be damned. Let me turn my camera on. Well, anyway, my avatar is let me see if I can pull it up again.
Maybe you could do a mirrored screen.
What do you see right there? What do you see right there?
Same thing we just saw.
All right, let me see if I can do it again. Let's see how I do this. Well, maybe I can't show it, but anyway, yeah, I went in Whole Foods during the pandemic, right there by Howard University. The damn police officer had a gas mask on. I walked in, no mask on. I'm like, nigga, I ain't putting no mask on. Period. Nigga just didn't say anything. Took a picture with me. You gonna make me pull a picture. And see, that's what I say. I think a lot of this shit was cowardice. I got a fucking gnat in here from the pineapples.
No, what they were doing, they were trying to test the population to see how far they can invade on our privacies and our liberties. That's all.
Well, yeah, dude. I mean, look at everyone's a coward. They just finally charged the fucking Uvalde cops. Like, they should have been charged day one. They were throwing parents down and pointing their guns at the parents that want to help their kids instead of going in and saving the kids. They should have been tried day one. Imagine those parents hearing your kids get shot and then the cop pointing guns, not letting you go save them.
Yeah, talk about testing a police state. That's what they're trying to do.
Let me see if I can find this picture for you guys. Let's see if I can find it. I wanted to show you guys this picture. I may not be able to find it. Nevertheless, let's see. Oh, I may find it. Okay, maybe not. All right. But yeah, no, I think it was all. Kim, do you remember? Go ahead. Go ahead, Kim.
Wait, if I remember what?
Oh, now I was gonna say, do you remember, like, back when we were on Franklin Ave in Brooklyn, and all the places that would, turn people away if they didn't have a mask on. Do you remember that?
Oh my God, yes.
And all the blacks, all the you remember that testing place? Yeah, I
Honestly,
mean, there
it
was so
was
many.
more of the black-owned businesses that
Turn your
housed
mic
a
up a
lot
little
of
bit, Kim.
slaves.
Turn your mic up a little bit, Kim.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. That's perfect.
Hold on a second. It was more of the black-owned businesses that were like slaves to the rules versus like think about Crown Inn. They were white owned. They didn't give a fuck. They were open late. They would just kind of like look out for if anyone was like inspecting, but they didn't give a shit if you had a mask on. If you came in at 2 in the morning, they just wanted that money, and they stayed open, and business is booming. But a lot of the
Remember
black-owned businesses were like sticklers for these stupid rules.
Saint-Anne's, and you remember me telling the niggers, I said, "Hey, man, fuck them rules. Just stay open," and they wouldn't do it. Just stay open, man. Damn them rules. They wouldn't do it. And I just found it so interesting. Most of the people who didn't live in like New York, they didn't experience how
I
authoritarian a
also,
government
sorry
can
to
be.
interrupt, but I also didn't
No, go ahead.
understand like the whole lining up for food. Like this is not the fucking Soviet Union. Like I'm not getting online to go in the supermarket. I'm not getting online to buy baked goods. You're just not going to get my money.
Do you remember when they allowed old people to go in the store during certain times? They would say, "Hey, old people, you can go to the store early," or something like that, and everyone else could go after the old people. The grocery stores and Target would allow the old people to come in maybe 6 o'clock in the morning, spraying the groceries, spraying your delivery packages, um, wearing the mask on the train, all that bullshit that the government put the people through. Like you remember, like most people would think of New York as a 24/7 city. In New York would be shut down at 10 o'clock at night. I mean, totally dead.
Yeah.
Like you know, it
But you
was
know
so
what?
totally
You know what
mental.
people didn't realize? They were so stupid. People didn't realize that they didn't require masks on Target. All the big corporations, you can go in however you wanted. They were open late, but you're a small business. They're telling you what to do.
Yeah, yeah. It was like for the people who didn't experience it, like everyone should have experienced that because I think they might vote differently. Well, maybe not because a lot of the New York people still will vote for De Blasio and will probably vote for the COVID restrictions being reimposed again. But it was an eye opener for me. I couldn't believe what I saw the government doing. You guys can chime in. What did you think? How was COVID in your
Well,
part of
John,
the?
you know what I think it is? I think, John, it's people want to be ruled, and then once they're ruled, they don't want other people shaking them out of it.
Yeah, well, I can go along with that. I think that you have such a poor population in New York now that they were effectively bought off. That for a couple $100 a week, they're like, "Look, this is perfect. I'll take the couple $100 a week," and it really goes against New York's resiliency, the spirit of resilience and stuff like that. Um, it's a different city now, in my opinion. It would be very hard
It's
to go
like the
back.
80s before Giuliani again.
Maybe different though, because I think the demographics are different. In that, one of the things that really opened my eyes about New York was when Amazon chose New York as the city to relocate on the West Coast, on the East Coast. You guys remember that?
And they stopped.
Right. And one of the reasons why they stopped was AOC and the third world people in her district rallied against it, and they were really against progress. They thought that their rents would go up and things like that. And New York used to be a city where Fortune 500 companies would demand to be, and now the city was like, "Yo, we don't want Amazon, a big Fortune 5 company, really." And so I think that the demographics have changed. You know, the people are more in line with being cab drivers than they are to being aspirational software developers or cloud engineers for Amazon. So, with the people changing, I think the city has changed. That's my
Well,
opinion.
yeah, that's part of like the communist tactics. They destroy the motivation of people, make people just that's what they do. They correct about equity so that it makes people not want to be inventive and invent new things because they're not going to get anything out of it. They're not going to want to invent things because it doesn't matter what you do. You'll be making the same as a person at McDonald's. Even if you're a brilliant scientist, it doesn't matter.
So my opinion as far as AOC is concerned, I think it's called Wayfair. So you had Amazon and you had Wayfair back during that time. And, her constituents voted for her. So, we want to be an advocate for free and fair elections, even though I do judge in blue states. However, she pushed Amazon right on up out of there. Wayfair, the same way. Even though she kept them there for a period of time, whenever she came down here to Texas to do her little border fake crying little spiel that she did. However, she just won her primary again. And so whatever happens to those people out in her district, all of those Negroes and everybody else, I am thrilled at the idea of the illegals coming in by the droves and pushing all of those voters out. And so they can then experience what it is that we experience down here in Texas with illegals and how they come and they overrun everything. But it's going to be a whole lot different in a place like New York because New York is small. Texas is not. So we're pretty spread out. It's real vast out here. So go on in Chicago and y'all keep on voting for the same types of folks. Go on in New York where y'all keep on voting for the same types of folks because John and everybody else, hear me when I say, for those of us that are in Texas and we know what it is and what it looks like and how long it does not take for them to take over, all of those Negroes that ran up to the north with Harriet Tubman so-called, they ain't gonna have nowhere to go. And I don't even perceive it being long. I see it at the end of the year or by spring of next year. But they keep voting for AOC. So whatever happens to them, let them burn. Those of us in places like Texas and Florida, we're good.
Portia, did you see this picture when she was down in Texas?
Of course I saw that picture when I was actually at the border recently. Like I was at the border right before she got there for that day for that photo shoot. So
man, it is amazing. Look at man, this is truly man.
No, Bob, it's called Wayfair. It's like an online store, and she used Wayfair to have them send mattresses down to the border in Texas because she said that
are you serious?
Yeah, I'm very serious. Yeah, to send mattresses from Wayfair down to the border here in Texas because she was saying that Trump had them living, in horrid conditions. They were sleeping on the ground. They were trapped in cages. So she had Wayfair stay there in New York for a bit of time so they could send the mattresses, build them, whatever, and send them on down to Texas. But as soon as they finished, she bumped Wayfair along with Amazon. Which was just a product. Imagine how many jobs that creates.
All she is just a product of simping. The only reason she gets elected is because simps want to fuck her. That's the only reason she's elected.
I mean, but Imperious, if that is the case, let's say that you guys, hypothetically, Imperious, let's say you and AOC are in the middle of adult time, okay? And it's very passionate and you want to look one another in the eye. How do you know she's looking at you if her other eye is pointed in another direction? Would it still be as?
Well, she looks like a bug, dude. I wouldn't fuck her anyway. She looks like someone from A Bug's Life. a
But if
character
you
from what it
did,
looks like.
but if you did, if one eye is like square on you and the other eye
I
is
wouldn't.
on the other
I'd be
side of the
no. I
room,
wouldn't. She doesn't have a good face. She's probably like if you looked at her when she was young, she was a butterface. Like she had a decent body, but I always wanted someone to ask her, like like what's that dude that like ran up on her and like told her she's a hot Latina? What's that dude's name?
that is prime time Stein. That is
Yeah,
Texas
yeah.
Stop.
I always wanted him to ask her like how many blowjobs she gave people as a bartender.
Well, him and
Because
Charles
I remember because
White,
I'm knowing from experience they do that all the time. Like, women bartenders are notorious for like
what's
tending
interesting
more
about
than bars. Let's just put it that way.
You know what's interesting about AOC as a bartender? I've been right there by where I want to say she was a bartender right by Madison Square Park. Is that right, Kim? It was a taco place. I can't remember the name of the taco place.
that Kimmy Cakes.
Yeah, Kimmy Cakes is she still here? Yeah. Kimmy Cakes with
Hey,
no.
Kimmy Cakes.
Hi, I'm here. And yes, you're right. It was by Madison Square Park.
Yeah, like it wasn't even a high-end bar or restaurant. I mean,
Yeah,
this
she's
is
making
like
over 200,000 a year though now. So I mean,
and you know where she lives now. I mean, she really has upgraded her life probably 10,000%. She lives in a really high-end building with a whole Foods below. It's not far from where I live, right? Not far. I go by there almost every day when I get on my scooter. But it's really amazing. She went from a low-end dive taco bar to a high-end.
now she's a top member in Congress, unfortunately. And on CT's page, they always talk about how attractive she is. Those googly eyes, those confused eyes that she has, I don't necessarily agree, but
she's not attractive to me.
She's just she's so bad that there's this deep-rooted hatred that I have for the people that vote for her continuously, that I want them to suffer. And I can't say in my mind or in my heart that they don't know better. It's 2024. All of us, if you don't know better, you should. You have a cell phone. You have a wealth of information in your pocket. And if you choose to not, delve into it and find out simple things, you don't have to be an expert like, Imperius in law or Juan in law or even myself in politics. Just know a little bit, but they still vote for these people.
Well, hey, James, John is an expert at basketball. All right. He's won 4 NBA titles. He's a multiple-time All-Star, Hall of Fame member. Come on, Portia, pay some respects.
Now, honestly, I think Portia, the dynamic that you don't understand, and Kimmy Cakes could probably tell you better than me because she's a lifetime New Yorker. That area of Queens that AOC represents is not even America anymore. Kimmy Cakes could better jump in and explain it better than I could. But that area of Queens and whatever Bronx or whatever the hell she represents, it's just not America.
No.
I would imagine probably half the people in her district don't even speak English as a first language. Would you say that's fair?
That is correct.
That's correct. And so, the things that, if you're in your 20s, you very well could have children one day. And the aspirations that you have for your children, a cab driver from Afghanistan can't even fathom that. Like, he's just trying to get those war-torn memories out of his head. And so his most immediate needs and desires is like cheap rent. Not, I want to procure a future for my children. I've given the story. I've told the story. When I used to live in New York, I used to go down to the Google headquarters once a week or so. And they would have seminars where you can learn Angular and any Google cloud technology that you want to learn. It was free. You go on your own. Just walk right in the door at Google headquarters. And it would be Google employees. They'll be tutoring you. And it was really a job fair. If you were looking for a job, there would be people saying, hey, if you're willing to come here voluntarily on your own time, you're probably the type of person that I want to hire. And I used to go all the time. And so when Amazon was going to open up in Queens, I said, damn, this would be a great opportunity. You'll be able to learn all of Amazon's technical ecosphere. but the people that lived where they were going to locate Amazon were like migrants, more or less, first generation Afghanistan, things like that. And they weren't thinking for their children; they were thinking for themselves. And I remember reading news articles where there were cab drivers and shit like this, and he's going to raise my rent. That's all they will focus on. It's going to raise their rent. And I think that. Go ahead, sure.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I want you to chime in. I'm pretty much done.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a degenerate, but I think I have a past because I am a Negro and all.
Yeah.
Stanley, I was trying to tell him in the chat yesterday, he doesn't quite realize how funny he is, especially due to the fact that no matter who he's talking to, he never breaks character. He never shows emotion or anything. And last night I felt like Stanley kind of unwind a bit whenever y'all were talking about the fat girls on the cattle scale. So here in the chat, we're talking about AOC, but then he says that Ilhan Omar is even hotter. So my question to the males on the panel, you, John, of course, Rashu and Imperious, if you could choose between the two, would it be Ilhan Omar or AOC?
You talking about the Muslim chick? That was.
I mean, I picked Bug Girl, but it'd have to be doggy style.
Nah.
So Imperious, no Ilhan Omar for you? You don't think she's cute?
Nah, dude, she looks like one of those like fucking, I don't know, some like stretched out alien or something. Like she looks like her head's too big for her neck and shit.
If I had a drunken night and AOC was at the bar serving me, I might hit on her. I don't know.
But not Ilhan Omar?
No.
John?
Well, Kimmy Case knows me well. I have a I have a bias to the sisters. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking up some Ilhan Omar pictures right now, and I mean, yeah, that's my.
Hold up, bring one up real quick. Remind me. Right?
That's my type right there. I like them sisters. You know what I mean? The natural hair sisters. I know she got that natural hair up on there too. Hey,
y'all do know that she left her black husband for a white man.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes.
The white man's ice is cold.
Well, AOC's married to a white guy too, a redhead too, I think.
Yeah, she got herself a ginger. But they both say that the white man is the biggest threat.
The reason why I wouldn't do it is because I can look at her and just tell she's a leftist. And I would be like, nah. Because how long? Because I know at some point I'm going to say something that's going to offend you.
She looks Indian right there. She looks Indian in that picture, dude.
Here's what I'm going to say about this, Rashu, and I'll say this to you, and I'll say this to everyone. I would say naming all my women business partners, even the fucking Puerto Rican business partner of mine. All them motherfuckers are leftists, but they can think that shit on their own time. But they gotta follow me because shit, that leftist shit don't pay bills. And so what I'm saying is that, like, the men that get with a woman like that, or any woman, the leftist shit is what a woman may say by herself, on her own, maybe with some cuck ass man. But she ain't going for that shit like no weak ass man, even if he's some weak ass, soft, pasty looking white man. Like, she probably got a man that can handle his business. Maybe she can find a black man to do it, or Somalian on her level.
Have you seen her husband, John?
I think he's like a little chubby guy, right?
He's you should look at him, not just because he's ginger. There's nothing wrong with that, but he definitely looks like a beta. You should look him up.
But he probably makes a lot of money or something, I would imagine.
What if he's like a mandingo? What if he's like huge?
She gave him all of the money that he has because he worked for her campaign and she siphoned, funds to him. So, like a lot of redhead dude. Oh, Cleanup says, if you ask AOC what is a woman, you're being transphobic right now and opening trans people to violence. Is that so? Kimmy Cake says that she's had better relationships with white men, honestly speaking. Well, Kimmy Cake's Mimi has too. That's what she told us. Stanley says, John, you can't make a left female submissive. and he laughs, and I can actually hear Stanley saying that I wish he would call in.
Listen, all my business partners, you think shit? Women without a man are naturally leftists. That's just the way the world works. That's my.
I mean, as a female in America, most of them do lean left to a degree, but there's a certain point where they go so far left that when they're having conversations with men, they don't know how to be reserved and speak and are act around a man, should I say. They kind of want to be on the same level as a dude, and it's kind of like, I don't know, sometimes it's just out of place, I feel, right? So it's like you kind of know the signs to avoid, especially if you're just trying to just have a good time. You're not trying to just be out debating against some chick at the bar. You're going to know the signs to look for. They typically have certain indicators that you can, define who these people are. And I'm just saying, looking at her, I would probably, at this stage in my life, I would avoid her. If I was 23 years old. I'm sorry?
Ilhan Omar or AOC or both?
Ilhan Omar. AOC, you could have just a good time with one night and be done.
AOC just drinks. You can just get her fucking drunk as hell, and you guys can have a good time one night.
Yeah, they need to send Ilhan back over to Somalia so they can teach her a lesson. However,
well, she fucked her brother too, didn't she? Supposedly.
Supposedly, I mean, well, not did it with him, but she married him, so that they could gain citizenship. However, there's a lot of these pro-blackity blacks that tell us that the white man is the greatest threat, and they so happen to end up, marrying or having children with the white man that they say is the greatest threat. And EAE so kindly mentioned in the chat Don Lemon. So Don Lemon also says these same things, and he married a white man. So for all of these people that are in favor of the Negro, so they say, but they marry white, what do y'all think of that? Does it matter?
It's good cover. It's a good scam.
Well, it shows the grift. It shows that you can't believe what they say. You have to watch what they do, because what they say is all this, racist white bullshit, and they're getting fucked in the head. Oh, excuse me. They're getting, pounded out here by white guys. I mean,
he's getting his butthole explored by a white man. Yes.
Yeah.
The biggest thing I think the bigger thing from Don Lemon was for me when I think he moved up to Harlem and he complained about some things. I think that's what he did.
But hold on, can I ask Imperius something just to hone in on that AOC situation? Imperius, can you agree with me or disagree? Some women just want to be dominated, right? So
well, yeah, dude, like that's kind of like, dude, dude, like every woman I know, like that I've ever been with, everyone that I've been with, everyone that I know, they want you to like in bed take them and shit and like just do what you want with them. It's like they want like to live on the edge of like, it's almost like this living on the edge of knowing that, he's like uncontrollably, I'm so beautiful, he's uncontrollably, he'll just take me because I'm so beautiful. It's a big ego boost to him when a man goes out of control for him. Trust me, I have friends that have told me this. They're like, oh yeah, I love when a guy does. Yeah, because it shows that you're under their control. They get off on it.
Kimmy Cakes and I used to talk a lot, Rush, and you're fairly young, man. You might find this interesting. Kimmy Cakes and I used to talk all the time about the mask during COVID. And I used to always think that it's just a sign of a weak ass man. And I wish you guys could see my avatar. Maybe I'll pull it up here and see if I have it. I just think it's a sign of a weak ass man. And I think somewhere subconsciously with that, women just want a confident, strong man. And the mask, as a very clear example, really identified the weak man. I think it was something about for a woman seeing a man without the mask where he should have a mask on that kind of identified the the alpha men versus the men who were willing to go along. And I don't think women really want the man that's willing to go along with anything. I don't think they see security in that.
They don't. I
So
agree
John,
with that.
you said that you knew Kimmy Cakes during that time. So you and Kimmy Cakes, y'all have been friends
Yeah.
since before
Long
you started coming to CT's
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
So Kimmy Cakes, have you been to CT show? Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, so
She's
you
been on
watch?
there.
Yeah, I have been.
Okay,
And
so you watch
I
also.
still do. Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, your name looks familiar. I haven't checked this yet, but it's
Let-
like your name looks familiar.
Let me tell you a story, Rusty. I was headed out to Nashville one time. The lady friend of mine was headed to Nashville for me. It was with the job. And so I got on the plane, some fucking homosexual. I mean, I was on the plane seated. And some homosexual, and the lady friend and I, we were seated in separate seats. Maybe the Southwest. I can't remember what airline. But we were seated, and she probably put her mask on after she separated from me and shit. Women go along to get along. But some old homosexual on the flight attendant, can I say, man, I don't care what you can say or can't say. I was about to say, can I say homosexual on here? I thought I was on somebody else's channel. I'm on my own channel, so I can say whatever the hell I want to say. And so some homosexual comes up to me, flight attendant, he says, hey, you need to get off the plane unless you're going to wear your mask. I said, well, fucking, I ain't putting that shit on, especially not with some fucking homosexual. That made me even more resistant to wear a bag telling me to put a mask on, please. That's not going to happen. The job, no job, whatever. And I was hit, like, look, I was working for a company called Cracker Barrel. I was already working there, but they said, hey, can you come out? And I said, sure, I'll come out, but I don't wear a mask. So if I can get there without wearing a mask, that'll be what it is. So I got on the plane, and the homosexual comes up to me. He says, hey, man, you got to put a mask on. I said, I ain't doing that. And so he said, well, you got to leave. I said, okay, cool. And when I got up and I started, my lady friend, she was up maybe 10 rows ahead of me. And I got up and I started walking. I ain't have to say anything to her. She knew she had to get her ass off that plane. She said a word to me afterwards about, damn, you should have put that mask on. You could lose your job. And I said it to say, like, I put a job on the line, and that woman was willing to follow me right off that plane, didn't say a damn word to convince me otherwise, to put the mask on, save the job. And I think long term, fast forward to today, deep down somewhere instinctually, she like, this nigga here, he stands for something. And I think that is what the men are many men are missing. You know what I'm saying? How many niggas would have put that mask on and that woman would have seen it and stored it in her memory bank that he willing to go along and get along, just for a fucking
So John,
job.
can I
Uh-huh.
let me give you the other end of that, right? Like, so so I'm not gonna sit up here and lie to you. I did get the shot. I got Johnson & Johnson because I wasn't trying to do the other, what is it, the Pfizer or whatever, because I was doing a little bit of research and I saw that there was some things going on. And this was very early on. And the only reason that I got it, because I was skeptical about it, because I was very much into the research, but it wasn't until after I got the shot that I realized that, okay, we're doing too much appealing to authority as far as like the research. I see a bunch of people getting censored who, like the guy who did the initial mRNA research, he got, throttled and censored and all this other type of stuff.
Malone.
Yeah.
No, Malone. Malone. It was Malone. Dr. Malone.
Then there was McCullough as well.
Yeah. And once I started seeing that, I was like,
hold on for 1 second, Russ. I got a bad memory. Mullins was the guy that created the PCR test. And a couple streams back, I mentioned the PCR guy that was
yes.
Mullins. But go right here, Fuss.
But listen, the only reason why I got the shot because even though I was reading the papers and I was trying to get up to date on what mRNA is and all this other stuff, I was really heavy into it, and we were in a group of people where we were trying to stay up on, you know, what MedX was posting pretty much every day. And it wasn't until a point where I started, well, I was always skeptical. I was trying to see how much, you know, side effects.
Hold on, Rashu, hold on. Portrait, you're saying I have a chance then? Is that what you're saying?
Carrying Wallace. That's right.
So,
Hey, come on,
listen.
Rashid.
The only reason why I got the shot was because my mom, who was in the medical field, and she's totally a liberal, and my grandmother was in the hospital, and she was like, "You're not going to be able to see your grandmother, you know, if you don't have the shot," which was true because you couldn't come in the hospital or anything like that unless you had documentation. So I got the Johnson & Johnson. I took the least, I thought the least whatever.
Let me tell you, Rashid, can I tell you a funny story about Johnson & Johnson shot? And it's a friend of mine. It was kind of like a double barrel approach here. I remember laying up in bed with one of my ladies during COVID. You know, I've always had many ladies. You know, a guy of my ilk, right? A high value man is But I remember laying up in bed with one of my women early one morning, and I called a nigga a friend of mine. He's one of the friends of mine that I could say I respect it. Like, that nigga gonna be something. We didn't call it that nigga gonna be something. You know, you didn't go to college, which I respect for that. In the traditional route, you know, I've told you that like most people don't have the mindset to do what you did. So I was in college, and you know, fast forward. During COVID, I was laid up in bed one morning. You know, I'm just chilling, and I called one of my nigger ass friends, one I respect. You know, nigga, dark skinned nigga, smart nigga. You know, worked his way up in the world, nigga. Most of these niggas can't do it. He did it. And I called that nigga one morning. And I had that nigga on speakerphone. And I was talking to this nigga about getting the shot. And this nigga knew I ain't with that shit. And the nigga wife took the phone from him and was talking about, hell yeah, we got the shot. I know somebody at the hospital, and I told my you know, I ain't gonna say his name, to get his ass down here. We about to get that shot. I said, damn. You letting your woman run the house like that? She told you to go get the shot, and you jumped your ass up and went. Like, you should have been telling her not to get the shot. And only all I've seen throughout my life, man, these men don't have control of their household. The government more or less have more say than the niggas do. Man, I ain't gonna just say niggas, but the men do. And I remember that. I'm telling you, I'm talking to the nigga on speakerphone. When the girl took over, when his wife took over, I put the shit on speakerphone, and one of my ladies looked over at me, and she's like, because she know I wasn't that type of nigga.
Like, yeah, like I that's the thing. I've said this before, John. I've never had really any problems with women. I've dated black women, white women, Asian women, well, half Asian, but like Latinas are pretty brutal usually. But no, dude, like I think if you just are who you are, and they realize they can't fuck around with you, they know that. Like, women are made to smell through the bullshit. You know what I mean? They know, like they know. Like, when some guy is faking the shit, like they know when a dude is like, you know, fronting. I guess that's the old saying, like, who he is.
That's a fact. I mean, you have to lead, not follow, right? So, I mean,
I'm gonna try to show you one of my old ladies. I bumped into her ass in a Home Depot. That motherfucker had a mask on. I said, God damn, like, I didn't greet you as fine as you were. Ain't nowhere in the world you need a mask on your face. And right there in that Home Depot, she took that motherfucking mask off. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture for you.
Hey, John, I wanted to ask you, do you ever take alternative forms of payment from your renters?
Like what, food stamps?
Nah, he said nah. He say that all the time. He don't do that.
What you talking about, Perry? What kind of alternative forms of payment?
Physical intimacy.
Man, I told you I don't do that, man. 20 years, man. I ain't ever done that. Never ever, man. If you work for me and you do that shit, I fire your ass.
I wouldn't do that shit neither, bro.
No, I was just wondering because I mean I've heard that's pretty rampant. You know what I mean? A lot of people will do that, especially like people that
Man, listen, man, like, maybe some old greasy ass grimy ass landlord. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me show you. Let me show you a woman that really threw it at me, man. Like if y'all guys are interested. I mean, she threw it hard, man.
What about they gave you weed? Where they're like, hey, I got a pound.
Man, shit, man,
nope. He already said that. He said no.
No, but that's the alternate forms. That's not like sexual. He said no sexual gratification. But what about like?
I don't give a fuck. Money. I want money.
Really? Because dude, I've taken like sporting event tickets. Like I've been like courtside at like NBA conference finals games for payment and stuff. It's fine.
Maybe one of my tenants had that, but short of that, hell yeah, I want money, man. Like,
bro, he's dealing with Negroes on the south side of DC.
No, but I'm not just dealing with poor people. Don't get me wrong, but I'm dealing with more affluent people too, and like I'm not taking. They're not offering, and I'm not taking. Shit, just give me the money, man.
More fluent than that Negro from Georgetown.
Well, he was on the south side.
John's loaded though. I mean,
let me show you. Let me show you.
I just assumed you'd be like, all right, whatever.
Let me show you the Georgetown niggas room. By the way, did I ever show you the Georgetown niggas room? This was his room.
Yeah.
Now I don't think I ever showed you his room. This is his room. Like one of my workers designed this room. Let me see if I can share it. You see it?
So John, I have a question. Do you ever like go down and yell at your tenants and call them the N-word?
Yes. You ain't never did that, John. I thought you did that on video. Then you say them niggas was.
I mean, at that point, wait. I didn't even get a chance to show you the room. Let me show you the room. You want to see the room that the Georgetown nigga lived in? Let me see. It's his room right here. It's a decent room. Like all this, the guy that I work for, the guy that worked for me. I think it's some Keith Haring shit. Is that right? Keith Haring? Right? Is that right? Keith Haring? But again, it's the same thing. The floor. We all over the map here. I know. But we get all our floors redone, no carpets. We spray painted the table, kind of like give it a nice little look to it. Let's see what else we got here. This was the Georgetown niggas room, though. Let's see what we got here. It's kind of slick. Right? It doesn't look like this now. As again, we take the agile approach to introducing rooms to the market, but again, man, the floors are nice and clean, nice hardwood, like a damn basketball court, right?
Hey, John, does it have central air too?
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
We put in AC, but what we do, like, look at that ceiling fan, bro. Like, we do certain things in all of our houses, like the same linens. We're replacing all the
to give it that modern type look. These are older houses, but
this thing is that we have to have a pattern duvet because
pattern based.
It's easy, like man, body stains, like oil on somebody's body sometimes don't come out in the wash, but you see the floors, nice hardwood floors, nice shine up, refinish.
Hey, Portia, Longhorn Steakhouse is better than Texas Roadhouse, though. I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh no, I was actually funny enough that you said that. I'm actually typing that in the chat. Texas Roadhouse is just what it is everywhere else, but I mean, I won't even lie. Like down here in Texas Roadhouse is the same. I live in a small town, and they just built one maybe about 8 to 10 minutes away from me, and it's always packed to the brim. However, Longhorn is far better, and then there are also far better steakhouses here in Texas. But whenever you're out of state and you see Texas Roadhouse, a lot of people they just like it. It's just they're everywhere and they're always packed. But Cracker Barrel, though, John, have you ever been to Cracker
Yeah,
Barrel?
Cracker Barrel is really good.
I work there. I don't
John
eat
used to
that.
work.
I don't eat that shit. When I used to go there to Nashville to work, I don't eat that shit. That shit disgusting.
Oh yeah, because you're from down south. Okay, so you
I
used
used
to
to,
work
I,
there. So you eat it.
like I said, I used to work at Cracker Barrel. I'm talking about the headquarters, and they used to serve me that shit would be free. I'm like, I don't eat this.
Oh Lord, I love Cracker Barrel. I can't say bad about it.
You know, when you move to the inner cities, man, you end up with somewhat of a refined palate. Yeah, I don't even like if you see me drinking here, but when I go out, I don't drink no fucking Miller Lite. I mean, I drink Four Roses. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's got to be a fancy cocktail drink. Otherwise, I'd rather drink it home too.
Well,
But
I will say I'm not a
Surprised you drink Miller Lite, my dude.
I
It's
know
cheap.
I'm not a city kind of girl, but I am a Texan and we do have fine cuisine down here.
Yeah.
But I actually my first year in college, John, I did go to Georgetown. So
Okay, yeah. You know, hey,
Georgetown's a Catholic school, by the way.
DC has some of the best restaurants in the country.
Imperious, I
Look at his.
Mimi's here.
And Ty.
Did you listen back?
Ty is here too, Portia. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, hey, Tyrone.
What's up, Portia?
Weed, man. We call it weed, man.
All right, so are we back to the Tyrone topic, and we're done with our political, intellectual engagement and our assessment of Cracker Barrel, which John doesn't like, but the rest of us do because we have common sense. Are we done with that?
I don't like Cracker Barrel either.
Hey, John, I have a question for someone who smokes weed. Is it better to hit a bong or is it better to smoke weed or smoke a blunt or a joint or whatever?
You know, it's better to hit a bong. You get the pure natural weed.
I think for me, it's more habit. You know, like I usually smoke 2 joints per beer. You know, you probably weren't paying attention to this. Like 2 joints of beer, right? It's kind of like, damn, I got. It's like 2 joints of beer. So if I drink one beer, you know what I mean?
Because I just drink usually. I mean, I could not imagine like what fucking if you smoke and drink at the same time, that would fuck you up, doesn't it?
Hey,
like I just drink and I'm like, damn, I get fucked up. I can only imagine doing both at the same time, dude.
Man, this is just
build up a tolerance.
Miller Lite, bro. It was only last
No,
night,
but I mean, like, if you're like, 6 or 7 beers in, and then you're fucking smoking a blunt too, dude. Come on, dude.
Hey, it was only last night.
I'm smoking the blunt. John is not smoking the blunt. I'm smoking the blunt.
I don't smoke them blunt, man, because I smoke like raw cones. Like them blunts, I probably would tap out earlier, but the blunts had tobacco and shit in it, and this shit, But no, last night I think
Mimi.
So I can't take anymore. I got to get out of here.
How you doing, Mimi?
Mimi and Tyrone, you guys want to chat it out?
They wanted me to sing happy birthday to you yesterday, but I come on John Galt, so I want to
Before you sing happy birthday, Mimi, how old are you?
Old enough. I'm old.
Are you 51 or 49?
I'm old. You never ask a woman her age. Come on.
Well, you on here the other day. You've always talked about how old you are or what your age now.
Well, then why are we revisiting the question? Just leave it like
that. Tyrone says that you are 49.
Yeah, he says that you're not 50.
It doesn't matter. It's close enough. Just still hope that you look like me when you're my age, and we'll be good.
Well, that's fair. That's very true. But are you 49 or 50?
Again, you never ask a woman her age. If I give it, that's one thing. If you ask it, that's
well, you've already given it. You say you're 51, right?
I stand on what I said, Mr. Galt.
Well, Mimi, regardless of your age, you still look great, though. So
yeah.
I appreciate you.
All right, so
that blunt smoke.
Jesus Christ.
I wish Crack was here, but I think that he's here in the chat. However, since we have you both here, I just feel inclined to ask, Tyrone, did you call Mimi this time and tell her to come up with you?
Nah.
Well, I didn't call Tyrone the first time and tell Tyrone to come up with me, so be clear.
Oh, Mimi. Well, that's not what he said a couple hours ago. He said you did.
Oh, that's not true, but go ahead.
You told me you was on CT. Come on, just keep it real.
No, Tyrone, don't do that. You
You didn't
called.
say you was on CT that day. I'm on CT.
I absolutely did. I said I'm doing a live stream on
Oh,
CT,
I'm on CT right now.
but hold on. I never invited you to come
I didn't
on
say
the
you invited
platform.
me. All I said was you said that you were on CT.
Oh, because what the verbiage is that I invited you to come on there.
Well,
No,
that's the
you
verbiage. That's the verbiage that they use. But I'm
exactly
saying that you said that you were on CT.
right. But I never invited you, nor did I ever expect for you to even come to the platform. So next.
So Tyrone, that kind of puts you in a bit of a pickle now that Mimi is here
That
because
doesn't put me in a pickle. That doesn't put me in a pickle. That does not put me in a pickle. How does
well, you
that put me in a pickle, Portia?
well, I'm just saying.
Go ahead, Portia.
Because if she said
I'm
I'm on CT, if she said I'm on CT, come and check me out, how does that put me in a pickle?
I mean, because she said that she didn't reach out to you that evening. So, I mean,
didn't.
I asked you earlier, did she reach out to you and tell you that she was on CT's show and for you to come
Listen,
through?
I
And
always said that my dad passed away. I told her my dad passed away, and she
yes,
said that I'm sorry, and she said that I'm on CT. Won't you check me out? That's always what I said. My story has not changed. Am I right or wrong, John?
Yeah, you're right.
so Mimi, you hear that? He says that you reached out to him and told him to come up that night.
No,
And you're
that's
saying
not
that's not
what he
true.
said.
No. There you go again, Portia.
That's not
It
what
was
he said.
not.
Let's not do that. Because
I
what he just
said.
said, he disagreed with what I said, Portia. So cut it out with the wordplay, my love.
Oh no, I'm not using wordplay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear. Since you're here now, and the both of you are here now again, so it just makes things easier to
No,
assess.
Portia, you're extremely intelligent, love. And you heard what both of us agreed to, and you're still trying to, for whatever reason, kind of mix the story up, which is cool. But
Mimi, would you have married Tyrone if he had proposed to you?
he did propose to me.
No, I asked, would you have said yes?
He did propose to me.
Would you have married him? What did you say when he proposed? I didn't know you proposed to her, Tyrone. Tyrone,
Yeah,
you
he
proposed to
didn't tell
Mimi?
us that. Yeah.
I did
Tyrone,
tell y'all that earlier, man. Here we
no,
go with the word play
you
again.
hold on.
You
Don't make
asked
me
me, would I have married? You asked me, would I have?
I
That's
asked you,
we
would
asked
you
you
have
would you
married?
have married, but you didn't
tell
say
me
that
you
you
had
proposed. You didn't tell us that.
Go ahead, Tyrone.
Y'all didn't ask that.
Jesus Christ.
I answered his question. Was that his question or not?
All right,
And did
Tyrone.
I not answer his question?
You're right. So you proposed to Mimi, Tyrone?
Of course I did, John.
And what did she say when you proposed?
We were supposed to get married, John. I mean, like, what else?
Well, now that Mimi is here, I find myself like wondering, like, why didn't you? Because you told us how great of a woman she was. So, like, you proposed. Why didn't you follow through?
So Portia, some things. Listen, I don't need the state, this corporation called the United States, to have jurisdiction over anything that I do. I'll leave it that way.
Okay, so Mimi, are you the type that believes that you don't need like the government involved in the sanction that you have between your partner? Because I totally I believe in that.
Most definitely. I've been there and I've done that.
Yeah, so like I think that you don't have to get the government involved in your love. Like if y'all love each other and you say that this is what it is, like, hey, we're together.
Well, not only that, Portia, but a lot of people don't understand that. And Tyrone, you can back me up on this. A lot of people don't understand that there is a reason that in front of every religious book, it has so and so was married to so and so on this date. You sign that and you get it signed by a whomever your spiritual advisor is. I guess I could use that term, and get it notarized. And guess what? You're legal now.
Mimi, so what did you say when Tyrone proposed to you?
Ask him.
What did she say, Ty?
John Galt, she said yes, but at the time I was in a situation. So, hey, that's what happened with that.
Is that true, Mimi?
The man said what he said. I said the black man is God. He said what he said.
So, what situation were you in, Tyrone?
I was still married to somebody.
Oh. Oh wow, that's new
Oh
information.
wow, what?
Oh shit!
Jesus.
Jesus is right. You didn't tell us that earlier, Tyrone.
Hey, you didn't ask that earlier, Portia, and I told you.
But the way that
I
you
told you
spoke
to
about
ask any
me.
question. I told you to ask any question that you wanted to ask, right or wrong.
Well, I did ask a lot of questions, and then the conversation kind of took a different turn. But I would imagine because John did ask you, why did you never marry Mimi? But you never said that you were married before.
And also, let me also state that I wasn't in a rush because I had did that for 15, 16 years. So I wasn't, again, we share the same type of views. It just wasn't an absolute for me. And I'm glad that we didn't at the time.
Tyrone.
What's
up,
John?
So you just said at the time. So you're glad that you didn't at the time. What about now? Do you still feel the same?
Absolutely.
Tyrone, how long were you married?
I was married for 3 years, then we separated.
And I was married for 15, so I wasn't in a rush.
She was married for a very long time.
So, Mimi, the reason why you didn't marry Tyrone is because he was already married?
That, to be honest,
isn't that bigamy or?
It depends on how you look at it.
That's not bigamy.
Based on the corporation.
What is it called?
I do not.
It's not bigamy.
This corporation called the United States of America. Thereby, you take that how you like.
Well, no, I would say because he was married, Mimi did right by not marrying him because he was
that could have been an easy fix, and I didn't rush it because I wasn't trying to do anything through this corporation called the United States of America. Thereby, it wasn't a big deal to me. Had he not been married, I still would not have married him through the state.
Tyrone, did you buy a ring? Tyrone, did you buy a ring? Hold on a minute. Tyrone, did you buy a ring?
Hey, John, this is boring. Can I ask Imperious?
Hey, John, hell, man.
What you got?
John, hell.
Hey,
go ahead, John.
It is called bigamy.
Go ahead, John.
Hold on. Master Kim trying to speak. His mic is a little. His mic is a little low.
Kim, go ahead. Go ahead. One of y'all.
John, could you put the names on the screen, please?
Oh yeah. Sorry about that.
Hey, John, I've got a question for you and Imperious because you help with the DC politics. And please forgive me, I was listening to the stream and there was a lag between the stream and when I logged in and with Imperious. So, Imperious, why don't Nancy Pelosi and these highfalutin politicians catch actual cases when we know that they're doing crimes? Is it that you need to be above a certain threshold and nothing can touch them because the DAs are the same political party? Why aren't these people catching cases? And I've got another question for you, Imperious, after that. Sorry, folks.
Well, there's practical reasons, there's legal reasons, there's many reasons, but in essence, practically you'd have to pretty much try every congressman because they all do it. And how would that go across? Who's going to do? You think the Justice Department is just going to go and indict every single member of Congress? That's literally a overthrow of one branch of government over the other. It's not going to number one. That's what I mean. That was the most obvious answer I would say.
Okay, and then
hey, Master Kim. Yeah. Before you answer that question, let me ask you guys a question on the panel and in the chat. Have you ever heard of the house banking scandal?
Refresh my memory, please.
I'll put it up on the screen. Master Kim, go ahead and ask your question.
Oh, was this the one where they're bouncing checks, writing checks, or something weird like that? Like low petty crime, and it was stunning that these guys are.
Do you guys know that they have money put away from your tax dollars to pay off sexual abuse accusers every year that they have?
Can everyone see my screen there?
Yes, John, we can.
You see what's on the screen here?
Pure money laundering.
You think about it.
I remember hearing about this. Yeah,
these people make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
Stunning.
They live, eat, drink free. And damn if they don't find themselves bouncing checks.
And then,
And then
Pierce, one more comment. What's the Pig Latin term, the legal term for it doesn't matter how we got here, but going forward? You don't have to answer that now, but I heard it from my attorney a long time ago, and I wanted to remember what that term was.
Like actual Latin or Pig Latin? Because I don't know any Pig Latin. I don't know.
Whatever. And I'm so sorry. Whatever you learned in law school, that level of Latin. I'm sorry. And you can dig it up another time. And then also in a celebration of White Boy Month, Five Finger Death Punch is coming to Atlanta in September. So be aware of that, Imperious. And that's it. And I'll put myself on mute. Sorry.
You don't have to go on mute, Master King.
No, that's like I remember something about it, but God, that's something I remember hearing a long time ago. I haven't heard that in a long time, dude. I would have to look back or look it up because I mean I've heard the saying, but I couldn't tell you it.
And in many instances, it's the perfect comment because it doesn't matter all the squabbling and previous lawsuits here today going forward. And that was the magic of that comment, but obviously not magical enough for me to remember. So
well, it's the saying of, I mean, again, it's the saying that you live in the moment but be mindful of the future. You have to focus your attention and everything on what is going on in the moment because that's all you can control. Be mindful of the effects of things, but you have to focus on the here and now.
How many people knew about this overdraft banking scandal?
Yep, I knew about it because I think everyone in the news, because it was shocking that such petty amounts that these guys would be, going into overdraft for that. So it was very shocking at the time, and then still today,
But is it not obvious though? Is it not obvious?
Yeah, it's just that nobody cares. That's the thing. Nobody really cares. I mean, does anyone really care to actually affect their votes or what they're going to do? No, it's just another thing people just go, oh, it's the inherent flaw in democracy because there's diffused responsibility so that it's just you blame the system. It's just our system. I mean, if all of them are doing it, what can we really do?
Well, I think it shows
nothing people can do anyway.
Again that this is kind of the unit party at play. This wasn't just Democrats or Republicans bouncing checks. This was both sides of the aisle agreeing to bounce the checks, allow the bouncing check scam to go along. And I think, this bounce checks is not a lot of money. But the bigger issue is that this is how Congress works just in general. I think more or less they go along to get along. They all are getting paid by the same sources. It's the same way they're all bouncing checks at the same bank. And that presents the real problem there, how it's very difficult to vote your way out of a system where you're voting for one wing of the bird.
Term limits. 2 years and they're out of there. That's what they should have.
Well, on this channel, I try to take a more practical approach. Things that you can do yourself to respond to, the situation and the environment that's taking place around you. And so term limits is great. We can talk about that, but that's not going to happen probably in the more immediate term. So how do you kind of swim upstream from all of that? And so that's what I want to focus on and give people ideas on how to.
If I may exert my opinion, John, it starts locally. We too focused on national when it's actually the local that we have to start with. You have to make sure that all the local people that are in politics, that are in place, are for the people and what the people want, regardless of whether they're Democrat or Republican. You got to vote in your best interest. And that's what Black people don't do. We vote traditionally, and that's why we're behind right now.
Well, very rarely do I talk about voting or politics or anything like that. But I do think that that locally, I think it's the key, but maybe not locally in terms of politically. There are a lot of things that go on in your communities in terms of, I give you a better example. In front of my house today, I saw someone that come out with a truck, and they were putting up signs, and it was like street cleaning or whatever. And someone must have agitated for street cleaning around here. And hold on for a second. The Clue Channel say he sucked. But someone must have agitated for street cleaning around here. Now I have off street parking for my cars, but for the people that have company over things like that, now they're going to be inconvenienced that they'll have to have like zone stickers to park in my neighborhood. And it was merely because someone or people or a group of people refused to clean up their own streets in front of their home. If everyone had done that, then you wouldn't have needed the government to come in and say, hey, we're going to clean your streets, but in return, there are going to be some requirements in exchange for that. And I think, and I've heard multiple people tell me stories like this. So I think that far and beyond voting, I think people are going to have to start doing a lot of the things that they would normally ask the government for. Cleaning the streets is very simplistic.
Yeah,
but you've heard me you've heard me be very critical of schools, and I think that people have spent their hard-earned money buying into neighborhoods and hope for good schools, only to find out that the indoctrination that they run from is right there in the schools that they've paid the extra $200,000 to move to. And so, if you think about the greatest man, I think Imperius talked about Abraham Lincoln. Children, are very, they're like sponges. They'll learn. Mimi works in the school system. They'll learn. And I think that for the
Portia does
people,
too.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Portia does too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Portia does too. And again, one of the things
What do I do? I'm sorry.
you work in the school system.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
in the school. I'm not in the school system, John.
Yeah, Portia does, but
Oh, okay.
Pierce would probably agree in that, and Portia would probably agree, even though it would maybe put people like her out of business. I think Portia would find much more greener fields if the school system were dissolved altogether. I remember during COVID.
No.
Let me finish. Right, I remember during COVID, there were people that were teachers and the schools were closed, and people, the really good teachers went out to parents and say, "Hey, do you need tutors for your children
yes,
since no
yes,
school?"
yes,
And the good
yes.
teachers like Portia, I believe that you can tell by her demeanor on the panels that you see her on, someone would hire her to tutor their children. They probably would hire her and pay her much more than the government would pay her in terms of she would be in charge of her own business.
Agreed.
But I think at this point, the government is able to dangle out such of like a golden handcuffs benefits package that people like Portia, why would she take a chance starting her own business tutoring people when the school system is a much easier and much more viable alternative? So those are my thoughts, in terms of what people need to do, far beyond voting, in my opinion. Anyone, the floor is open.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I could think of a couple jobs, that Portia could do.
Imperious. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves there, sir.
I'm sorry, John. It's just I can't help it. I'm sorry, but
But yes, John, I do tutor now. I mean, we're out for the summer, but I teach at a charter school that's pretty strict down here in Texas, and we don't really have a long break. But
do you get bonuses for working during the summer if you do, or do you have to, or you just do it on your own? Like,
absolutely not. So okay, so for summer school, we do get paid on top of our pay, to do summer school. However, it's not anything, I wouldn't call it worth it. At this point, teaching is pretty thankless. It's a thankless job, but I am a math teacher. I teach secondary math all the way up. I'm certified all the way through sophomore year in college, but they need us quite a bit. But I do tutor. I do online tutoring and in-person tutoring.
Let me ask you a question, Portia. Do you think
Yes.
you can make a living tutoring people, teaching math? It's a pretty in demand.
No, yes, I do. And I've actually been in works with some co-op groups, because here in Texas, we have the largest homeschooled population. Of course, that's granted, it's not like it's anything special. I mean, it's just the fact that Texas has the largest population. But yes, I have been in the works of that so that I can do that full time.
And see,
Instead of going into the actual
Go where somewhere in Texas where all the Asians are.
and see,
Really quick.
and see,
well, Asians
there,
are everywhere in Texas.
and see, there is my point. If you dissolve the public school system, I mean, in a theoretical world, the people like Portia are going to make a living here. She's already tutoring people. She would just crank it up a level. Now, a lot of these sorry, fat, black ass teachers who are just skimming money off the top and not teaching anything, well, they're going to have to go on welfare.
Well, there's a very large co-op that this is outside of my job with the charter. There's a co-op where I am the math teacher for that co-op. It's a homeschool co-op. Lord Jesus, homeless. It's a homeschool co-op where I do teach math, but math teachers are really high in demand. There aren't a lot of us, and it doesn't matter across the race. It's not a lot of math teachers out there. A lot of them have quit.
That's very true. And so there's if I were to offer a solution to anyone, I would say there are plenty of math teachers, or people just know how to teach math. Hell, math ain't that difficult to teach. The schools are, should be an afterthought for most.
Well, John, I'll have to stop you there.
Hey guys, I'm getting out of here. Thank you guys for having me, but I have to go to teach.
Thank you, Mimi.
You guys take care.
Thank you, Mimi.
Thanks, love.
I love teaching math, and I know that there are tons of math teachers that love teaching it at one point also, but teaching math should be, in my opinion, the easiest subject to teach. However, COVID put a lot of dents in a lot of things as it pertains to education overall. And then without the lack of support from the parents, and then of course for me, we have a whole board, the CEO and all of that, making adjustments to allow certain things to take place. It makes teaching math not as fun because we have to pass them anyway.
Would you agree with me that parents or even life would teach a child math? Like, that's probably the easiest thing to teach a child is math. It may be more difficult to teach a child reading, or maybe writing is probably pretty easy. But
John, I'll tell you this. Out of all my years in teaching, the one thing that they know at my campus, especially since I left district and now I'm at charter, do not ever. And I did have a moment like my first year at the campus I'm at now where they did put me over English just because of the type of teacher that I am. But I will say I have put my foot down. Don't ever make me teach English. Don't ever make me teach writing.
It's hard, right?
I can't teach that.
Yeah,
I can teach you numbers because you know why? I can give you this formula. I can tell you what y equals mx plus b. We can go through quadratics. We can go through all of the everythings. And you know what? At the end of the day, you're going to have an answer. You can go here in this English class and you can write a 5-page essay and still be wrong. So I don't ever want to teach English. However, the reason why I say that it is far more difficult now after COVID is because there's this spirit of I don't need it. What do I need it for?
Hey, Portia, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you know what time it is, right? I'll be right back.
Oh, I sure do. It's for those of you in the audience that don't know what time it is, John has certainly rolled his next blunt, so don't think that he doesn't have it sitting there waiting, but he has to go and grab a beer. And he might grab 2 so he doesn't have to get up and run and go
How
on.
the hell is he smoking a blunt and drinking still?
You know what? John is phenomenal, and I admire him for his ability to withstand and stay in the midst. You would never know that he was high and drunk at the same time. And another thing that we don't get to see, and one thing that I have been curious about, and I might ask him, John is back. When does John go and pee? Because whenever I drink beer, I have to pee, but it doesn't seem like, John, do you take bathroom breaks after all that?
Yeah. Whenever you see me step away, a lot of times, hey, I do what I have to do. I grab something to eat. I don't eat a lot. People ask me like, damn, when do you eat around here? I'm like, man, I try to keep my, my figure. I'm still the same weight I was 15 years ago. So I hope that answers the people's questions.
We ain't mad at that, John, because you hold your own. Because like the rate at which you're going, I don't like smoke weed or do any drugs or anything.
John, there's a gif of James Worthy fucking smoking a cigar on live TV, and he like goes back, like get back. And like that, it looks just like you, dude. I'm telling you, bring it up, dude. Like bring up the video of him smoking a cigar and going, hey, get back. It's freaking hilarious, dude. I'm telling you, you look just like him, dude.
John, who's on the panel now? We can't see the names.
There's Tyrone there. There's Tyrone. He's back.
Tyrone came back.
Let me tell you. What I will say is this. I may have a clip. I want to show.
Hey, John, while you're looking for that clip, I will tell you, give crack to me. He and I, we were speaking in the chat on CT's show the other day. And, he's Asian and all. So naturally, I start making the jokes about math and whatnot. Bro. And
slope? I didn't know there was a slope.
He said that he believes that you are better at math than he is. So I feel like, I just thought of that as you were talking to me about math being easier to teach. That's why I love teaching math, because in my mind, it is easy to teach. But whenever we're talking about like problem solving skills and how to apply this to your life every single day, because no matter what it is you do in your life, every single day, math is a part of it. Right. And so this is how I try to get my kids engaged. Like, I'm actually a pretty cool and fun math teacher. But give crack to me, an Asian. He said that you're better at math than him. What do you think of that?
I have taken a lot of math. I think get crack. We were on here one day and we were talking about the let me see if I can bring it up. We were talking about the Black-Scholes model. Most people probably have never ever heard of that.
You said Black-Scholes model? What is that?
Yeah, well, you probably see it on my screen here now.
Okay.
So we were talking about this. I'm not sure if you can see.
It's not on the screen yet.
Oh, there it is.
We can't see it. You gotta put it. You gotta put it on the stage.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry about that. We were talking about this one day, and
okay, okay.
Black-Scholes, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah. So I took I took like 3 levels of the Chartered Financial Analyst exam. I didn't pass the 3rd level. Full disclosure, but the first 2 I did. It's a very, very sophisticated exam. And so you're pricing options and things like that. And most people, when they take it, they're working for a company or something. And so the company basically allows you time and they provide the resources. I mean, the books are very expensive, or at least at the time, the books were very expensive. And I was working I'll just tell you, I was working at Fannie Mae. I used to work in the back office, the middle office, what they call it. So I would price these things called swaptions and
See, John, I knew it was a black man behind the fucking crash. I knew it, John.
It's me, get cracked, baby. He probably, but he knew exactly all about this stuff. So maybe that's why he has this. Someone says, "Is this part of the Series 7 exam?" No, the Series 7 exam is probably a lot more about regulations and stuff like this. The chartered financial analyst is when you see people like portfolio managers and stuff like that, they usually have taken the CFA. That's the chartered financial analyst. Stanley says, this Portia. But yeah. So
Stanley was saying, Stanley, you know how Stanley is. He says, English is used every day too, Portia, or at least I'm told. And I'm like, well, yeah, it is used every day, but I don't want to teach it, sir.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
English is probably a little bit more nuanced than math. Math is going to be universal, I would imagine. So at Fannie Mae, this is what I used to do, like swaptions and stuff like this. Most people probably never heard of a swaption, but it's an option giving the right but not the obligation to enter into a swap agreement with another party. So they need to know what a swap is. So swap finance is, so basically a swap is more or less, hey, I have a fixed interest rate and I want a variable interest rate to match my obligation, which is variable. So you swap it out with someone. So that's what they're talking about here. A swap is a derivative contract through two parties where they exchange the cash flows. So basically, again, I have fixed. I have a fixed basket of assets, but I finance it with floating financing. So I need to swap that out, that floating with fixed. So you come up with a swap. And so those are the things I used to work on in my finance career. I don't know if you found that interesting, but whatever. But I guess that's the background too.
John, do you know the guy from Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah. I don't know him, but I've seen the movie.
I'm sorry, John. In the chat, Clue, he mentioned that calculus is his favorite, and I also teach calculus. I teach algebra 1, algebra 2. I teach calculus. I teach trigonometry, and I also teach stats.
Fuck algebra 2. I like calculus more, dude. That shit with the whole cosine, sine bullshit. Oh my god, I hate it.
Yeah. But like I said, I try my best to make math extremely understanding to my scholars, and to where by the time that we're at least 8 weeks in, that they love math and they look forward to coming to my classroom. So Clue he says, ask Portia, what is the value of Euler's E? And I'm curious, he's now saying that the calculus makes the most sense out of all the maths. But the value of Euler's E, Clue, is similar to that of pi, which makes it an irrational number. A numerical constant and all of those good things. But how often are we using Euler's E in algebra and calculus and trig? Sometimes, but as far as our lesson plans are structured for us to teach, now they give us our lesson plans and all of that. They give us what we're supposed to teach, our calendars, and I teach as I do, but because we are beholden to the standardized state testing, we can only teach so much of what it is that we teach. So John, I don't know if you think this would be a good idea, but I'll ask you now, and Imperious and Crack, a lot of people in CT's chat have told me to do a show on CT's teaching a math lesson. And I've been thinking about it, and obviously I haven't done it yet, but I just didn't.
All right, perfect.
Yeah. Do it in a teacher outfit.
I got the link right for you. Click on that, John. Click on this link, John.
Where's the link?
Link in the back chat.
Well, hey, Portia, we promise we'll get you to like 1,000 viewers, 1,000 subscribers before John if you do it.
Okay, so I don't know what a teacher outfit is, but I
Nurse's outfit.
figured they make us switch classrooms every year, unfortunately. So I have to take my classroom down and redo it and recreate my space for my kids. But if I did do that show, I would do it in my classroom. So yeah, John, listen, what you have on the screen, right? John,
Mhm.
listen to me.
I want to hear your opinion, Portia. What do you think of this?
What you got?
Of
Go ahead.
all of the things, the most simplistic thing that I can teach you is geometry in terms of Pythagorean theorem. All we have is a squared, b squared, and c squared. Okay.
Mhm.
So we have our hypotenuse, right?
Mhm.
So one side can only be A or B, which are interchangeable, but there's only one side that can be C, and that C is the hypotenuse. Now listen, when I'm teaching Pythagorean theorem in class, it's always difficult in the beginning, of course, until I go into my further discourse to explain it to my kids. But this is Pythagorean theorem is the one thing that frustrates me the most with kids, because I think that this is the most simplistic topic to teach.
You
But
know,
they don't get it in the beginning. So I have
Portia,
to, be extra to get them.
I'm going to tell you a story. A buddy
Hey,
of mine.
John, you know what I find to be a more interesting question, though, Portia, than what is the demographics of the two students that decided to figure that?
Oh, so this is where we're going. Imperious.
No, it's just an honest question. I'm just wondering, John.
I think I already know the answer, but
John, let's put it in the poll, John.
John, you know
John,
what's
let's make
messed
a
up?
poll.
You know what's messed
Portia,
up?
make a poll. Make it a poll question for the chat. Let's see who we think did it.
Hold on.
Wait, John, you know
you
what's
guys
messed
write
up?
it down. You guys write it down. But let me tell Portia something first. You know, I did a stream with a Section 8 landlord, but he's a friend of mine, so I knew him very well, and so I kind of knew the story that he was going to tell me. But he once told me a story that the whatever it is called, the Pythagorean theorem or whatever it is, the hypotenuse or whatever. He worked with the old black construction guy, and whatever you have to do, you have to do the 45-degree angles or whatever, right? To make 45-degree angles. The old black man knew it in an old mathematical way, and the book method would have been, very grammatical and the hypotenuse and this, but the old black man, and I'm just saying he's old black man, but he could have been any older man, taught him in a way that was very practical, right? And I remember one time I went to tutor at a public school, and I wanted to show them division as I had learned it, and they're like, "No, you can't teach them that way."
How
And
did
I
you learn
think
it, John?
I'm sorry.
How did you learn it? Are we
I
doing
guess it was like the long
houses?
division way or something. I
Long
don't
division,
remember.
was it in the house, out the house? How'd you go about
I
it?
never heard those terms before, but
Okay, all right.
the way that I learned it, you put the little thing over top, the little L over top of the number, and
L on top, and you
Right.
have your number inside the house, which is the L, and then you have your number that you're dividing into what is divisible outside the house. Yes.
Okay, well, that means I never knew all those
Hey,
terms.
Portia, I just want to let you know, if you were my teacher, I'd go to detention. I'd even go to Saturday school. That'd be just fine with me.
Well, Imperious, you would be amazed at how many of my male students do just that. So it's already it's already a hot mess. I'm at a charter school, and we go all the way up to 12th grade, and then we go up to the freshman year. So it's like a community college. So we go up to freshman year in college and sophomore year, and it's quite a mess.
Wow.
But they know what time it is. They know what time it is. But
Yeah, I know what time it is.
it ain't
Hey,
that.
we gotta check out Tyrone's painting jobs. Anyone that's in Columbus, Georgia.
Oh,
You can
Clue! Hey, Clue!
Is this Clue right here? Okay, what's up, Clue? I see you in the chat. I don't know what you've been saying, but I've seen a couple of your chats. What do you have to say here? I think you're on mute or something. Yeah, you're on
Yeah,
mute.
Clue, you're on mute. Go
Yeah,
easy.
yeah. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we
Loud
can
and clear.
hear you, Clue.
Yeah, y'all were talking math, so I had to come up. You know that
I'm
math is
about
the
to
only
send.
reason to
I'm
go to
about to
school
send a
for me.
problem to John, and I want to see y'all solve it since y'all talking all of this
All
mess.
right, all
Oh,
right.
bring it. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm gonna give y'all some low levels, but we gonna see where y'all at with it.
All right, so what's
So you
up,
didn't
Clue?
know what Euler's E was? You don't know what that's all about? That's
Me?
finance.
No, I didn't know it. No, I didn't know. I
Portia.
never heard it.
No,
That was a question for Portia.
yeah, but I did answer your question. Maybe you weren't listening.
I was, but yeah, it's an irrational number, but you didn't tell me what it was, what its value was, or close
I mean,
to.
yeah, it is. I mean, but like, I'm a teacher, and so you're asking me this on a panel. I would have to go through, and for me, for my comfort, I would need to break it down and explain it so that I know that just because you understand it, Clue, that doesn't mean that everyone else does. So, but this is John's show, and so I'm not,
No, take your liberty, Portia. Go right ahead.
Just a little nerd supremacy. That's all it is, you know.
Go ahead, Clue.
Yeah, it's just I'm just messing with you. It's just a little nerd fight, nerd stuff. That's all.
Well, let me get back to get crack here. Get crack.
Oh,
You
the
asked.
Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah, look at that. Get crack.
Yeah. That's why I gave you that article.
They're like Asian women. They're like Asian names right there. Yeah, what do you think? Those Asian names right there? Matter of fact, you know what? We're gonna do something. When was this done? 2023. That's last year. Okay, all right. It's not long enough. You know what I want to do with you guys since we're right here? You remember them niggas that went into the Philadelphia Starbucks talking about they had a business meeting or something? You remember them niggas?
Oh yeah, that bullshit in 2016, 2015. Yeah.
Anyone ever done a look up on them niggas? Like, where are they now?
Probably the same losers they were when it happened.
I know one of them niggas' name was Ross Son.
They're probably dead. Watch they probably got killed by other people.
That's likely.
Hey,
do you
remember the lie they told was that they were meeting some white liberal real estate developer? You remember that? Does anyone remember that? Starbucks, let me see, Blacks, Philly.
I remember all the employees had to go through some kind of racial sensitivity course, and then there was this marketing thing. Let's all talk about race. Yeah, I remember that.
You remember Starbucks closed for like a day? All over the country. Does anyone remember that?
Started kissing black people's feet and all that
Yeah,
shit.
but I don't remember that.
Well, look. Yeah, well, we'll look it up. Look at this. Ex-manager awarded $25 million in suit over fine. They fired her because she was basically following the rules, and they wanted to get out from up on the heat. Hey, can someone Google these niggas' names while we go into this article? These are the two niggas' names.
Well, wasn't this another situation of that? Remember that, John? Remember that scooter lady that grabbed the scooter from the guy, and they found out later that he was like fucking with the whole system, crying racism about everything. Like, do you remember that one, John, where she was like all over because people were saying like, oh, she took the scooter out of the black guy's hands at Karen and stuff like that, and it turned out that he was like holding the equipment or holding the scooter, and while she had already rented it out, and he was just holding it because he had been done using it, but he didn't want to give it up because he wanted to rent it again, but she had rented it already scheduled, and it was all, yeah, dude. I'll try to find it.
Hey, John. After we finish this story, if we could play a game of sorts tonight, we can get really interactive with the panel and the chat.
Strip poker.
John, I did send you an email, and I took 2 screenshots that have 2. One has 3 questions, and the other, I believe it has 6. And since we have Clue on the panel, we have Crack on the panel, and Imperious, and John, you can partake in this if you'd like.
All right.
Pythagorean theorem to find the missing side length in each right triangle.
All right.
If
What
you could
should I
put
do?
all that on the
Put it
screen and we can time them.
Let me get my pen and paper. I might need
Yes,
it.
in my time, John, I'm going to treat them like I treat my students. The amount of time that you have to finish those 3 problems, in the email, I believe that I specified number 1 and 2. So in problems, so it says PT problems, and then there's a PT problems 2. So in PT problems, I'm going to give them 30 seconds to answer all 3. And for PT problems 2, I'm going to give them 45 seconds. So we can play a game about, we can do that, right? And so we'll do that after you finish the
No, I'm done. I'm going to pull it up right now. Give me 1 second. Let me stop sharing. Let me pull this up. Oops. Let me pull it up.
You have to show the picture of the actual triangle, though.
No, he's going to, I sent him the
Yeah. I'm about to pull it up.
So it's use the Pythagorean theorem to find the missing side length in each right triangle, round to the nearest 10th if necessary. This is one of my handouts that I give to my scholars. So good luck.
All right, this is the first
one. We get if we get it right.
I guess we'll find out.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up now.
It's white boy summer. Go, man. All right, I ain't gonna pass any of these questions.
Okay, John, let me know when you're gonna pull it up because I'm gonna set my timer.
I was about to say, how many seconds are we giving them here? This is the first
30
one.
seconds. 30 seconds for the first 3. So, I mean, they talking trash. So should I be lenient with them? Should I give them 60 seconds?
I think you should give them 15 seconds. What do you think?
Oh my God.
I took everything off the screen so that they can see it clearly.
Okay, so we'll give them 60 seconds. Okay.
You want to give them that much time? All right.
Okay, let 30 seconds. Let's just stick with it. I'll continue to be the teacher that I am.
Look at that. You be teacher here. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Start the clock, Portia. Go.
Oh man. Oh my God. Oh shit. Okay.
Hey, this Asian, you got to step up here. This is Asian on this.
Oh my God. So can I answer the first one? Or we got to wait until we do all of them?
We ought to make them put the answer up on the screen.
Okay.
Put it in the private chat. Put it in the private or the public chat.
Okay. Well,
I got 15 seconds. 14, 13. 10.
Oh my God.
Anybody got any answers in the chat here? Let's see.
5, 4, 3,
Oh man.
2, 1.
All right. I only did 2 of them.
Okay, so we got so the Asian got 2. Okay, I can start the timer over and I can give y'all 60 seconds to complete the rest. But in the meantime, for you, Mr. Crack, what are the answers to number 4 and 5, sir?
Okay, it better be 144 and 108. Is that right? Or am I fucked up?
Wow.
The second one was B. I mean, not B. Second one
There's
was
a B? Oh, there's 8. Oh, shit.
Second one's 8.
You bring shame to your family.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You bring much shame to your family, sir. And who is that? Who said 8 for question number 5, the 10 by 6?
Yeah, I got 8 for that.
Clue? That's what you got?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and give Clue a round of applause. Yay. So
yay.
60 seconds. We're going to do 60 seconds. We'll start the timer again.
I've been
so
in
you guys
school
can
in
get
20
number
years.
4. Yeah, I mean, hey, but y'all talking all of this math trash, so I'm just like, let me give y'all the I'm gonna give y'all the easiest
Only read
one.
numbers with dollar signs in front of them.
Okay. Oh, that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's what I do now too.
Y'all are challenging me on the panel and in the chat, so I'm like, hey, let's just go ahead and get it done. So I'm gonna give you guys 60 seconds to give me the answer to number 4 and 6. And so we're talking about the Pythagorean theorem. And so here we are looking at a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
Right.
So here on your screen you see, and I'll give you a brief explanation on number 4. Again, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. And so we are going to square the numbers that are given to us, and then we are going to have to take the square root of the number that is given to us after we take the original squares. And so since, you know what, I'm just going to do 30 seconds.
Teacher Portia, how am I supposed to do this on my phone?
12.
I can't do it on my phone. I can't only have a certain amount of apps open at one time, teacher.
That's the problem, ain't it?
John, we're going to go for 30 seconds again. And on the next set of problems,
number
we'll
4 is
do
12.
1 minute. Okay. So, John, I'm about to start the timer again. So you guys have for number 4 and number 6, y'all have 30 seconds. Let's go. Timer has started.
6.
25,
What?
4, 23.
Oh shit, ain't that wrong?
Richard, try again. Richard, try again. Oh, well, shoot. What do we got for number 4 and number 6?
12.
12 for number 4. What do we have for number
That's
6?
right. That's the one I didn't see. Oh, okay.
Let me share it again.
16. I'm doing this without a calculator. I'm trying to remember 16.
That's what I'm saying. This is bullshit. How am I supposed to do it without a calculator?
You don't need a calculator.
256, right?
I can't watch this and talk and do another app on my phone at the same time.
Well, I think you can do 16 squared, 16.
That's
twice.
256,
16
right?
times
That's
16,
you know,
right?
that's a binary.
16 times 16, yes. And then you can do the same thing with 24, yes. 24 times 24, yes. And then you can take the square root of that, and that should be easy enough for all of you, I assume. Since you guys,
You're talking
again,
to us like we slow. I ain't slow.
no. I'm not saying that you're slow. I mean,
I'm real slow now.
Hey, Crack and Imperious, this is Clue's fault. Okay, so since you know,
I don't have a calculator, so you know I'm doing this in my head. You know,
This is racism. I feel like I'm being denied a calculator.
I do it in my head also. I do it in my head also.
24 squared is what?
Sean, show me your answers.
288. Yeah, it's 288.
Hey, I'm moderating here.
288, I think.
Hey.
That's the hypotenuse. No, it's not. It's not 288. No, it's not.
I don't know. All right, Portia.
400
All right.
times.
So Crack, is it okay? Y'all don't want the second set of questions, do you?
I mean, okay. Is it square root of 8 for those two, and then the middle one is 4?
460.
For which number you're talking about? Number 4, because number 4, someone did say the correct answer for number 4. Yes.
8?
Yeah.
No, that 8 is 8 yards is for number 5, but for number 4, someone did give us our metrics and our answer.
What was 5 again?
5 was A equals, because you have A squared, B squared.
No, I can't even see the numbers. I was switching back and forth trying to find a calculator app.
Hey, Imperious, you should go to Desmos, Desmos. Go to Desmos. That'll help you all out. So Desmos for number 5, we have A equals 8 yards squared. So our hypotenuse for number 5 is going to be 10 yards, and our B is going to be 6 yards, and our A is going to be 8 yards. And then for number 4, we have our 5. That's going to serve as our A or our B. So I'll just say A is going to be 5. Our B is going to be 13. And then our C, our hypotenuse, we don't know what that is, right? So we're going to have to take that 5 and square it. We're going to have to take that 13 and we're going to have to square that. We're going to have to add those totals together. And then we're going to have to take the square root of that to get our C. And that C is going to be 12 inches squared. Okay. And it doesn't seem like any of you got number 6.
That's too big of numbers. I can't do it in my head.
It's okay. I can.
Square
It's
root
okay
of 320.
Yes. So on number 6, you have 16 and you have 24. So for 16, I'm going to let my 16 serve as my A. And I'm going to allow my hypotenuse, right, my 24 to serve as my C. And then the missing value that we need is going to be my B. So I need to plug in my formula, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. So for my A squared, I have 16 squared plus B squared, right? And then equals C squared, which is 24 squared. So I'm going to work that out, and I'm going to have to do my inverse operations, and I'm going to have to, and none of you have gotten that answer, and it's okay.
Get your abacus out, China guy. Get it out.
The abacus, man. I have a slide ruler. You want to bring me that out? You guys know how to use slide rulers?
we now understand that crack is Asian, but not all the way, and that's okay.
No, I'm not all the way.
He's like Cambodian. He's like half Asian.
It's fine. Crack, you have to represent your people better in the future.
No. I was never good. I was a mediocre student most of my life, but I got away with it.
He was only an average Asian. He wasn't like an outstanding Asian.
Use proportions. Why would I use proportions when I'm trying to teach at beginner's level Pythagorean theorem? I need you to know the long form way, right? And then I need you to know how to do it on a calculator. But you can't get the calculator until you're in Algebra 1, and that is typically not until the 8th grade or the 9th grade.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I prefer Excel.
Okay.
I took it in 8th grade because I was smart.
Well, I'll help you for number 6. It's going to be 17.9. Okay. Which
there's no points. You can't be playing point games. This is bullshit.
It's a square root of 320, right?
Absolutely, and you get a decimal.
Okay, I just didn't feel like calculating that because I don't have a calculator, so I was kind of right.
And that's okay because y'all did just okay. That's good.
Look at you talking down to a genius.
I am the math teacher. I am the math teacher. So hey,
put some integrals on there with some bounds.
Oh no! Don't do that. Don't do that.
Numbers. Come on, give me some imaginary numbers.
Oh man, we gotta do analytic geometry. Let's go.
If I gave you guys,
what's the area of a dodecagon?
If I gave y'all integers, I'm sure you would struggle as well.
Nah.
So,
no.
If I gave you integers, you wouldn't?
Nope.
Huh. Okay.
Let's go.
I'll keep that in mind. I don't want to derail John's show with math.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up the second one in 1 second, Portia.
Well, if they want to hop into integer, hey, listen, I don't want to be the math. I feel like I'm boring. Listen.
The area of a parabola. Come on. Integer x squared, right? X squared bound from -1 to +1. That'll be the area of a parabola.
I mean, we can go into quadratics if you want to.
Exclude a Black American here, Portia. I don't know.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
We got the Black American versus the Asian.
I'm an American.
John,
they say I'm black.
Clue is a Negro. Okay, don't get right?
I'm an American, but they say I'm black. That's what they say.
The blacks figured out the Pythagorean theorem. Of course, he kicked my ass.
Hey, Crack, I'm disappointed in you, Crack. I am.
All right, I'm about to put up the next one here now. You ready, Portia? You ready to start?
Hold on, wait. Like instead of doing that one, I'm going to give them integers because I feel like that would be simpler and
that's Cal 1 right there.
They should be able to, hopefully, in 30 seconds, because this is what I give my scholars. I give them 30 seconds, but sometimes you
This is
need more.
good. I like this.
30,
Yeah,
30 seconds, 30
we should definitely do this for CT's class, man.
You need more than that. Is that what you're saying?
Where the hell's the question? I can't even see it.
Man, this guy just wants to get in detention. Get him off of here.
Or after school tutoring and Saturday school, we can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, bring the paddle.
Well, we don't have that.
Oh my god. Oh, Gary, come on, let's do this.
Hey, Crack,
I know. I
never
hold
had
on,
a
I
hot
know,
teacher.
I know
feel
damn
cheated.
well that I ain't come in on niggas doing math.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Oh dear God. Oh my gosh. Okay, John, I'm about to.
Don't you need math? You need math to figure out those resistors, man. Ohm's law, right? Come on.
That is basic addition and subtraction. That's
Yeah, see, it's easier than this Pythagorean theorem. I don't got
Electronics. I
roots
think I
and
know. I think I remember that. Power equals volts
Hey,
times
Gary.
current.
Hey,
Volts
Gary,
times current.
you're right. You win. Volts times current.
amps,
You win.
Volt
Yeah.
times amps. Yeah.
Current. No, current is right. Current. Yeah.
Yeah.
Volts times amps.
Current, which is
Ask
measured in
Garen,
amps.
Mm-hmm.
Ask Garen who he thinks proved the Pythagorean theorem.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Who you think?
I think it was a Korean.
Wait, who invented it?
Who proved it?
It's really the Pythagorean theorem is really an integral of x equals y, with x equals slope times y equals slope times x.
What?
The integral of y equals slope times x. Y equals mx.
Slope times X.
That's all
slope?
it is.
No.
Slope
What is
is
slope?
m. It's m. Slope
And what is
m.
after slope? What is the exact formula that we
Y
use?
equals m times x
M
is the
what?
slope times x, mx. You can't catch me
MX
up on
what?
stuff I know.
MX what?
That's the intercept plus c.
What?
That's the intercept.
Hold on, wait. John, what did you say?
Isn't it mx plus b or something
Thank
like
you,
that?
John. Yes, it is. It's going to be equals MX
Slope
plus B.
intercept.
And
That's
whenever
what I said.
we want to give the full formula instead of pieces whenever we say, oh, it's the X times
You're
the
such a teacher. Oh my god. Teacher.
That's only the Cartesian coordinate.
We want
That's only Cartesian, man. Use the polar coordinate. What's the polar coordinate version of that?
Intercept. That's what the B is. A slope intercept. Come on.
Johnson.
It's the displacement.
Hey, Garen, look at this right here.
That's the same article I'm on, John. I was looking that up.
Look at the names. Nikaya.
That's a wait.
Oh, Nakaya Jackson.
That's a nigga right there.
It's
That's a nigga's
calcium.
name.
That's bullshit, John.
Calcia Johnson, and Nakia Jackson. Yes, John. I can send you another email with the integers. The integers are very simple. So if these Negroes on the panel, white, Asian, and black included, if they don't get this in 60 seconds, then they're doomed. Okay.
Oh, it's integers. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
just
we're
whole
doomed.
numbers.
They must have been adopted.
Not all whole numbers, but these are simple enough, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Yes, teacher. I'll make sure I do all my homework.
You know you lied to me, right? They end up being decimals. That you lied to me. Because the integer cannot be a decimal.
I wish you all the best of luck.
Oh, this shit is too easy right here.
It should be. It should
I looked her up. This bitch black.
Okay, hold on, wait, John. Wait, John. Let me get my timer pulled up. I'm gonna give them 60 seconds.
That's too long.
Is that too long? Hold on, wait, John. Hold on, wait.
Now, I haven't had calculus since 1998, so
I don't
so
think
it may
y'all
take me
want
some time.
calculus. I don't think y'all want calculus for me because I told you I teach calculus too. So let's
What
go
is
ahead.
this? This is second grade stuff? What's this?
Okay, John, I'm starting the timer now. I need y'all to answer all of those questions.
I can do that
60
live.
seconds. Every last one of them. No, go ahead. Go ahead now.
Do it live right now.
I'm starting the timer now.
Do it live.
trying to tell me you can do it live. Okay, live.
It's a second grade.
You know what
Joel, I can't see the questions. I couldn't see it that quick.
I know.
Like,
This is racism. This is bullshit.
Hold on.
Yeah,
what?
Hold on. You know what we should do?
Restart the timer, please.
So as to put these niggas on the spot, we should make their ass answer on the spot. Like, hey,
John,
man,
I agree with you.
what's answer number one? Nigga?
Yeah. Let's do that.
I didn't even get to
Yeah, what's
see it.
First one to get one wrong gets dropped.
Fine.
What's A1?
First one to get one wrong gets naked, right, Portia?
I mean, John, he put it up there. So what's A1?
Wait,
put it up. I don't see
But
it.
put it up then. What is it?
Y'all should know. John had it up there long enough for you all. So
Yeah, I had my answer, and then
What are you
you
talking
took it
about?
away. Now I don't remember.
hey, John.
I
Okay,
have
John.
photographic memory. Come on. Put
Okay,
it
John.
back up.
How about this? John, do you think? Okay, so John, I said 60 seconds. I was gonna give him a minute for.
No, do it live. Put it up there and then
Yeah,
then
let's
just
go.
pick a number.
All right,
Do it live. We'll do it live.
Hold on.
All right, I'm good. Go.
Okay, John. So if we're gonna do it live, they can only see the screen for 15 seconds, and we gotta take it down.
How about this? We put
Just
one
pick a
person,
square and we answer it.
Yeah, we give one person an opportunity and see how he does, and if he can. And we're gonna see if we catch one of these niggas to not be able to answer one of these simple ass questions.
Oh boy.
What do you think?
You know, John, hear me out for a second. Like, it doesn't matter because I don't just tutor kids, I also tutor adults. And
Yeah, there's a lot of adults that go into these classes.
yeah, integers really mess them up every single time. And if you don't have a basic understanding of integers whenever you move further along in math,
it's a
just
struggle
really difficult for you. Yeah.
Who
And so
wants to go first?
the negatives and the positives. So
Who wants to
addition
go
and
first?
subtraction, but I'm helping out.
White boy summer. White boy can do it. Go.
Who wants to go first?
It should be
Go
easy.
first. I'll go first, John.
He's like the superior race.
Should we put in periods on the spot?
Fine, whatever. Okay, am I doing number one or something? A1 or what number am I doing? Just so I know where I'm looking. I'm looking on a phone screen, so give me a sec. Okay, go ahead.
You're doing A1.
We're gonna give you 2 seconds.
2 seconds. All right, Jesus, I gotta fucking look at my screen.
Nah, 2 seconds for the
3 seconds. I gotta at least see the screen. I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't have it up.
All right, Portia, I know it's hard to do 2 seconds, but Imperial's supposed to be a smarter ass, right?
Hell yeah.
One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
It's not even up. 4.
Correct.
Is you right, Portia?
-9 plus 6 equals negative.
The wrong
He did
one.
number 2. He did number 2.
He did number 2. So B1. All right, you're correct, Imperius, for B1.
Oh, yeah, he was getting nervous there.
No, I wasn't nervous. I gotta fucking at least be able to see the damn. I thought he was just gonna put up the board again. I was like, I don't even know where I'm looking.
All right. Who should we put up next? Anyone?
I'll go.
Anyone
I'll
in
go.
the chat want to recommend someone who should go next?
I'll go. I will go.
This is fun. Yeah, let's do it. Recommend.
Portia, now you got to take something off every time we fucking get something right.
Oh, nah. That's harassment.
All right, we're not doing that. Okay, who's next?
I'm next.
He'll go and I'll go after him.
Who is it?
I'm next. Rob the nerd. I'm next. Clue. I'm
All right,
next.
you got 2 seconds, my man. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna.
I'll go after Clue and then get Crack and go after.
So John, so whoever's next, we're looking at A1 so we can, stay in line. So we have A1 next, and then we have C1 next, and then D1 next. So what's A1 for whomever is next?
All right, let me see if I can get over there. All right. A1. Push, you ready?
Yes, let me get my hold on, wait. Sorry. I'm getting my timer.
How much is supposed to be our time again? Like
we're giving them 5 seconds or
hell no, we give them 3 seconds.
Two.
I got like 2 seconds. I barely saw it once.
You can't give us preference. Then this defeats the whole purpose. It's like affirmative action.
Okay, so we're doing 3 seconds.
I was just asking a question. I didn't hear the seconds.
Here we
Okay,
go.
so
Here
we have
we
3 seconds. Okay, John, put it on the screen and I'll start the timer.
go.
We already did
It's the
that
same
one.
number I
We already
did.
did that. We already did that one. No, you can't show that one again.
Okay.
Oh yeah, John, that was the same one. We're looking at. So John, you can just the one that I sent you. Just put it on the screen, I suppose, and then they can look at A1.
Teacher, this is cheating. The blacks are trying to pass the answers.
All right, here we go. Are you ready? Go, Portia.
I'm ready.
-6.
-6. Okay, good job. So we have C1, we have B1 and C1. Okay, good job, Garion.
Who's
that's
going?
not Gary. That's Clue.
No,
That's
that was
Clue.
me.
That was Clue.
That was me, the genius.
Garion's next. Garion's
Oh,
next.
sorry, Garion. Good job, Clue. There you go. Good job, Clue.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
you got to represent for the Africans here.
Do we get gold stars when we get them right?
Gary, you got to
Oh,
represent for the
man.
Africans here.
Don't put
Here you
this
go,
pressure
Gary.
on me, John.
Can't wait for geometry.
Uh-oh. Timer started.
That was 10 seconds.
Wait, what
That
the
was
heck?
3 seconds.
Who was that for?
Hey,
That was way long.
Who was that for?
Come on, Garion. You can answer that, right?
That was mine.
Yeah, that was yours.
Garion, what's the answer?
I don't know.
Oh man, come on.
Okay, so we can do a layup crack. What's the answer to B1?
-14.
-14. Dude.
Okay, good job. Good job. Okay, good job. Okay, so Garion, it's up to you.
Now we get to mock and ridicule him for a minute, call him a fag, and get him out of here. Get him a fag.
Oh man, Garion. Come on, Garion. You use a multimeter, man. Come on.
John, we have to give Garion the opportunity to attempt to answer A1, and if Garion doesn't get it, we gotta kick him off the panel. So
I
A1.
know. The niggas in the channel gonna be like, give Angel a question. I know they.
Angel
Hey, John, you should have a racial Jeopardy. You could have a racial Jeopardy game one day. Or John, a racial family feud.
Hey, Imperius, that would be good if we had.
A racial family feud, dude. Have like 3 or 4 whites on one side, 3 or 4 blacks on the other side. You know, I think that'd be hilarious.
And we got Get Crack and Master Kim on one side.
Yeah. You have the Asians as the semifinalists.
Oh my God!
We have you and Savage, Imperius and Savage on one side.
Oh, this is fun. That will be real fun. You know, I gotta brush up on all my math. Then this is like, oh boy. All right.
Wait, hold on. You said Family Feud. What would the topics be?
It would be algebra and calculus. And
No. It'd be something funny. It'd be like racial stereotypes 101. That'd be funny.
But no, I'll tell y'all what, Garion is really good at making ninja math problems for me. He's helped me so much in the past, and I have to salute him.
We can even have like a special needs team. We can have like Angel and what's her name and Linwood. We can make it be on the team.
Wait, what's ninja math? What's ninja math? What?
I don't know what ninja math is, but I'm just talking about ninjas, Negroes,
Oh, okay.
N-words, crack. So Richard said this is lit and everyone is having fun with math. So the way that this panel is going right now, this is how I have it in my classroom. And I try to always make sure I have my scholars actively engaged and that we're having fun. So we do have A1 that is left on the table for Garion because he had to pass it over to Crack. And Crack is an Asian. And even though, he's not what we all expected him to be as an Asian, it's okay. So Garion, we're going to let you have and possibly have your layup on A1. And then after A1, we'll go ahead with A2 with Angel. So if that's okay.
Gotcha.
I think this is A1 right? Oh, this is B1.
A1. So A1. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
Wait, hold on, Portia. I gotta answer the door right quick. Or y'all can talk about something until I get back.
Yeah, y'all talk about something. I have to go pee. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, talk shit. Yeah, talk shit about me. Get it out.
I was saying that Angel should get 2 points.
The only measurement he knows is measuring the cock of the guy he's sucking. That's all he knows.
Man, you guys are keeping me up way past my bedtime here. I'm supposed
No,
to.
you got another show.
John, don't you have like another show in like 4 hours or something?
You know, man, I really rarely sleep. I only sleep a couple of hours at night, typically.
How does this guy function? He's like some kind of super cyborg human or something. He's smoking 24/7, little drinking, little smoking,
Man,
staying up all night. He's like a forever teenager, man. What the hell is this? This is not fair.
No,
That's what
John,
Hancock used to do.
I
He used to drink before he saves the world.
Like, one time CT was like, he cut out the dude.
CT, he's an African. He would probably fare well at this game, don't you?
He did options. He told like in Grace's that's how he made his money. So I was
you imagine CT as your teacher, dude? It'd be so fucking funny.
I told Grace.
I fucked with him so bad, dude.
No,
oh my God.
I told Grace like CT could teach like tutor her to pass the GED, and if Portia like can do this, then dude, we get Grace up here, and then we could have like a real tutoring session, and then afterwards, let's see if like chat and all of us can answer these questions too.
See if we get some people to pass the GED.
Well, I'll say, y'all are doing all right. Y'all are doing pretty good. I'm giving y'all some easy stuff. So.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
You may be past your bedtime, John, but I'm literally just waking up. I got up like about 5:15 p.m. here in Arizona, so just a few hours ago because I slept through the day. So your nighttime is my morning right now.
Oh man,
must be fucking nice, Dave. Must be nice, Angel, on that fucking reservation. Get to sleep all day.
Oh,
I gotta go to work all day. Come on, Jesus, Angel.
Oh man,
fucking A, man.
Wow.
Oh my God.
So John, like on your shows, John, like whenever you have like a long form stream, if you want us to play like like the game, like the math, like we're doing right now, we can definitely do it. And the questions will just get harder each time.
Hey, Angel, you might as well just sit there with a bottle of alcohol while you're at it right now, bud.
Maybe we can have a.
I don't drink any type of beer, alcohol, or wine, or any of that kind of stuff.
Stay sober, Angel.
It's a good choice. That's a good choice, Angel.
We've been drinking, Angel. We've been drinking.
Angel,
could you imagine Angel drunk?
No.
I want to see what Portia's like when she's drunk. That's what I want to see.
Hey,
Don't do it, Angel.
Portia, you talked to HB. I haven't heard from HB. I need to make sure we're doing this show tonight.
Oh no. John, y'all are. He's gonna wake up. His alarm goes off at midnight, so he'll be up for the show.
Hey, is HB gonna pick up some lot lizards while he's on air, or what's going on here?
Hey, look, you can at least film them though. Let us at least see what's out there.
They don't exist anymore, John. They're on Instagram. They're all on Instagram now.
Watch HBO show us the load he's carrying. It's a bunch of fucking weed in the back of the truck.
All right, I'm back. What the heck y'all talking about?
Yeah, John, HB, he's not that guy. He will absolutely show up. He'll be on the road for the show, for sure, but he'll be there.
Portia, honestly, I don't know what you think about the show. It was just some shit I just brainstormed. Hey, maybe it'll be interesting.
No, I think it'll be interesting too.
I think him being on the road.
Dude, trucker life is super interesting. Those people are fucking like hardcore, man.
I'm a trucker too. I'm in my truck right now.
How many black truckers do we have? God, what is that, like 5?
Well, I'm an American trucker, so don't count me with them niggas.
Well, how many American truckers do we have?
Man, I like you, Clue, man. You gotta come on my channel more.
Well, don't worry, dude. The Mexicans are gonna take the jobs now. They're gonna take all the truck jobs next.
No, Pierce. I don't think it's gonna be Mexican. As Get Crack said, it's gonna be as not Get Crack, but as Master Kim said, it'll probably be the Indians before the automation takes.
Well, John, you have Clue Channel on your show right now, and he's definitely a joy. So, Clue,
thank you.
Clue, I'm more than sure Clue will come back. He is Clue is.
Yeah, I told him I subbed. Yeah, I
Clue,
subbed.
I saw that Clue. Clue, are you a truck driver, my man?
Yes, sir. 5 years in.
You driving tonight, or are you driving right now?
If I'm driving right now, we got a problem.
Oh, you don't fucking drive.
I don't do that. I never do that.
You know,
I never stream on. Never.
Mm-hmm. So it may be hard for drivers to log on and talk to us, then, huh?
I got a hotspot, so mobile hotspot.
Hey, have you looked into like having a phone number that they can just call in, so they don't need to go through StreamYards? That'll make it easier.
Yeah,
I know. I've seen people. I've seen people just have a call-in number and they just leave it there, and it'll link to the StreamYards or whatever they're using. I don't know how to do it.
We could always use. Garion could give us his number that he uses for all his tricks. I mean, we could use that number.
You could always the Rodecaster Pro does that.
Sorry, teacher. I thought we were still in class having fun. My bad. Sorry about that.
Rodecaster Pro can do that.
Zoom also has that feature.
Zoom has that feature. Okay.
Because they can call you on your phone. They can call you on your phone, and you can set Rodecaster to pick up Bluetooth. And when they call you on your phone, you can just put them on live.
Can we use Google Voice or something like that?
CT used to do that before he got on StreamYard. You would have one person at a time call them up. So yeah.
Yo, how long has CT been streaming? It sounds like a lot of people.
CT's been streaming for years.
2 years. Yeah. He was Kevin in Sales at first. Remember, he was Kevin in Sales.
Yeah.
That was his first name, Kevin in
Well,
Sales.
he was also Labuto Network too.
But I think Kevin in Sales was 3 years ago.
Yeah, like John CT, he's been doing this for a while, but the Chaotic Truth, that's the one that really kicked off. So
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Hey, why did he stop going on like Risky's channel and stuff?
Because the red pill content, I mean, the relationship conversations.
Risky ain't no red pill. What are you talking about?
Risky is not red. Risky is a businessman.
Relationship bullshit.
Risky is a businessman. Do you hear me? Risky does what he needs to do while he needs to do it. And so Risky, he is such an intellectual. He just does what he needs to do for his business. And I mean, hey,
I'm just saying he's not red pill. He's relationship.
Yeah.
That shit would get so old to me. Like
it does get old. All they talk about is bitches all day.
I think the reason
it gets
tiresome.
tiresome.
He had left because he had too many nigga moments. He had one at least every time he went up there.
Who?
Exactly. So whereas Risky is not red pill, right? But his panel and his show. I mean, Jesus, like
around risk.
They talk relationship, red pill, like, but the guys, the stuff they spew is all red pill talking points. So
no, it's
I
not.
mean,
no, it's not. It's relationship. It's
okay, relationship.
Hold on.
I'm not seeking relationship advice.
What's the difference between the two?
I'm not either. I'm with somebody. I'm pretty sure.
I don't see a relationship between a man and a woman as that complicated, really. Like to actually it just doesn't seem that complicated. It's never been that complicated for me, you know.
Actually, it's
here's what I say about Risky and all those guys. You know, I'm not criticizing. I don't watch them enough to even criticize. But like, I think HB said it. Like, I just can't. I've never spent my time thinking about what the hell a woman thinks. You know, you just like, and the women just somehow just came about. I've never been sure.
Yeah, you got natural Riz though, John. Look at you. You got natural Riz. You go Black Shoals. You know Black Shoals, bitch.
James Wording's 6'8", man. He's 6'8".
Yeah, I'm not even 6 feet tall. I'm like 5'11".
Well, I mean, John, Mimi did try and shoot her shot at you. So I mean, hey.
You know who else?
I mean, that shit happened all my life. That's what I never understood. Like if you just, it's happened all my life. If you just, put yourself out there in a certain way, like women will come. I don't understand what all the talk is about. I guess it's profitable because there are men that want to sit around and talk about this shit. But
it's questions that should have been answered in high school.
My friend.
Exactly.
You should know that by the time you get your diploma, you should have answers to all that.
Exactly.
My friends.
I don't know why grown ass people still arguing over that stuff.
Venting, right?
My friends that I like.
But Clue, they do. They have full blown channels about arguing over that stuff. So,
but
Multiple
why?
channels.
It's easy. I got answers to all of that.
But there's a whole group of incels, man.
Easy.
No,
I
there's
don't
just a
think
whole
they-
group of
think
them.
they
Fresh and
incels,
fit
though.
is.
I don't
Just
think
them
they're
arguing about
incels.
women.
They're not incels. What the heck are they?
I don't think it's incels. I think it's like there's a space within the YouTube space. I think that it's black men that maybe are having problems with women.
So it's the barbershop, John.
It could be that. Yeah, it kind of like it's like a place to vent and gripe and
I think
the goddamn salon.
Yeah,
I saw somebody. I saw somebody.
It's more of a beauty shop than a barber shop.
Somebody's topic.
It's a salon for niggas.
Hey, matter of fact,
salon for niggas. Yes.
Hold on. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Right? Let's just look and see.
Oh, you got an example?
Well, we just want to look for something. How about that? Right? We'll go on YouTube and we'll see what the black.
that's a great idea. I'm gonna hop into the chat because it's It's like 9:21. So
Oh, you can't leave now, teacher. You can't leave now.
Hey, look, I'm gonna give you guys.
We got mad beef.
Okay, I'm gonna log in on my phone because I'm on my computer right now, and then I'll just be listening until whenever.
This ain't
It's
over.
late.
Portia, this ain't
Hold
over.
on. So
It ain't over. We're gonna do it again. Don't y'all worry.
Spicoli. Why you put Spicoli in there? Hey, you got Spicoli search.
Oh no, I don't know. So I know Izzy is a black.
Oh God, not Izzy. Man.
Izzy Band.
Oh, Izzy was the one that was in favor of the buck breaking the show we did the other day.
I saw
the one
Izzy
who went
on.
on
I
the
saw
tirade
CT on
about how
Izzy.
his granddaddy got raped by a white man.
Yeah, that was.
No,
rough.
he didn't. No, he didn't.
I mean,
he
that's what
did,
you
John.
said, John.
This is
He shared that online.
Of course he did.
Yeah,
He, on
he did.
CT.
He was-
Yeah, it was.
No,
it
he
was on
didn't. No, he did. No, he didn't.
It's on his
God, yes,
channel.
he
Then
did.
how do we know about it?
I mean, you can go to CT Reacts
Hey,
now.
hold on. Can someone find that clip? Hold on. Can someone find that clip of this nigga talking about somebody getting butt broken in his family? I really want to see that.
I'll be back.
Oh, John, you want me to send it to you?
Yeah,
Oh,
if you can find the clip. I mean, I don't want to find. I don't want to.
Anger Man's homeboy.
If you can find the shortened version, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll send it to you right now. Give me
All
one
right, so
second.
hey, look, he's been streaming. Let's see how long has he been talking. He's been talking about this all day, and I'm telling you, this is the shit that black people talk about. Who's at fault when we break down and break up? Shit, stepdaddies. Man, I ain't reading no more of this shit. Shit, stepdaddies.
See what I'm talking about? Shit that you should have figured out after the 12th grade.
Let's go through his feed.
They talking about it in their damn 30s and
I don't want
40s.
that nigga.
Not even after, before the 12th grade, man. This
I don't want
stuff
that
you
nigga come over here reporting me or nothing like that, trying to give me.
This should have been
whatever.
figured out before prom.
Like, look, we give him promotion and publicity here, but are you guys able to see this?
John,
Okay,
go to
Yeah,
the
we can see it.
section. Go to
Okay,
the video.
let's just read it. Let's read a handful of them. I'll go wherever you want me to go, Gary. Unlocking true beauty. So this is about women, right? So you got women on the front.
John, go to his video section. I'll show a better selection there.
Videos, okay, all right. Videos, okay, all right.
There you go.
And they look, I don't understand why these niggas misspell words deliberately. And they swear we can't get along. I'm sure this is about women, right? Because he's not talking about getting along with other
Because he
races.
thinks the word swear is a YouTube bad word. That's why.
Is it?
He thinks it is.
Yeah, sometimes they do it in order to avoid censorship, John.
Really?
He
Why would
doesn't want to
swear
get
be
shadow banned. I can
why would okay? You teaching me something. Why would swear be a bad word?
It's like porn. Porn
Because
is not a
YouTube's a
bad
bitch
word,
and
but it's a YouTube bad word.
But what is so?
I've seen
What
a
is?
lot of videos get copyright strike for having the. I've seen YouTube videos get copyright struck for having the word "butt" in it.
Okay, I can see but swear. Okay, that's different. Attribution bias. If you like, if I did this, if this was me, I would just figure out a way to phrase it without having to misspell a word. That's just me, right? Personally, right? Attribution bias. If you tell a lie, does that make you a liar?
Yeah.
This is probably about women. But this is probably about
Do
women.
you need 7 minutes and 53 seconds for that? Yes.
Well, this is probably about women, though, right?
Yeah, I'm scared to say
All
none
of
of
it's
these
about
are-
women. All of it.
Well, maybe not.
every
Maybe
single
not
thing
this
has
one. The
something to
car.
do with women.
Wait, hold on. The car crash should change it all. Maybe not about women.
Car crash.
Proof I took accountability from jump. Women. Is this your queen? Is the
Women.
your queen? Women. Am I the only one that goes to Cracker Barrel? Okay, it's probably not women. This is probably
My boy
black
Tommy.
women. Let's see what he does live. Live is probably better.
Is this live even on right now?
I mean, you know what
No,
he
this is
does live
past
on
live
a day-to-day
videos.
basis.
And he's
Who's
live
at
right
fault
now.
when we break down and break up? That's his live. If the head is lost, how's the body whole?
That's about the
Val,
relationship. That's a woman thing.
Vex call with victorious,
Tariq
not
Nasheed.
venom. Why find pleasure in others' pain? Like, why women?
Women.
Yeah, okay, I don't want to go too much. We got this.
Most of these.
Anybody else?
John, can I ask a question really quick before I hop down?
Yeah.
Is the black man God?
Yeah, he
Well,
God.
according to Mimi, yes.
To me.
According to Mimi, yeah.
Yeah. He ain't God.
John,
He God.
I just texted you like the one clip is like 6 minutes, so it won't let me. I have to cut that before I send it to you. But I just sent you some clips from that show where Izzy was talking about his granddaddy getting his booty hole dug out by a white man. So
Now,
We need to know that.
before we play this, what made him talk about that?
Exactly.
it was the woman. It was the woman on the panel.
It was
And
what's her name?
Miss
Sexy Red.
O'Shun on Shun, and she
Was
just
it
started to talk about how black men were just getting their buttholes, desecrated by white men, and it offended me because I'm just like, I've never really just saw it that way. Like even in the midst of slavery, you just can't tell me that men that are so strong that I believe that they
Niggas
would
built
do
like
something.
Shaq was getting
That's a nigga
You
topic.
know, like it was like a Diddy party or something like that. But she was like really passionate about it, and CT wasn't having it. And so Izzy, he got offended and he wanted to tell us about his granddad that got buck broken. I don't know why you would tell anybody that. I mean, it's like
because
guys
they
want
live
diary?
because they live online. That's why they live
it
their
was like,
life
oh, so your
online
Wait. You think he
Gotta-
do this shit for clicks and giggles?
No, I think he believes it, John.
Hey, John, listen, I'm a woman, and it's just like, your pawpaw got a beef stick in his dookie hole. Don't tell nobody that. It just don't sound good. It don't
Boy
sound
got
good.
a Slim Jim.
It sounds worse when you say it.
Yeah, and exactly. That's why I say it just the way that I do. But and that woman, that Oshun lady, she was just so adamant about it. And it's just like, wow, ma'am, you think your ancestors were just getting raped in the butthole by these?
I think that might have been a her thing.
Yeah,
to be
but she
honest
made
with
it like it kind of escalated, because CT was like, wait a minute, and she doubled down on it, and then Izzy started to defend it, and he was like,
the
oh
black
no,
woman's
God, yes, amen. And I'm like, hey, I was just watching the thing as it was, unfolded, and I'm like, geez, that's just, even if that were the case, as a body of men, black men, you just going around saying that a white man raped you in the dookie hole. It's just, keep that to yourself. Even if that's how you feel, just keep it to yourself. Yeah, like a dookie eggplant. It's just gross, boo boo. You know what I'm saying?
Do y'all want to see that video?
Wait, did Portia? Did you send it already?
Yeah, I sent it. I sent John.
Yeah, pull it up, John. Do it.
John, actually, John, if you want to make it easier, which I wasn't thinking about that until somebody just said that, I could just send it to you. I can send you the YouTube link from CT's channel from the actual stream where it starts.
Yeah. That's perfect because it looks like it's telling me I gotta do
Yeah,
something.
yeah. So you would have to render.
Oh,
Give me 1 second. I'll go ahead and send you the actual live. Oh, here we go.
Niggas the whole time. You been a nigga. You was a
hold on. Shit, I might have you right here. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. I don't know if I can share this browser tab.
Wait, you can't share browser tabs?
Well, it's not in a browser tab. Let me see. How would I do that?
Okay, John, I just sent you the link and I'm about to send you the timestamps.
Okay. You send it to me. All right. Let me take. I heard he was getting a little hostile there in the first part of the video. There.
Is it? Oh gosh.
I'm gonna say
Portia got hostile. What?
No. It wasn't me. It was whatever her name. Oshu.
Oh, she's always hostile. She stays on hostile.
Yeah, she kind of like that.
I like the vicious ones. It's better to beat them down after a while. I can just, dude, not physically, of course, I'm saying, but like the ones that are super mouthy, dude, like I'm even more mean to them. Like, just tell a girl, like if she gives you lip, just tell her, hey, nothing that's had cum on its face could ever be equal to me.
Imperius was on that show going off as he always does. Imperius was there that day whenever Izzy said that his granddaddy got his dookie hole penetrated by a white man.
He was on the previous show too, and he got mad at Izzy because he didn't get to talk as much.
He got pegged by a white guy.
Reparate, I don't know. Maybe that was.
You know what's interesting though, Portia? A lot of black girls, a lot of black girls like the race play in bed with white guys.
Well, no, Imperius, that was the show that really undid you because whenever you came back, whenever CT did the show, you were really, I mean, we could hear it in your voice, or if you were trolling or not, you were just saying like you were very disappointed.
Oh yeah, dude.
Specific stream because these black men were advocating for them getting their booty holes
getting butt fucked. Are you kidding me? Who can fucking talk about that? That's like,
hey, Portia, what's the timestamp? What's the timestamp, Portia?
Yeah, he said it was the most disappointing thing you've ever seen.
Portia, what's the timestamp on that?
I'm getting it.
All right.
Is this Tyrone?
Y'all are going to hell. You know that, right?
Hey, John. Look at the back chat. I sent you the StreamYard how to do a call-in show instructions.
Okay.
So we might have to do that sometime down the line.
I'm looking for
I think that would be easier for the HB show since he has a headset.
Yeah. If you can do it right away and get a Zoom or a WhatsApp or a Skype.
Yeah. It's still filled with remnants of ancient Rome, like it's architectural.
While we're waiting on
wonders, right? So the Colosseum.
You know what? While we're waiting on Portia, what we're gonna do? Can you give me some more of those black streamers? Let's see what they talk about.
They're talking about bitches like they always do.
Yeah,
name one.
Talking about bitches. Well,
type a random one in. I bet you his first 6
name one.
Videos are about his last 6 videos are about bitches.
Hey, just name one.
Team Fatty.
Who?
Sharon Bracey. He's talking about bitches right now.
Wait, he's live?
Well, he was when I got on here.
Okay.
Is that how you spell it? This him?
Yeah, that's him. See, 21 minutes ago, it's about a bitch.
Hey, John, you want to see a real ghetto one? Put in King Rich's. Real ghetto one, dude.
Okay, John, I just sent you the timestamp. It starts at 2:26:04. I just texted it to you also. Because CT he was listening and then he decides to pose a question to Oshun and then it just goes off the rails.
All right. So they had me look up Sharon Bracey. I've seen this guy's stream before.
It's all about
I don't know this person.
Relationships.
So no one wants to be held accountable, but it's got to be about
Candace
women.
Owens, a Rim sister.
Wait, hold on. What's a Rim sister?
I guess that's a booty digger, like a Ethan Grocery.
No. I found out what it means last week.
What's
RIM stands for Red Pill Incel Manosphere. That's what it stands. I found that out last week.
Hey, these acronyms.
These girls are creative with their acronyms, man.
And then Gary, and don't they come up with them fast? They come up with them so fast. They come up with them so fast you can't even keep a rim sister.
A rim?
You know what really is the one that baffles me is that one spitting chick that just came, that one fucking what's her
Spitting
that blonde.
She doesn't swallow.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what kind of cold? Like, what kind of world are we living in where a girl can say that and that makes you famous? Like, what the
Imperious,
fuck?
that's one of your own. Imperious, you claim her and you claim
Oh
her.
God, no! Her dad should have beat her more.
That is the hot tour girl right there. And hey, listen, the hot tour. And she's pretty famous. Yeah, I'm sure.
But she's like an average white chick. She's like a 6, dude. She's not even that good. Like that's like every white girl looks like her.
But whenever she says that she does the
She's
hot
a white
tour, that
goddess.
sent her up to a 10, don't you think, guys on the panel? She says she
No,
does
white girls are freaks anyways, dude. They're dirty as fuck, dude. White girls will do anything, man. They fuck dogs most of the time.
Hey, Imperious, you're talking
Most
black
of the
people,
time.
We know
time.
we know that white women they're up for the pickings. We understand, but she did it on camera and she said, "Hot tour." Yeah.
White women are in porn a lot, so
Not the dog.
Yeah, white girls are the ones that do the most degenerate shit. I think I asked John this a couple of weeks ago. I was like, John, which ones are the biggest freaks? And I think we agreed it's like white girls and mixed black chicks. Like you, Portia.
God damn, John. And y'all talk about nigger bitches.
We're not talking about me, Imperious. It is July 1st, so I would like to say happy White History Month to you and your hot
They talk about nigger bitches, and he said white girls are fucking
Happy White
dogs.
History Month, everybody.
Wow.
Happy White History Month.
Yeah,
Let's
No, they fuck dogs. No, they fuck dogs. That's the meat. That's like the.
Hold on for a second. Let's get back on topic here. So
I had a white girl
I'm
like a
looking through the
toilet
Sharon Bracey.
That was pretty funny.
Wait,
I'm
what?
I'm looking at Tyrone Bracey, and it is mostly about women. I will say it's like a lot of
Nah,
women.
John. No, John. We need the white bitches fucking dogs podcast. Y'all got to make this happen.
No, we don't need to see that.
So I got to make this happen. CG got to make this happen.
Well,
The white goddess
Hold
is
on,
fucking
hold on.
dog.
Hey, hold on. King, what's the other guy? King what? King Riches?
King Riches, I think. Yeah, something like that. He was like a real ghetto one, dude. I'm telling you, he's like a real ghetto one. Yeah, there you go.
It's either him
Oh,
or
from
something.
the dude from the Pearls discovered. You talking about him?
No, not that guy. Not that bang. Go. There was the guy in the picture right there. Go back.
It was the guy. John, do you think you'll be up for your stream with HB at 2 a.m.?
Yeah, I'm about to like take a nap right now.
Yeah, you better take a nap,
Pearl
dude.
got him.
It's crazy.
Pearl got him started.
Oh, who is this guy? Ew.
This nigga look like he eat people, man.
He got on his hater blockers in the house.
He look like he about to shoot up the block.
See, I think you'd like this guy, John. He's right up your alley.
He look like he about to run the ones.
Wait a minute. So King Riches, okay.
He's
all
from
right.
England.
Damn, this dude has 92,000 subscribers. Let's see what he's talking about.
England. Oh gosh, no, Jesus Christ.
Pearl got him
Well,
started.
hey, I think we already know what he's talking about. Look at
Well,
this.
a bottle of water. That guy.
Pearl got him started. Yes.
He ain't talking about those white goddesses fucking dogs, though. That's what I want to talk about.
He got one white girl in the corner over there. Actually, no, there's two.
White girl. That there. Yeah, I see. What? Yeah, it's 3 white girls. That one.
Wait, what's the third one? Oh, I see her now.
Oh no, it's 2 white girls, huh?
The most of them
Do the white girls fuck dogs? The ones on there, do they fuck the dogs? Are they the ones that fuck the dogs?
Wait a minute, what is his baby? Wait.
The one on the corner on the left.
Are these his baby mamas or something?
John, we don't know more than what you know about this man, King Rick. Well, I know I don't know. I've never heard of the guy.
No, Imperious recommended him. What? Oh, he got.
Oh, Imperious knows about the Negro.
No, I don't know. I just saw him on a stream, dude. I'm telling you. And I was like, dude, this guy's like grilling and stuff. And he was like, dude, just totally ghettoed out. I thought John would find it entertaining.
Oh, he got the
Imperious, you are nasty work. You are nasty work, Imperious.
Yo, bro, I tell you, man.
Imperious know more about this crap than we do.
I tell you, man.
Imperious is nasty work, man. He is
Hey guys,
nasty work.
I'm gonna hop down. I sent you the timestamp, John, and
I'm gonna
all
play
of
that
that.
again.
But John, please be sure to go to bed. Take your power nap for
I'm
your
about to
late
just-
show.
It
But
was
I'll
been-
be in the chat,
No,
y'all.
we keeping this nigger ass up to 2:30. So he might as well get in the fucking ride.
Portia, you said you from Texas.
I'm from Texas. Yes, I am.
Because I'm from Texas as well, born and raised. Dallas.
Oh,
hey, Portia,
you're
you say you emailed it to me, or you?
Yeah, I'm from Dallas. You sound like you're from. I don't know what you
Oh,
sound like.
hold on. Did
you know,
email
I don't
it to
sound
me?
like I'm from Dallas.
Portia,
John,
I don't either.
I text you the timestamp.
Okay, I got you. And
Yeah.
so
Do Alabama Negroes sound like they from Dallas? Me and John, we from Alabama.
No, I think that all of us Southern folk, we have our own unique drawl, and I'm not
She's a
I'm not a
Houston
city
chick.
girl. No, I'm. Oh,
You're a
Jesus,
Houston chick.
Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh, the ill.
You
Do
from
not put that on me.
H-Town.
I am not
Well,
in by
John,
any stretch of the imagination. I'm not from Houston, so I'm not from Houston, Austin, or Dallas. I'm from a small town in Texas that if I said the name, y'all wouldn't even know it.
I
So
would.
that's where I'm from.
I
No,
would.
you
I know
no,
all the
you wouldn't.
towns in Texas.
All the towns, all the towns.
She's from
All
my
the
house.
towns.
She's from my house, guys. Don't worry.
No, he's from Dallas, so his drawl is different from ours that aren't
No,
from the
that's me.
city.
That's me acting like it. I don't talk like
Portia,
that.
don't let these Negroes hold you up. Get some sleep, girl.
I'm a
You from you from Tyler, aren't you? From Tyler.
Tyler.
You from
Tyler?
Yes,
Really?
you are.
Tyler?
Yes, you are. Yes,
No,
you are.
I'm not. Dear God, even though Tyler is more respectable than Dallas, Houston, and Austin, I'm not from Tyler.
Well, hey, you dissing Dallas? Come on.
Dallas
Take that
is
back. Take it
ghetto.
back. Take it
That's
back.
where all you
But I
Negroes
wasn't
are
from-
concentrated
I
like
wasn't ghetto.
cockroaches, and y'all shoot up
not
I was
everything.
born in
Negroes.
privilege. I was born in
Niggas.
privilege, so I don't know anything about that hood
Y'all
shit. I was
shoot it
born
up.
in
Just
privilege.
shoot it
Y'all
up.
had-
What are
y'all
you
had
from Oak
better
Cliff?
marriage
Or you
rates
Oak
when y'all
Cliff
were called
privilege, sir?
Negroes.
Near
I ain't
Carter.
gonna lie. I ain't gonna hold you.
Near
It's
Carter.
listen.
Portia, I
From
know all
Carter
about
High
Oak
School.
Cliff.
Oh, hold on. Wait. Carter on Wheatland Road, sir.
That's where I was born, in that area. 75232.
Okay, you
That's a
you
good
was
part.
born
It's a
in
good
the
part.
in the Oak Cliff for
Before
real.
it went to shit, that's when I was born. 1979. That's
Is
before it went to
the good
shit.
part? Is it the good part right now, sir?
It's the good. Right now, it's shit.
Absolutely,
It's shit now.
absolutely.
But when I was growing up, it was the
You
good part.
can't,
Regular
sir, you
niggas
can't-
couldn't afford to be there.
You can't go on
Regular
Wheatland
niggas had to
Road
live
and
in
expect
South
to be
Dallas.
safe.
Portia, get out of
Regular
that.
niggas had
Get
to
out
live
of
in South
Texas. It's too
Dallas.
hot there. Come down to Florida. Live by the beach in paradise all year round.
Florida hot too.
Florida,
Yeah, get
no,
somebody
Florida.
Florida's hot too.
I can't do Florida. It's just not my. Listen, Floridians are like
Get stuck with a
Australians. And it's a
heroin needle,
different type
Portia,
of
on the
breed
beach.
that I'm not on. I'm not on that. But in
When I was there,
Dallas
it was
off
doing
Wheatland.
nice.
Okay, well, there's that Target over there. Off Wheatland. I don't even know why they even put a Target
There's a
there. It's not
Target
like
there now.
Get out, hey, Portia, leave the
There's a
sand
Target there.
dunes and
Is it new?
leave the sand dunes and come to
Must
the
be new
beach.
'cause
Come
I don't
on,
remember.
Portia, get out of here.
Yeah, don't. Heck no.
All right,
She gonna get
hey,
stuck by
you
some
guys
grass.
ready for me to play
Hey,
this video?
speak on it in the chat. You make sure that you hold it down and you let them know we're the
We
farthest
got
south you can
unfinished
get.
business portion.
Hey,
by the
Portia, you
way.
gonna be in the panel tonight for HB and I's?
Yeah, and yeah, that's what I need to go ahead and lay it down so I can be up for that.
But you know, I'll
Yeah,
be.
John, I'm gonna see if I can catch it too. I gotta.
John, your weed smoking nigger ass is
Shout
gonna
out to
stay on
Florida
here
though.
till 2 o'clock.
Shout out to Florida all day. It's just not
Where you
like
from?
I'm not
Red
a
Oak,
gator
Texas. You
catcher.
from Red Oak, Texas, aren't you? You from Red Oak.
Oak. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, the disrespect. What is your problem?
You from
This
Red
nigga
Oak.
gonna guess
Red
every
Oak.
town.
You know, hey, you know,
Red Oak. Where are you from? You from DeSoto?
No, I told you.
Tell me about it. You from
I'm
DeSoto?
from Oak Cliff near Carter.
You're out there with all them niggers.
you know,
They are now, but back then, when in the 70s, it was a good part, and it was expensive.
It's 2024 right now, and sir, I was
There was
born
some
in
good
the late 90s.
redlining
So,
that didn't let niggas in when I was living there.
well, okay.
Good
I was born in the
redlining.
late 90s.
Good
So
redlining.
all of the things that you were succumbed to, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, all the places that you just named, that's nowhere I'd ever go, and anywhere that my parents would
But
never
Red
allow
Oak's
me.
nice.
Red
Red Oak's
it
nice
is.
though.
Sure
Sure
it
it
is.
is.
Just like Oak Cliff
Over there
is
by
on
Waxahachie.
on Wheatland, right? On Wheatland, where Friendship West Baptist Church under the direction of Frederick Douglass Haynes.
Freddie Haynes, come on.
Yes,
I met Freddie Haynes. Freddie Haynes used to go to my church, St. John. Freddie Haynes started in my church.
Yes,
I talked to him when he wasn't nobody.
Yeah, there you go.
He's
And
just a
you
regular
are the
deacon when I
ultimate.
talk to him.
You know what you won tonight? The Ultimate Negro Award. And speak on it. You keep on keeping on for us in Texas in the chat, because folks, they just don't know. And you, sir, all the Negroes in Texas ain't from your inner city Negro areas. Okay, that's not where I'm from.
Hey, it's a lot
All
of
right.
people tried to live there, but
Portia,
they couldn't afford it.
question.
But
Hey,
my
Portia.
parents made it happen. My parents made it happen.
Portia, I have a question for you. Does that accent extenuate in bed or no?
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and log off now. In period.
You done
and
ran off,
everyone
bro.
else. I'll be
Paris
in the
scaring the
chat.
hoes.
Y'all have a good night.
I love you, Portia.
All right, guys. Hey,
Later.
We're gonna play this video of and maybe we'll review this King Riches. It really is kind of amazing, though. That I've been on some white chats, and I've been on the black chats, and most of the black chats are very similar in nature. CT is very different relative to the others in that he doesn't talk about women as much, or women at all, I would say. But this is kind of amazing when you look at how much these niggers talk about.
It's sad, dude. It really is, dude. It's so sad to see how much people's world revolves around a woman, dude. It's really sad, man.
It is really, and again, the
These
thing
streams
is,
got a lot of views too. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, the guy has 92,000 subscribers, and I've long said that, one of the reasons why I started my stream is my best friends, we never talk about women. Almost never. I probably can count on one hand how many times. And I had the guy on CT stream, the landlord guy. It's one of my better friends. We very rarely talk about women, maybe making light of them or something like that. Maybe he's telling me about something his girlfriend is going through or something like that. But trying to figure out women and shit like that, I've never understood it. And to see how this guy came up with this much content on women and presumably it's profitable for him, it's just kind of amazing. It's really kind of amazing.
I don't have a single video. I don't have a single video about relationships, and I got
I couldn't
300
talk about women
videos
for that long, man.
I don't have a
Like
single
5
one
minutes.
about relationships because I've already figured that shit out. Why do I need to talk about it? I already
You
got
can do
it
a
down
YouTube
pat.
short on women. That's about it.
I mean, everyone should, every man is going to find the women, that, floats his boat. And I just don't think it's that difficult,
It's not. It's easy.
It's not.
But again, you've heard me talk about how blacks spend so much time on women. And I think that maybe it is a little bit more difficult.
No.
Well,
don't fall for
let
it.
me
Don't fall
give
for
you
it. It's not.
let me give you an example of what I mean. If you're looking for one of these, let me see if I can find a woman, right? Let's say if you're Izzy Bands, right? And I'm just picking him because he's a guy that streams about this shit, right?
Yeah.
And let's say if you go to somewhere I don't know, if and I'm just gonna pick a black place that I know, right? And so let's say if you were to go to, let's say, the Park nightclub. Anyone ever heard of the Park nightclub in DC? Park nightclub in DC. All right. It's a club that's run by this guy named Mark Barnes. If you ever seen I think it's the Hey Ma video. It was filmed in one of his clubs back in the day. You remember the Hey Ma camera. But anyway, it's a place where decent looking people from DC, go out. I haven't been there in years. But if you're Izzy Bands, you probably and I'm using him as a template, so I don't think I'm picking on him. But if you got like that, you trying to pick off the best women in the clubs, maybe you have a hard time getting them. The ones that are probably very superficial. And so you get back with your friends, damn, did you see that chick with that short ass skirt on? And how could we get that bitch? And
why are you looking for women in the club though?
Well, if you're a young man, in fairness, if you're a young man, you're 24 years old, Where are you gonna go look for them?
These niggas on YouTube are not young. That's the whole problem. They're old ass niggas that still ain't figured out relationships.
But
They're old as fuck. They're my age, 44. They're old.
But again, their frame of reference is their difficulty probably finding women when they were young. So they're talking about like, yo, man, when you gotta have confidence and all this kind of shit, telling a young man, telling the game plan, telling fatherly advice in a hood type of way. Well, hey, man, if I was back out there, I was 24, I'd know all this shit, I'd be bagging all the women. Or maybe they're casting themselves as someone who did bag all the women. You see, like, again, I'm not criticizing anyone, but is he dressed like a fairly young man? He tries to dress like young. I've seen this show.
He drop it. He go to the kids section to get some graphic tees.
Well, he wears the shades, the hats, the shit like that, And so, and you often hear blacks refer back to high school and things like that when they want to ridicule you. So, maybe it's like, kind of along the same vibe that he's kind of,
Hey, John, I'm going to hop off, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
If you could later, guys.
Oh, yo, we got
a couple minutes too, man.
You want me to play this easy chat before you get out of here? Let me play it right now.
Play it right quick, man.
You see, I'll just ramble on and on.
I'm gonna see if I can get back for the 2 a.m.
Here we go.
When you say like the history, that's one of the biggest things that I think is the problem, because so many of us, maybe you are an exception.
Hey,
to
we
the
can't
rule,
see the video, by the way. I
brother
don't know if you know.
Izzy as well. So many of us don't actually.
Is that black? No, that's not. It's not black socks.
It's
ghetto point.
Okay, we can see it now, but we can't see ourselves. That's fine.
Because we know our own personal family story, and we are very engaged in being enraged in this collective history that we don't necessarily know if we personally shared it.
Real quick, I have one question for Miss Oshun. Miss Oshun, you said the white man was going throughout the world raping women all throughout the world. That's what you said, right? When the white man went over to Australia and saw the Aboriginal women, was he raping these women too? No, I'm just being serious. I'm being serious. These are how Aboriginal women look. I just want to know the white man who comes from the land.
Hey, you seen Captain Kirk, didn't you? You seen Captain Kirk? You seen Captain Kirk, didn't you?
That's sci-fi, but
he like green.
No white man is.
Appears. Give me a second. Give me a second, Appears. Miss Oshun. So the white man who comes from places with blue-eyed, blonde-haired women, he see the Aborigine women like this. He's raping one of these women. Keep it real. Keep it real.
Yes.
Chaotic truth. You already know that sexual assault has been weaponized throughout history by several different cultures. However, European culture, with the expansion of Christianity, when it comes to slavery, sexual assault has been weaponized, as it has been historically weaponized, but they have done it the best,
Let me answer
the worst.
Yes.
Hold on. Miss Oshun, I showed you a picture of 2 Aboriginal women from Australia. Do you believe that anybody's going to rape two women?
I believe
rape
that
is not about attraction.
Right, it's not about attraction, and rape.
I'm sorry.
It happens from man to man, whatever. Okay, and the fact that you're putting them there to say these women don't look like they're worth having sex with. That's not what it's about. It's really not about that. It's not.
Rape is never. Wait, hold on, real quick, Mr. Short. Rape is never. Hold on, real quick. Rape is never about attraction. It's about a power dynamic. It's about a power dynamic and overpowering. So the answer to your question is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. They did that to them and people who look like them and people who look worse than them. Because rape is not a matter of physical attraction. It's a matter of domination, and it's a matter of suppression. It doesn't have anything to do with attraction. Stop.
CT, can they explain where their moral foundation comes that rape and racism is even wrong?
No,
because you feel it's wrong, right? So it's wrong.
You say great.
Why is rape and racism wrong? Please explain your epistemology of why it's wrong. Or you don't know that word either. Sorry, it's a white word.
Yo, it's a white. Yo, first of all, come on, man. This
No,
man,
you come on, man. You trying to fucking elevate yourself on bullshit.
elevate. Well, family. You know, the funny thing is, you have already showed your ignorance.
I've shown
so
that I'm
much.
better than you in every way.
You're
Yes, I
not.
have.
You're not. You're an avatar. You don't even have the hold on. You don't even have the courage of your
Everyone
conviction.
knows.
Hold on. You don't even
again,
have the courage of
I
your
don't have
conviction
to. I make more than you,
show
and I have
your
some.
face.
Again,
You
I don't have to.
even have
The fact that
courage
I can
of
come on here and
conviction to
own you
show
as an
your face.
avatar makes it
You
even
haven't
funnier.
owned
I can
anyone.
own you
See,
as an
the funny
avatar.
thing, you
It
haven't
makes it even
owned
funnier.
anything.
Makes
You
it even
don't own
funnier.
anything.
It makes it even
That's the
funnier that I
problem.
can be.
You don't
I
own
don't even have to fucking grace you with my presence. I don't even have to grace you with my presence, and I'm better than you. I don't even have to grace you with my presence, and I own you, just like I owned you 300 years ago.
You know, first of all,
you were born in
the fact. Hold on,
1990.
exactly.
You ain't
The
got no
first of
No,
all,
you
the
guys
fact.
want to play. You
The
guys want
first,
to play feelings games, and you guys want to play
first of all,
feelings
the fact-
games, and
hold
I'll
on,
rile
hold
up your
on.
nigga
The fact
feelings.
that he thinks that he's 300 years old is hilarious. Yo,
No, my
brother, I
family's
think-
1100
hold on,
years old. Sorry, no, my
but the
family's
fact that
1100
he
years
thinks that
old.
he's 300 years old.
I didn't hear the part where did I miss it? Let me go back to what Portia says. 2 minutes.
John, he said it twice.
Did I miss it? Let me go back. Damn, did I miss it?
I don't know how you could miss it. He said it twice.
Oh,
I get a little afraid because when you say like the history, that's one of the biggest things that I think is the problem because so many of us, maybe you are an exception to the rule, and brother Izzy here as well. So many of us don't
worry, I'll
actually
point
know
it
our
out.
own personal family story, and we are very engaged in being enraged in this collective history that we don't necessarily know if we personally shared it.
Real quick, I have one question for Miss O'Shun. Miss O'Shun, you said the white man was going throughout the world raping women all throughout the world. That's what you said, right? When the white man went over to Australia and saw the Aboriginal women, was he raping these women too? No, I'm just being serious. I'm being serious. These are how Aboriginal women look. I just want to know the white man who comes from the land.
Hey, you seen Captain Kirk, didn't you? You seen Captain Kirk. You seen Captain Kirk, didn't you?
That's sci-fi, but
you know he like green.
No white man is.
Appears. Give me a second. Give me a second, Appears.
When does he say it, Garen?
He says it right after Miss O'Shun speaks. Right after she speaks.
He said my granddaddy was raped.
Yeah, he said no, he didn't say his granddaddy. I think he said black men or white men were raping all across the world, and he was including black men.
And to say these women don't look like they're worth having sex with. It's
No.
like that's not what it's about. It's really not about that. It's not.
Rape is never. Wait, hold on, real quick, Mr. Short. Rape is never. Hold on, real quick. Rape is never about attraction. It's about a power dynamic. It's about a power dynamic and overpowering. So the answer to your question is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. They did that to them.
Right there.
People
That's what
who
he
look
says.
like them and people who look worse than them. Because rape is not a matter of.
But in this case, he is really talking about the Aboriginal women, right?
No, he's referring to the concept of white men going around raping across the world.
Wow.
That's what he's referring to.
Yeah.
He's not.
I mean,
real
I can see
specific
it.
when. That's the weird thing about Izzy, though. He's not real specific when he talks. He talks in
Mhm.
large generalizations.
Of physical attraction. It's a matter of domination and it's a matter of suppression. It doesn't have anything to do with attraction. Stop it.
CT, can they explain where their moral foundation comes that rape and?
I wish CT would have asked him, like, do you think your great grandfather or something was raped?
Yeah, I wish he was more. That's the one thing I didn't like about that clip. I wish he was just more specific when it was coming to like his ancestors.
When you talk to these niggas, you really have to nail them down because they
You
they
gotta
got
get
enough
the specifics out of them, John.
they got enough
Be throwing
education.
around these
Man.
broad general.
They got enough education where if you don't nail them down, they always have a way to weasel their black ass out of the truth.
Well, John, I'm a bounce. I'm gonna see.
Hey, I gotta get on too. We're doing a late stream tomorrow, tonight
You couldn't fall asleep.
Oh, that's their weed hitting them. The weed just hit them hard right there.
Tomorrow, but it's tonight, effectively.
Yeah.
I've been doing my research, man. I've been following the trucking industries since COVID, and that's one of the reasons.
Yo, can
why.
I join that? I'm a trucker. Can I join?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there for you, man.
You're looking for truckers, man.
What is it?
Again, I've been
What is it,
interested
2
in
a.m.?
trucking business since COVID. Yeah, 2 a.m. I mean, if I get up early,
Wait,
I'll
2
make you
a.m.
start-
tonight?
Yeah.
Oh shit, man!
It's
I
gonna be the
gotta drive
overnight
tomorrow.
AM radio with HB and John Galt, man. It's gonna be a
Well,
ball.
Clue, just come back when you can, and you can schedule
Mm-hmm.
something up with John.
Yeah, 2 a.m. I gotta drive at 6.
And I also stream at 9:30 most mornings, most weekday mornings. It's mostly business. I mean, this trucking capital would be primarily business with a little comedy.
Oh, you drive, John, or you own the fleet?
Nah, hell no. The niggas that
No, we got
niggas
friends
that
who
dri-
drive.
Yeah, HB is the driver, so HB would be the driver. I'll be, the guy on the other side. As
okay.
I've had tenants to drive, so so it's kind of an interest of mine to know a lot about different industries because I need to know what kind of tenants to rent to.
Oh, you're that guy. You're the real estate guy.
Yeah, landlord guy. Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
channel.
you
The
told
Urban
that
Landlord.
story about the the dudes just coming around shitting in the toilet or something and just
It was
leaving
the
it
niggas
there.
it's the niggas with the piss bottle.
That was you that told that story.
Shit, bottle, shit, murders. What you want to talk about? Oh man, I hate everything, bro. Listen, man. One morning I got up. I was going. If you look at my channel, you see that I have a lot of streams already scheduled. Because a lot of times I just think about, hey man, I know I can freestyle off that for 45 minutes, 30 minutes. But the other day I saw this stream I saw some news about Van Jones. You heard that nigga, right?
Yeah, the crying dude, crying because Trump got the election in 2016, crying because Hillary lost. That nigga.
Yeah, but as soon as Trump took office, you know what he did? He sided up to Trump, and Trump helped. Well, Trump let these criminal ass niggas out of prison. I don't know if you remember that. They brought that black ass woman from Memphis. You remember that black mm.
He did pardon some people. Yeah.
And then as soon as after Trump
that's the only thing I disagree with him on is that whole
as soon as after Trump did that,
caping for criminals
see, if Trump had talked to me, he'd have known, man, leave them
John,
niggas in.
Portia
leave them
asked,
niggas
is it
in there.
2 p.m. Eastern or Western?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, 2 a.m. Eastern. Wait.
Yeah, Portia.
If
asked.
HB is a problem,
I'm gonna drop off. I'll see it too.
All right. Let HB know it's Eastern, but if you want to do it Central, Central would be 3 o'clock Eastern. Yeah. Push in the chat, just let me know what time it needs to be. But yeah, so Rob the nerd, I had rented a room. I've been renting rooms to this guy. He would come in town. Nigga went to prison off some Cormier Patrick bullshit. And Van Jones got like 100 million from Bezos. And here's a nigga one of his top niggas coming in town to beg the niggas to get out of prison. And he got this nigga living in a room. I showed the room on one of my streams. I won't show it tonight because I'm about to take a little siesta, as they say. But yeah, that Van Jones nigga, as soon as Trump let all them niggas out of prison, including Kwame Kilpatrick, who Obama left.
Yep.
Right. Obama left that nigga ass in prison after he went and visited the prison. I don't know if you remember that. But Trump let him go. And then as soon as that Van Jones nigga sucked everything up out of Trump, he turned against him and supported Biden. And I've seen that all through my life, man. You give a nigga a week on his rent, that nigga be like a viper. I can show you text messages right now that I just got while I've been on the stream with you from that fucking Georgetown nigga. Done beat that bitch ass and talking shit to me about some ragged ass clothes and a football and cleats and shit that he want that I threw out. And so again, Van Jones is like a high level example of how like niggas are real untrustworthy.
True.
And that's not what my channel is about, but for the blacks and people that want to do business with niggas, just like Indians and people like that, they love to barter and shit like that. And with blacks, man, I got 35 years or so experience of dealing with them. And it's not all for naught, but you really have to know how to deal with certain types of people. And the new America, all different tribes of people, you're going to have to learn how to deal with them.
Hey, Clue, I dropped your channel link. Is that right?
I appreciate it. It looks the 4705. Yeah, it looks about right. Yep.
Dude, I think I subscribed to your
appreciate it.
channel. We're trying our best to get crack for me to get a channel up.
Yeah, it'll come sometime. We'll see.
I'll be the first one to join your channel.
Yeah, I'm just gonna build up John's channel here. Because you got a good group going.
SKC likes you, John. He wants you to come on board. Do a
I'm
one-on-one.
not sure who SKC is. Who is SKC?
He goes under the name Community Anthropology.
Oh yeah. I've watched a couple of his shows. I like his shows, but I don't think he has a StreamYard or something. So
yeah, he
you
does.
can't really
Yeah,
do it.
he has panels.
Oh, he does?
He just takes them down afterwards.
Oh,
he doesn't keep them up.
okay.
But he's been asking for a one-on-one with you.
I would love to get him on. If you're on this show, you tell him, hey man, send me an email. My email address is on my YouTube channel. Matter of fact, I'll put it right here. Anyone want to send me an email? You have questions or anything like that. My channel is before I get out of here, we're gonna end this. I'm gonna give you guys like 2 more minutes. John Galt presents gmail.com. Yeah, my channel is honestly like, I've had quite a bit of success, honestly. And it has been kind of the unbeaten path. And I would like to share, some of my stories about, traveling the unbeaten path. And I think that a lot of people younger than me, maybe along the same road as me, like the guy's 7 Skill story. Maybe you'll find it insightful. But look, I'm about to get out of here because I need to wind down for a bit. If you're interested, jump on at 2:00. HB and I, we're going to debut our premiere of HB and John Galt going trucking. But anyway, any last thoughts from you? Get cracking, Rob the Nerd.
Just look at the link in the back chat about the call-in show setup for StreamYards, so you can look at that on your own time.
How to create a call-in show using StreamYard. Yeah, I
get
see
that in there.
Hey, hold on, get cracked before you go. I see you put something about them Starbucks niggas.
Yep, I found it.
You found the update? You found the update or something?
I think that's more recent.
I want to say a shout out to that ex-manager that got 25 millies off of that shit for being wrongfully terminated.
Yeah, she did.
Shout out. That's a win.
So, I'm trying to see. Are the niggas in prison or what?
No, they look they look like they're starting some kind of crappy government scholarship fund or something, man.
Closing the well.
They doing nigga shit.
Yep.
Shocking.
Hey man, I'm gonna end with this little image here. I think that after I guess we ended Pride Month, this is probably very appropriate here. The intersection of BIPOC and LGBT and college students, or just students in general, is mental illness.
I got to screenshot that.
Mental illness.
Oh,
I think.
Hey, put it back up so I can screenshot it.
There you go, mental
Hold
illness.
up, give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Let me get it. Got it.
Got it. All right. Anyway, look, you guys, man, I really appreciate you joining. I just did this spontaneously, and let's I hope to see you guys at 2 a.m.
Yeah,
by the way, go ahead, get great.
No, nothing. I'll see you there.
All right, and Portia, that's 2 a.m. Eastern, unless HB has different thoughts in mind. All right, have a good night, guys.
Later.
Peace.